able to be reached by email services. So one of the first things that we will be rolling out starting tomorrow is our brand new City of Santa Monica mobile app that will include some of the same services that were on Santa Monica Works, but give us the flexibility to really build out a robust system that will serve our community where they are with what they need. So with that being said, we'll do a quick demo of the features that you will be able to see in the first version of our City of Santa Monica app. Hello and welcome to the overview of our new City of Santa Monica mobile app. What you're seeing in front of you is a view of the brand new mobile app that will be rolling out on March 31st. We'll just do a quick overview of all the features that you can expect in this new mobile app, and we'll also go through the process of submitting a request together. So as you can see, starting from top to bottom, we now bring in our new 311 phone number, which is a dedicated call center that you can reach with any questions, inquiries, or just general information related to the city. This service is available in both English and Spanish and can be reached during normal operating hours by just pushing the phone icon here at the top and pulling up that 311 phone number. What you'll also notice is that we have our way to submit requests using our request something button, latest news from around the city, FAQs, and then a map view that we'll be going over in a little bit. Here down at the bottom, we also have a news feed so that you can get the latest in blog posts and press releases from across the city. And if you wanted more information, you could always just press the More News button and search from a base of our news articles, or scroll all the way to the bottom, press More News, and be taken to the full list of Santa Monica related blog posts and press releases. So going back to our homepage, we're opening our mobile app. We have a question or we have something that we want to request. We would push the button that would say request something. Here you'll see a full list of city services, request types, broken down into categories and subcategories. And what you can do is either scroll through them here to see what you're interested in, or type any keywords that you want up in here. So for example, if we had wanted to report a pothole, we could type in the word potholes, and you'll notice that that comes up immediately in our results. So if I were to click that, I'm then prompted to either take a photo using the camera on my phone or select a photo that maybe I took and now reporting that I'm at home at a later time. So this select photo button will pull directly from your camera roll. The first button will open up your camera. So in this example, I don't have a photo. I saw it when I was driving, wanted to report it when I got home. I'll press next without an image. I can then type in the location of where this happened. So if I were to type in 1313 Main Street, Santa Monica, I could do it that way. And let's say that this is generally speaking where I saw the pothole, but maybe I wanted to move it a little bit. What you could do is just move the map and put that pin directly where you want to report something. So say the pothole was here. So next I'm going to continue. I could either press next without a location if I didn't have one, but in this example I do. So I'm going to press use this location. And then it's going to prompt me for some details about my request. So here, because I have already created a profile, you'll see that my first name, last name, and email address comes in. If you don't set up a profile and want to report it anonymously, that's perfectly fine. None of this information will be populated, but by providing this information, you can get alerts and updates sent directly to your email address about what's happening. So in this example, I could say I was driving and ran over a pothole. Can you please send someone to fix that? So that's going to be the information that I provide. We would want the information to typically be much more detailed, to include a photo or a location or as much detail as possible so that staff can help find it. But in this example, we're just going to use that. And then we're going to press submit. This will then give us a case number that we could save, or like I said, we will be sending confirmation emails if you provide an email address, and then we can close this. What you'll then notice is in some of these other areas, if I clicked requests, it was pull up a list of all the requests that I've submitted in the past. So I can click here on the latest one, and it will give me the details that I provided about that. So the question that I submitted, the location, the date, time, and a photo if I had uploaded one. What I can also do is click on Map, either here at the bottom or on the home page with Map View, and it will show other requests that have been submitted in the area. So these are requests that are still outstanding, and what you can do is maybe before reporting a request, see if it's already been reported by looking at the map view and know that somebody else has already submitted it and staff is working diligently to make sure that that's handled. Or what you could do is say, you know what, nothing's been submitted already in this area. Let me go ahead and provide that to the city. So this is an overview of what will be offered in version 1 of our mobile app. If you were to click on one of these real quick, you could also see the same details that we just saw in our requests here on the map. All of these features, like I mentioned, will be available in version 1, and as we continue to build out the app, hear community input, and integrate new technologies, these functionalities will continue to grow and grow over time to provide additional services directly here in our mobile app. So as you can see in the brief demo of the new app, we bring in a number of new features into the system that aren't currently available in Santa Monica Works. And it also gives us the flexibility to look at our existing portfolio of technology and evaluate against any new technology that we're bringing in the environment to see what the best way is for the public to access that information, whether it be on the website or in the mobile app. So this is version 1 that you're seeing now. We'll continue to evaluate what the community needs are and what other features we should bring in. So in addition to the mobile app, we also understand that not everybody wants to download an app or submit a request that way. So we've developed a new online portal that can be reached at santamonica.gov/311, and there's more information there about how to submit the same request that you'll see on the mobile app, as well as to get the same information that's coming in through the FAQs. As David mentioned earlier, we reached out to all the departments to understand what are the questions that they get often and addressed those directly in the app and on the website. And as our call center continues to get more calls and more inquiries from the community, we'll understand what are those frequently asked questions, and we'll continue to build that out. So what you're seeing on this screen is that website view where you'll be able to, again, submit the same requests and see the same FAQ. Next slide. So the information about all of these different ways to contact the city will be available starting tomorrow at santamonica.gov/311. As you'll see in these screenshots, this is where there's some interaction between the new website project that we're working on as well as the 311. So you'll see here that we've created tabs for each one of the ways that you can contact the city. In this example, you could see the mobile app is first, and it gives you instructions on what you could do on the mobile app and how to download it. You could also tab through and see how you can submit requests online, how you can contact our 311 center by phone, or how you can submit an email to staff. We also included FAQs of some frequently asked questions, such as hours of operations, what is appropriate for 311 and what isn't, and so on. So in addition to all of the great features that we're going to be able to offer on the front end, we also have a lot more reporting and comprehensive analytics that we can pull on the back end. This data gives us a really broad overview of things, or we can get granular in order to find out information such as how long are cases outstanding, are there certain cases that we're getting more of, are there trends that we're seeing across the community. And through this data, we can not only make decisions on what information we're providing to the public, but we can also make operational decisions by using informed analytics to understand where the community is submitting requests and what some of those issues are that we're seeing frequently. This will also give us insight into things that maybe we don't have an option for the public to submit requests in right now, and they're coming into our other or our general feedback, and continuing to build out those options across the web and across the mobile app. So with that being said, I will now turn it back over to Christopher.
Great. Thanks so much, Jeremy and David. Well, as you can see, we're very excited about this program. It is a program that did involve a lot of technology. I just wanted to point out we were able to leverage previous investments in our technology infrastructure. So we didn't have to make any new investments in technology to be able to put this together. And again, we wanted to remind everyone, santamonica.gov/311 is where you can find everything out about the program and get links to download the new app. For anyone out there who does have the Santa Monica Works/Go app, the previous city app, you will have to delete that app and replace it with the new app to be able to submit tickets and find information starting tomorrow. I just wanted to make that clear. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
So I have a question to start, since I'm the only one with my up. Are we pushing this out to people who are already on? I think we probably know a lot of the people who are on the Go app, and I wonder if we're pushing this out to notify everybody that we're aware of that we have a new app.
But Jeremy may be able to respond to the specifics about pushing a notice to people who opened the previous app about having to update the new one. I think there may be some challenges with the provider who provides that existing app now. I will say there will be a full spread in the upcoming Seascape about it. We are planning a full core press social media. We're sending postcards to people who live on the edge of town about it because of the GPS peculiarity with 311. And we also have flyers that are going to be available at our counters. So we are trying to get the word out as much as we can in the current constraints. Jeremy, do you know anything more about trying to push a message out through the old app?
Yeah, so starting tomorrow, anybody that searched for the City of Santa Monica app will no longer be able to find Go. But we also know that there's a lot of people that already have the app. So starting tomorrow, all of the current requests that are in there will be cleared out, and they will have a notification that lets them know that they need to download the new app. We don't have a way of emailing everybody because of the anonymous nature of a lot of the requests that came in and just some of the privacy agreements when you sign up. But you will see a link directly to the new app and a notification that the app is moved and is no longer available in the current system.
So were we being hosted by a third party on the SAMO Go and on the other functions?
We were, and so there was limited functionality within there because it's sort of a box that we had to work in, and so this gives us a lot more flexibility to really build out what we need for the community.
I think what my question is can't we have those folks in the spirit of goodwill send a redirect message when people try to log in?
Yeah, so when you try to log in tomorrow, that's the message that you'll get. So you'll get a message letting you know that this app's been shut down, and then a link to find more information about how to download the new app.
And how long will that message persist?
So it will stay there as long as we have the service.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Is this new app also a third-party vendor, or is this homebrew?
Jeremy, why don't you tell that one?
Yeah, so we worked with a third-party vendor to help with the development of the app, but it was really based on what we understood from the community, and it's open-ended in the sense that we'll continue, based on our agreement, to work with them to continue to build out the app over time. So we're not stuck in the box that we are now. It's a really open-ended agreement.
Jeremy, is it correct? ServiceNow is something that we're using across workflows across the city. So this is not an isolated product that we're using for this purpose. This is something that integrates our workflows across the city.
Yeah, so the backend that's supporting the app is, if you really think about the app as a window into ServiceNow, any changes that we make into ServiceNow will be reflected into the app. So we had to work with a company in order to develop that platform, but as we make changes in the backend platform, it's updating the app and it's updating the website in one place.
When will the new app go live on the Apple App Store? Because I just tried and it's not there yet.
Yeah, so we scheduled it for 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Okay. I may miss that, but I'll get it soon.
Yeah.
No more questions. Any other questions on
I
this?
think Councilmember Dillatore has a question.
Quick question. Thank you for the report and for all your work. It's exciting. I'm really happy to see the 911 opt-in for our residents. There aren't any third-party organizations or businesses that will have access to this data, right? This is us. This is just City of Santa Monica controls the data. No other contracts or outside providers have access to the data collected?
Jeremy, why don't you field more about that?
Yeah, so all the information is in our ServiceNow instance, so it will be handled completely by the city. We're really clear in our privacy agreement that's included in the app as well that it won't be sold to anybody for any purposes, used for advertising, anything along those lines.
But we're not sharing the data with anybody else. We hold on to all the data internally.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
I don't see any other questions. Do you see anyone, Christopher?
I
Since you
don't.
obviously can see more than I can.
A couple more, yeah. But no, I don't see any other questions.
I sort of see why I'm having that problem. You're right. So, thank you all very much.
Brock has a question.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to note that I was hearing from residents that City TV wasn't broadcasting, just started broadcasting. So I would hope the city manager, this great presentation about our 311 system, might go out even separately, on Instagram and Facebook, etc., to really acquaint people with it, because my understanding was there was no program and now it's no sound, but it's coming.
Absolutely. We will get it out and we'll figure out what's going on with City TV.
Okay, thank you.
So, seeing no more questions, thank you for the presentation. We're looking forward to the rollout of 311. And before we move to the next item, Denise, I think Councilmember Davis has an announcement.
Well, yes, it is an item of agenda management. Mayor Pro Tem McCowan and I submitted item 13C, and I take full responsibility, but I submitted it late according to council rules that we recently initiated. So I would like to move that we withdraw it for tonight's agenda, and then I'll just simply resubmit it for the next meeting. But I want to make sure that the rules are applied fairly, and I take full responsibility for it.
Is there a second?
I'll second and thank Councilmember Davis all at the same time. So we have a roll call vote.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Hemmelrich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously.
Can't hear you, Mayor.
Mayor, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
There you
Yes.
go.
So if you're here on 13C, or if you're waiting for 13C, or if you plan to be on 13C, we are not going to be hearing it tonight. Stay tuned for our next council meeting, and I think you will see 13C again. And so now, Denise, let's proceed with the next item.
Next, we have item 8A. It's council direction on draft concepts and framework for housing element update. We have several audio callers for this item.
So on this item, council, I think we're going to break up the staff report into segments so that we can digest it more easily. So my question would be, do you think we should hear public comment before or after the staff report, which is going to be quite lengthy? Councilmember McEwen, and then Councilmember McCowan, then Councilmember Brock.
If I were a member of the public, I'd find it hard to comment thoroughly and intelligently on the matter if I hadn't heard the staff report. The written staff report, as you've acknowledged by saying we should break this up tonight, is pretty long and pretty dense. And I think if I were a member of the public, I'd like to hear an oral presentation before I was called upon to comment.
Councilmember McCowan?
So typically I agree with Councilmember McEwen on this aspect of sort of agenda setting and when we hear public comment. I'm a little concerned, though, that because of the way we intend to do this, it will end up being very late before we get to the public comment. And I don't believe there is a way to determine who's ready to speak now, who will be ready to speak after part one, who will be ready to offer public comment after part two. So I feel like if we are going to break it up like that, where they do a section, we ask questions, they do a section, we ask questions, then if that's actually how we're going to do this, then I would recommend we receive public comment at the beginning, and maybe we can reopen it at the end to anyone that didn't have the opportunity or wanted to wait until the end. Just so they're full aware that it's going to be significantly later than just the 90-minute staff presentation.
But still, only one bite at the apple. Is that what you're suggesting? Everybody gets to speak. The public may speak once, and they may choose to speak now before we have the staff report, or after we have the staff report and we've asked all our questions.
Yeah, I think it would be really nice to, in this case, give them the option. Because I think there are some that already have a planned speech that they're ready to give now, regardless of what the staff presentation says. And for those people, I just, some of that they do because they have to. It's spring break. They have other obligations, so they wrote down their thoughts in advance and don't want to wait until 11 p.m. or can't wait until 11 p.m. So,
Councilmember Brock.
I agree with my esteemed colleague, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan. Let's let anyone who's on the line now speak, and they can, and other people who want to weigh in afterward could, but it's unfair to make people wait 2 hours now to speak.
So how about if we have a motion? Is that a motion by Councilmember McCowan? Yes?
Yes, but the only clarification I would make to what Councilmember Brock said is people either have the option to go now or they have the option to wait, but they can't necessarily come back.
And I will second that motion.
Councilmember McEwen.
And I just want to clarify, in the interest of being able to support the motion, that this is entirely voluntary at the choice of the member of the public, and that those persons who tune in later, not having known that they could have spoken at 6:06 p.m., will still have the opportunity to speak.
Yes, and I'll make another clarifying announcement at the beginning of the item. Any other comments?
Mayor, can I ask for clarification? So this is to allow members of the public to make their public comment before the staff report is given?
Yes, so they can make it before the staff report or after the staff report, but only one public comment on this item per person.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know at this point, there are not a lot of callers. We have, I think, 7 people that are audio, and I think we have about 5 people that are callers at this point. And I believe, go ahead, George. I was going to say, I think what you were going to say.
This would effectively be a modification of the rules regarding public comment. So I believe this would have to be done by a vote of the council.
Right, that's why we have a motion and a second, and then we're going to vote.
Right.
You've taught me well, George. I get it. Every little thing. Councilmember McCowan.
Just to clarify, we typically keep the line open until the staff presentation concludes. So this would also leave time for people to call in, right, during that period, in case they haven't called in just yet. And those people would obviously go to the end.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So we have a motion by McCowan's, Councilmember McEwen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but any time that we change the rules on public input, I think we have to really make it very clear to the public what their options are. You talked about breaking the staff presentation into pieces. I don't know if you gave a number or not. How many pieces do you intend to break the staff presentation?
So I want to say that it's 5 pieces based on the 5 questions we have at the beginning of the staff report.
Okay, 5 easy pieces. Well, maybe not so easy, but 5 pieces. So
5
there'll
pieces.
be an opportunity for the public to speak after each of the 5, or is
No.
the intent to have some members of the public speak now, and others will get to speak at the end of the entire 5-unit presentation?
That is correct, and they will have a choice of whether they want to speak now or speak after. But as we break it up, it will only be questions and no comments, and I am going to be very rigid about that.
Well, fine.
Only
It's
questions and not discussion.
What options are being offered, and that every member of the public who wants to comment knows when she or he can comment, either now or at the very end, but not.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you. So may we have a roll call vote, and then I will explain it again, Kevin, or you can explain it since you're so clear.
Councilmember De La Torre,
Yes.
Councilmember Brock,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen, Councilmember McKeown,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Para,
Yes.
and Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So now, Kevin, I'm going to give you the opportunity if you can, I'm sure you can do it more clearly than I can, so go.
Members of the public, tonight we are doing a very long and complicated single item, such that we've decided to break it up into 5 segments so that we can debate and discuss each one separately. To have full public input on such a long item, what the council has chosen to do is to give you the opportunity to speak to the night's issue now, before the staff report, or to speak to the night's issues at the end of the 5 units, after which the council will ask questions after each one, but there won't be a public opportunity to speak until the end. So those are the choices. You may speak now, or you may speak at the end. You may not speak both. And we're doing this in an effort to give everybody a chance to be part of this discussion and share their ideas and their opinions.
Thank you, Councilmember McEwen. And so if you have comments and are in the queue now, you may speak now, or you don't have to. You can speak at the end of the staff report. Let me say that again. But first we need to call the item. So, City Clerk, will you please call the item?
Okay, I've done it already, but I'll do it again. Council direction on draft concept and framework for housing element update. We have 5 callers, and I believe we have 7 audio callers at this point.
So why don't we have those who want to speak now proceed, and then we'll turn back to the public after we have heard the staff report.
Okay, and I know that we have the Planning Commission Chair, Sean Landris, on, so we'll start with him. Sean Landris, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Great. Good evening, council members. Thank you for doing this. Thank you also for adapting your public comment. I think it will make it possible and easier for many people to be heard on this item. I wanted to speak very briefly about the Planning Commission's report to you, which I believe you all have, and simply to summarize them. And since I'm speaking before you have the formal staff presentation, what I would ask on behalf of the Planning Commission is that you listen to the staff report through, well, it's a mixed metaphor, 3 lenses, if you will. A lens of equity, a lens of affordability, and a lens of innovation. So if you look and listen at this staff report with the lens of equity, that's our report to you on where housing should be located. And I want to stress that the Commission focused more on options A and B rather than option C. Option C, which was the transit-oriented option, tended to recapitulate historic patterns of housing segregation in Santa Monica that we didn't want to recapitulate. So we were more open to market rate housing in the transit area, but more interested in A or B. With respect to affordability, I want to draw your attention to the importance of the 100% affordable housing overlay or something that amounts to it. We also spent a fair amount of time talking about the Preserving Our Diversity program, which we find very important. If we can keep people in their homes, that is as critical, if not more so, than building them, what amount to expensive new units. And we have a number of suggestions related to affordability. But again, are we moving the needle on affordability? That has to be a question. Are we equitable? Are we building affordability across our city? And then finally, innovation has to do with something that was which was discussed in the meeting and not so much in the surveys that were done, which is construction innovation. Are we looking at prefab? Are we looking at engineered wood? What are the technologies that we don't even know about today with respect to sustainability and affordability and speedy construction that might help us achieve our goals by the end of the cycle? And so we urge the staff to be doing additional outreach and to be maintaining a building and safety program that is on the cutting edge of construction innovation, that is also seismically safe and responsive to tsunami hazards and things like that. Toward the end of our report, we had a comment about unique properties. We would love to use religious congregation parking lots. We would love to use city properties. I think you have another letter from an individual, my colleague, the chair of the Housing Commission, about the use of city properties. And of course, the A lots, both informally and formally designated as A lots. So many parking lots that could be made available for housing. But again, we do want to stress the importance of housing stability, keeping people in their homes, and ensuring that we are doing everything we can to make it easy to build the affordable housing that we need to build. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about our report, if that's helpful.
Councilmember Brock.
Can you describe some of the new methods of construction that you're talking about that might be utilized to create affordable housing?
Sure. So what we've seen, and I don't know yet where the California is on bringing this into the building code. It was supposed to happen in January. Engineered wood, something called cross laminate timber, is proving quite cost effective at certain heights where you would otherwise have to transition to a more expensive construction method. So the use of those types of woods, and then prefabrication. There's quite a lot happening with prefabricated affordable units. There was even a competition in the county that sparked the creation of these units. And what we have found informally is that the city is not fully there yet when it comes to building and safety, really feeling comfortable with prefab. And I think what would be helpful is to encourage an organizational and culture change to say, look, safety is really important. Of course it is. We need to make sure that we are, right there with our peer cities in terms of examining this and as approving it, reviewing it, and approving it as quickly as we can. I think that the country's heard of emergency use authorizations in another context, but obviously not before it's safe to do so.
Thank you, Chair Land.
I think we want to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Fresco, you're in the meeting and your time starts now.
I'm here to share some historical background for the equity piece of the discussion tonight. I made a similar presentation to the Planning Commission when we had this same discussion not long ago, and I submitted a map which is attached to your agenda, and it looks like it's about to come up beautiful so that you can kind of follow along. So in my research, I came across lots of background on equity and racism in Santa Monica, and I just wanted to say that ending racism is not just about ending hate. To end racism, we have to recognize when we're perpetuating discriminatory practices, and we have to stop doing it. Santa Monica has only been progressive since the 1970s, but historically we have been very racist. We've used an idea of protection, which is really a synonym for segregation policies, which has been the guiding principle for our zoning as it was created back in the 1920s. The city also used various tools to block economic opportunity for people of color, and the city was 96% white well into the 20th century, which is huge. Until the 1950s, no non-white person ever lived north of Santa Monica Boulevard or south of Pico Boulevard in the city, and most of them were in a single cluster between 14th Street and Stewart Street. There were a few other small clusters to the west. That neighborhood, what we know today is the Pico neighborhood, marked in blue on the map, is shared with clay pits, railroads, garbage dumps, trash incinerators, the cemetery, trailer parks, noxious industrial uses, and the freeway.
Although you're actually up right now, but I'm assuming council will want to.
I'm sorry, what?
Your time is actually up right now, but I'm assuming council may want to keep you on.
So Nina, let me say this. This is interesting. I mean, I have seen the map. I've seen the staff report. How much more time do you need to discuss this?
I have a prepared presentation, probably another 3 to 5 minutes. I'll talk fast.
Did you not know you had 2 minutes for this?
I actually thought I had 3 minutes. I just did the best I could. I mean, you just got the key summary there, but now I'm going to give you background and specifics.
So, council.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Yes, Nina, can you please talk to us about some of the specifics about how these systemic racism affected our housing patterns?
I would be delighted. So Berkeley was the first U.S. city to adopt a zoning ordinance in 1916, and they were the city that established a lot of these protective zoning policies, and they used a consultant. His name was Charles H. Cheney, considered the father of city planning in California. And when he was done there, he came to Santa Monica, the very guy. And he was working with, just like today, city council, neighborhood groups, city staff, working on things and moving along. And a group of powerful, racist, wealthy white men formed a group called the Santa Monica Protective League and went to city council and said, you've got to hurry up. You have to adopt this zoning ordinance right away, even though the zones are defined. You don't have a map yet, but you got to do it. And they did. And they adopted a zoning ordinance that only showed R1 neighborhood north of Montana and at the beach. And the reason they did it was to create a legal foundation to deny a building permit for an African-American bathhouse that was proposed at the foot of Pico neighborhood. So once they took care of that problem, this Protective League then went back to City Council and said, okay, now you have to prohibit dancing anywhere where a person of color would have a chance of opening a business in the city of Santa Monica. And the purpose of that was to shut down an African-American jazz club in the Belmar district. And then the League moved on to visit the Santa Monica Realtors Association, where they were heartily welcomed and agreed that they would not sell any property to any person of color and that they would insert Caucasian covenants in all future deeds. So with that business completed, the city then completed its zoning map and adopted a complete zoning ordinance 6 months after the first adoption. And that is how our zoning ordinance began. So
what year? I'm sorry, Nina, what year was this?
1922, February and August of 1922.
Thank you.
So fast forward 10 years, now we're trying to get out of the Great Depression. The government's trying to incentivize new construction, and so they come up with some ideas about giving home loans that will incentivize that. And a group called the Homeowners Loan Corporation created a color-coded map that showed the loan risk of various areas in the city. The maps were created from 1933 through 1949. There were 4 different levels. The red areas were the greatest risk, yellow, blue, green was the least area of risk. And 2 areas in Santa Monica were marked red, or redlined as we refer to them today. And those areas didn't get loans. So the Pico neighborhood, which is up the middle, and some of other areas around it, and the Ocean Park neighborhood were marked red. The reason stated by the HOLC was because these areas had subversive racial elements, including Black, Mexican, Japanese, and Italian people, and only 10 to 20% of the homes in those areas were owner-occupied. And those criteria made this area a slum. The whole rest of Santa Monica was not red because, according to the HOLC, it was entirely deed restricted with Caucasian covenants. Many deeds required more costly development than typical, and it had very high rates of owner occupation everywhere else. So the New Deal created the Federal Housing Authority, which enabled federally insured 30-year amortized home loans. These loans, by spreading it out over a long time and allowing people to build equity in their homes, cost the same as renting. And because the decisions for granting these loans were decided by the HOLC map, every white American who could afford to pay rent could now afford to buy a home. So these are the legacies of the FHA, the HOLC, and protective zoning that impact attitudes today. First of all, renters were always thought to harm property value in R1. That was because owner occupation would protect the neighborhood from diversity, because all the owners were guaranteed to be white. R1 also was protected by eliminating commercial uses. This prevented working class people or people of color from entering the district for jobs or to transact business. The government required race restrictions in deeds, and those were enforceable until 1948. But realtors still wouldn't sell to people of color very often because of that, which maintained segregation. The FHA also had strict building standards, which meant that to get the loans, people would use model home plans to expedite approval. And so suburbs developed with very uniform architecture as well as race. And that created, it made it hard for different people to fit in and created a bias against the adaptability of older construction, pushing us always for new. And then the FHA, one of the most pernicious legacies of it was the white flight from mixed race neighborhoods. It was basically a major incentive for segregation. And so by the 1950 census, which was about 10 or so years later, the Pico neighborhood was 94% non-white, whereas the city as a whole was still 94% white. So as we can see, I'm concluding now, protection continues. It's not necessarily about race in Santa Monica anymore, but it's about protecting the status quo to a degree that can stifle inclusion, opportunity, and innovative planning approaches. It puts our city control of how our neighborhoods will evolve at risk, and it perpetuates the tools of racism and keeps them dangerously at hand. And it protects R1 from being part of the solutions that all of Santa Monica should be working on together. So that's what I have to offer. I have a lot of background on this, so if there's any subtleties that aren't clear. I'm at your service.
Thanks, Nina. Councilmember Brock, do you have a question? Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, Nina, I want to thank you for doing this research. It's great research, very important in terms of how we move forward. One question though that I have is I saw the data really wasn't very accurate in terms of Mexican Americans, and even in the staff report, it talks about these discriminatory practices targeting African Americans. But I know there was a sizable amount of Mexican Americans living in the city, and particularly the Pico neighborhood and Ocean Park. But the policies that they applied against African Americans also were applied against Mexican Americans. Is that true?
That is absolutely true. And you might have noticed I said people of color repeatedly. And it was not only African Americans. It was Japanese, Mexican Americans, and so forth. But Mexican Americans were only considered a race according to the census in 1930, which was the year that the HOLC maps were created. All other census consider Mexicans whites or Caucasian. And so what I did, there's a chart that is attached to the map in your agenda item. And I went through all the census records because it was COVID and I was in quarantine, and I literally counted all of the people with Spanish surnames in those censuses. So those numbers that you see before 1930 is basically me sitting there counting as well as I could. So they're not super accurate. They're not people who self-identified a certain way, but that gives you an estimate of how you can see that the numbers were quite low before 1910, and most of those people were Californios, which were native Spanish people who had been here for generations, who were what we call Californios, who were from Mexico long ago. And then once the Mexican Revolution came, we had a huge influx and the numbers ballooned up into the thousands.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Any other questions? We appreciate that. I think we're ready for the next speaker.
Okay.
Transferring Mark Burville.
Mark Verville, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening, council members. Mark Verville for Residents Cross City. We are disappointed at the quality of the staff report being used for decision-making purposes this evening. The report completely omits vacancies and misstates key cost-burden household metrics, among others. The California Department of Finance sourced Santa Monica vacancies of 4,500 in 2020 and over 4,000 each of the past 10 years were presented to the council at the 12/15/2020 council study session in the report titled Santa Monica Housing Production 1995 to 2020. I refer to you to that report in the public record. In that meeting, staff acknowledged that they had not studied the vacancy issue, and Mayor Himmelrich noted that the city does not need any more market rate housing. Still, staff substantially relies on an inclusionary strategy to produce affordable housing that would result in a total build at max of 20,560 units at a 30% inclusionary rate to satisfy the fictitious RENA target. Former Mayor McEwen also labeled such an outcome as absurd in the 12/10/2019 housing study session. The report misstates the extent of cost-burdened households in the city as being 42% in Figure 3, which totals to 32,161 households. Figure 6 states the city has 45,300 households, and the California Department of Finance notes the city has 48,100 households, which would indicate a cost-burden rate of 28.3%, assuming the city's 13,631 cost-burden household stats are correct. But even at 28%, the number is not only significant, but it's clearly the major housing issue facing the city's residents. Yet there is no discussion in the report on how building new units addresses this issue. It should be noted that this situation exists despite the city spending $1.3 billion from 2004 to 2020 for housing initiatives. Staff could have identified the number of cost-burdened households living in controlled units. That would have provided an estimate for those that could receive assistance without worry that the assistance would be absorbed by rent increases. In the discussion of income tiers, there's no mention as to what specific area median income statistic is being referred to. The federal government lists... Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, caller. There's a council member question.
Councilmember Brock.
Mr. Verville, so you're giving us a lot of figures, and I sense there's a lot of inconsistencies of the figures. Do you have a final point that you want to get to?
I think I have made the major points, Councilman Brock, but thank you.
Okay.
To that, are you still there?
Yeah, you're still in the meeting.
The only point, the key point is that the vacancy number is a complete omission, and that is a huge. It's 50% of the entire arena number. So that to me is one of the biggest things, and the biggest issue being that the cost burdened issue is the key housing issue facing the residents of this city.
So
thank you.
To follow up, if I can really quickly, what I'm hearing though, part of your argument really goes to California State Housing and Community Development Department rather than Santa Monica. Am I correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, well, we'll get to it. Thank you so much, Mark.
All right, thank you.
Transferring Angeli Cronheim-Cut.
Hi, Angeli. Welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you for having me tonight, Mayor Himmelrich and council members.
Hi, Angeli.
This is Angeli Cronheim. Hey. This is Angeli Cronheim-Katz, former housing commissioner. Just started literally last week with the Committee for Racial Justice Housing Committee. We're new, and we submitted a letter, which is in the record, but I wanted to lift up one big priority for us, that the principles of affirmatively furthering fair housing are a part of the housing element this cycle. It's a way to counteract patterns of systemic racism manifested through redlining and restrictive covenants. And we believe that affordable housing must be placed throughout the city, including specifically north of Wilshire, north of Montana, and in Ocean Park. We support this even if it means altering zoning accordingly away from R1 exclusively in those neighborhoods. By keeping our zoning codes the same, we're making the choice intentionally to keep our neighborhoods separated by race and class. Just want us to submit that for the record tonight.
Thank you, Angeli.
Thanks.
Jeremy Bamberger, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Would you like me to turn on your video?
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we should be able to see you in just a moment. Go ahead. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My first public comment to a city meeting here. I'm a recovering economist and architect who lives in Ocean Park, a lowly resident. I reviewed the vast majority of the material from HRNA and a variety of the staff reports. And first, let me say, I certainly don't envy you because you're in a very challenging position trying to increase the housing stock in the city by 20% in the next 10 years. I think it's a great endeavor, but I certainly appreciate and recognize the challenge. I was a signatory to the letter put forth, the petition put forth by Santa Monica Forward, AHLA, and the League of Women Voters. There were a variety of good points in their letter. A few accounting questions around how the counting of ADUs were tabulated, because I think that there's a little bit of a math error in triple counting some of the units and then extrapolating that towards the expected targets. But my sense, looking at the material, is that the goal is to sort of try to do the bare minimum to meet RHNA and to meet the housing element targets. And you know, from what I can tell, it doesn't really seem like there's a high likelihood of success to meet the numbers. And just as a, you know, there was an interesting note made by planning staff saying, you know, if we don't hit RHNA, basically SB 35 is going to kick in, and all of the design review and discretionary review that that planning has worked years to develop is going to go out the window, and everybody's going to have to be resigned to ministerial approvals, using SB 35, and then throwing state density bonuses and whatnot on top of it. And so, I want you guys to succeed in meeting your RENA targets. I want you to over succeed in meeting your I suppose there's just a cautionary note that there will be a lot of people waiting in the wings at the first review of the RENA targets, and if those are not being met, land use attorneys, developers, my clients as an architect, we will be flooding high value areas with SB 35 ministerial projects. Thank you.
Is that a threat, Mr. Bamberger?
No, not at all. Just an expectation.
Sounded like one.
I mean it as I want you to succeed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Kaplan, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Great. Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm calling on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Council, or SMHC. As my colleague Ken Kutcher will explain, the housing element law requires residential capacity identified in the suitable sites inventory to be demonstrable and realistic. The suitable sites inventory summary report included with tonight's agenda identifies numerous sites where housing production is not realistic under current standards, as having high potential for housing. For example, the report identifies 29 auto storage parcels consisting of 7.5 acres as having high potential, which makes no sense to us. Our letter to the council lists multiple examples of sites in auto dealer use where there is no reason to believe they will be redeveloped with housing, given that these sites currently needed for storage of inventory vehicles. Staff seems to assume that just because these properties don't have buildings on them, they'll be redeveloped with housing. But that ignores the dealership's need for land to store cars, and that these sites are tied up with long-term commercial uses. The list of suitable sites also appears to include some projects labeled as pending or approved, which include entirely or primarily non-residential uses. These include several Providence St. John's properties and the site of the former Santa Monica Post Office, which is improved with a city-designated landmark and has no current pending development applications. The report also projects almost 1,400 units on city-owned lots. We question whether many of those sites are likely to be developed with housing in the next 8 years. The report projects almost 430 units on lots on Arizona between 4th and 5th Streets. However, the City Council recently voted to suspend DA negotiations for this site, despite the developer offering to pivot to a mixed-income housing project. The report identifies the city's parking lots west of Main Street as high potential. Any loss of beach and business parking from this location would likely not be tolerated by the Coastal Commission, and the importance of these lots to Main Street businesses would greatly complicate housing development. These are just a few examples of the draft report's many unrealistic capacity projections. The city
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan.
Thank you.
Transferring Joanne Berlin.
Joanne Berlin, you're in the meeting, and your time starts now. Joanne Berlin, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yes. Hello?
Hi,
Hi,
Joanne.
We can barely hear you, so speak loud and clear, okay?
All right. I'll speak as loud as I am able to. I'm the volunteer coordinator for the Committee for Racial Justice, a predominantly biracial group that's been trying to address institutional racism for almost 10 years in Santa Monica. And I put my glasses on, sorry, to read my notes here. Santa Monica is a segregated city, in my opinion. It's now way past the time to take seriously the need for racial justice in our community. planning, especially in the area of housing. I happen to live north of Montana, but I believe in altering our zoning away from R1 exclusively. In other words, those areas of our town that are single-family housing only and zoned that way. There needs to be a plan, especially now, based on intentional focus on equity and justice. Dare I say the word reparation when it comes to African Americans and others who have been harmed by racial patterns of systemic racism. So we are, in CRJ, we are asking for a fair housing plan for Santa Monica and an end to blatant segregation by race and class in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. Let's begin with page 18 of the staff report, where it would appear that you are creating affordable housing specifically for city workers, saying it's critical to curbing greenhouse gas emissions. But didn't the city remove the transportation demand management program for city employees and businesses with less than 50 people due to the pandemic? Next, page 19, where I have to question why you think that public transportation will increase by 10% immediately post-pandemic. Then also on page 19, it said 14% desired home ownership, which is not a program or service offered by the Housing Authority to Section 8 tenants, even though it could be with HUD assistance. Next, page 57. Why do you think you can change AHPP requirements, where off-site locations for affordable housing is supposed to be relatively close to the market rate project to avoid inadequate distribution of affordable housing throughout the city? So why is north of Montana not included, considering your desire to eliminate R1 zoning? Then on page 62, can you take away a person's right to profitability from the sale of their property with the new ordinance, requiring that the sale of the property in the city must allow nonprofit affordable housing to submit right of first offer? Then, in your goals, I have to take issue with number 5, due to the wording of it being based on reasonable accommodation for seniors and the disabled, not working families. And your goal 6, wouldn't your changes to sexual preference and promotion of racial equity violate those anti-discrimination goals you're trying to promote? And isn't HUD low-income housing based on your income level? To further make that point, on page 63, the reason 120 AMI moderate income has no funding source is because it's not acknowledged by HUD for affordable housing funding. It was also interesting that the survey in attachment G mainly went to the city employees or to organizations which have a monetary affiliation with the city. And on page 19, under the heading, it represents 885 total, yet if you add up the amounts to the right of the bars, it only equals 865. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brock, do you want to ask Denise a
I did.
question?
Still on the line.
She dropped.
Still there?
She
No,
dropped?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Ken Kutcher, you're in the meeting and your time starts now. Would you like me to turn on your video?
No, just audio will be fine. Thank you,
Okay.
Corey.
Go ahead. You're welcome.
Good evening, council members. Ken Kutcher, and thank you for the flexibility in terms of addressing the council tonight on this item. I know it'll be a long staff report. I spoke at the Planning Commission and heard that staff report and know you'll be in for a longer night. As Lee did earlier, I'm also speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Council, and I've submitted a letter on Friday setting forth our comments in more detail on the preliminary SSI, and we begin our comments on the HRI feasibility study and references to the staff report tonight. I filed a similar letter with the Planning Commission in advance of their hearing. And after reviewing the materials that have been published by staff, SMHC is on high alert that the city does not appear to be addressing and closely adhering to the requirements of state housing element law and the guidance provided by HCD with respect to the SSI. In that regard, as Lee mentioned earlier, state law requires the capacity projections for the SSI to be both demonstrable and realistic. And we find that the preliminary SSI targets many sites, which as a practical matter are highly unlikely to be redeveloped with housing during this sixth cycle. And thus the capacity calculations that were mentioned in the staff report are frankly unrealistic. Then relying on that unrealistic inventory data, the staff report seems to suggest the city would meet its RHNA target without any apparent changes to zoning development standards in the inclusionary housing program, and that the only challenge is for affordable housing targets due to the lack of public subsidies. We agree that the lack of public funding for affordable housing is a major problem that must be addressed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Paula Larmore, you're in the meeting. Your time starts now. Would you like me to turn on your video?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay,
Paula Larmor with Harding, Larmor, Kutcher, and Kozel. The city's current development standards, combined with its infeasible affordable housing requirements, have largely stymied new housing applications in the city. In the last 5 years, the Prop R reports document that we've completed an average of only 119 units per year. The city's own analysis concludes that housing development in most areas of the city is only feasible under the current development standards with the 7.5% affordable housing option. But that option is not available. I urge the City Council to reinstate this option immediately and to also make the city's current administrative approval process for code compliant projects, which is a temporary measure, permanent. These two changes would at least allow some housing projects to be feasible in the city's commercial zones. I also urge the City Council to direct city staff to implement the state density bonus law in the city's commercial districts. The city currently has only approved such projects in the city's residential districts, which makes no sense to us and is not supported by state law. I also ask the city to move forward urgently on revisions to its downtown inclusionary program. Our firm submitted about 47 pages of recommendations for modifications to the code to remove barriers to housing production and incentivize property owners to pursue new housing on their site. These include elimination of ground floor commercial requirements, which exist in many zones, increased heights and densities in the city's commercial zones, including at a minimum reinstating the Tier 3 consistent with the 2010 LUS, revising the Bergamot area plan to eliminate its requirement for CUPs for housing in certain districts, eliminate requirements for commercial uses in the Bergamot area plan, and to reinstate the 2010 LUS development standards throughout the Bergamot area. Eliminate barriers to redeveloping residentially zoned service parking lots that are in commercial use and have been in commercial use for many years. Revise the parking standards to be empirically based. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Carl Hansen.
Eliminate barriers to redeveloping.
Carl Hansen, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hemorich and City Council members. I'm Carl Hansen, resident and housing commissioner, but speaking tonight as co-chair of Santa Monica Forward. Forward submitted a letter to you earlier today that I'd like to read from now. Our housing element update is one of the most important tasks our community has ahead of us. California's housing shortage crisis has made housing in high opportunity communities like Santa Monica unaffordable for most and leaves many residents significantly rent burdened and financially insecure, which connects directly to our related homelessness crisis. Santa Monica cannot solve the housing crisis on its own, of course, but our housing element update is part of a statewide effort to address the housing shortage and the tremendous need for more affordable units. We encourage the city to take seriously the development of a compliant housing element that will lead to the actual production of the housing we need. If over the next RHNA cycle, cities across the state meet their target production numbers, we will finally make meaningful progress towards addressing the housing crisis that has been decades in the making. As you consider the appropriate locations for new housing, we ask that these sites be distributed equitably. As the red line map annotated by Planning Commissioner Nina Fresco and referenced earlier in this meeting, and attachment I in your agenda packet clearly shows, while explicitly racist housing rules may have been removed, their impact and original intent continues through our current zoning and will not be erased until we actively work to undo them. Santa Monica Forward has also partnered with Abundant Housing LA, the League of Women Voters Santa Monica, and Inclusive Santa Monica on a petition addressing the requests above and others. That petition was shared with you earlier today, and I think someone may be referencing it later tonight in public comment. We hope you will take these concerns to heart as you provide direction to staff and shape the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Leonora Kabner.
Leonora Kamner, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. My name is Leonora Kamner. I'm Executive Director of Abundant Housing LA. I'm a Santa Monica resident, and I'm a member of the Housing Commission. I really agree with the previous comments about R1 zoning and the need to address the history of racism and segregation in the city. I especially appreciated Planning Commissioner Nina Fresco's explanation of the history of that. Cities all over California and the country are now upzoning single-family areas in order to end the history of exclusionary zoning. Santa Monica should be a progressive example and be more of a leading example on this issue. My neighborhood, Wilmot, has medium-sized multifamily buildings with 6 to 8 units, and it's a great neighborhood to live in. And it's completely in character with the rest of the city and the neighborhood. It's a model of density, and we should try to do more of that throughout the city. Affirmatively furthering for housing is required in the housing element, and so doing this kind of density in the R1 neighborhoods is essential for affirmatively furthering for housing. The city also needs to adequately plan for housing production and affordable housing with wide-scale rezoning and some value capture like a density bonus. We could get very far in providing affordable housing this way. The affordable housing overlay is a good step in the right direction. We also need to incorporate as much realism as possible in the housing element and the number of sites. A way forward for the housing element is to consider a strong mid-cycle review and adjustment. Can you imagine if Santa Monica was a progressive leader in meeting housing needs, building affordable housing, and addressing racial segregation? I think that would be very exciting for the city. But this current housing element has the potential to be that, but not with its current direction. So please consider a stronger direction for this housing element and addressing the history of racial segregation by upzoning the R1 neighborhood and providing more of the medium density buildings that we need. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you.
Transferring Jocelyn Martinez.
Jocelyn Martinez. Okay, we'll go back to that caller.
Transferring Stephanie Cortez.
Stephanie Cortez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, City Council members. My name is Stephanie Cortez. My mother is Maria Cortez, who has worked in the Doubletree on 4th Street for 25 years. Before we moved to Santa Monica, she would have to leave the house around 6 a.m. and she would drop me off at a before-school program, and I would have to wait for her in an after-school program just to get home late, just to have enough time to do my homework and eat dinner and then continue with the rest of my day. Now I live in one of the Santa Monica's affordable housing projects. I moved to Santa Monica about 5 years ago. I used to live in a tough neighborhood in South Central LA where I would sleep in the living room with four of my brothers while my mom would pay $1,000 in rent. When we moved to Santa Monica, I got my own room and I got to experience opportunities that most of my friends didn't have. Well, I went to one of the great schools in Santa Monica where I found a bunch of support not only from my teachers but the staff as well. I didn't become another statistic in this society. I can say I beat teen pregnancy. I got to meet new people who supported me in my learning opportunities that only kids of my background would hope of. I work so close to home where I can come home for lunch from my mom's pupusas. I want other children of hospitality workers like my mom to have the same opportunities to live and go to school here in Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Elena Christopoulos.
Elena Kostopoulos, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Yes, hi, good evening, dear Santa Monica Council members. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and for my husband, Richard Brands, and numerous downtown residents. I'd like to reference the email by Matt Stevens, who superimposed the draft suitable sites inventory over a historic redlining map of Santa Monica, and it's not good at all. Santa Monica is a segregated city, and a draft suitable sites inventory does nothing to correct that. We're not requiring anything from our wealthiest, whitest neighborhoods. The lack of suitable sites in R1 neighborhoods is a disappointment, to say the very least. We need to do better, a lot better. We're in a housing crisis. I'm tired of seeing people having to move away because they can't afford this beautiful city of ours. The majority of people who work in Santa Monica can't afford to live here, and we need to change this. I'm calling in hopes that you'll support policies that prevent displacement and increase inclusivity. Will you? Sacramento and Berkeley and soon Oakland voted for historic housing change to end single-family zoning. Where are we? Housing policy is a climate policy, and the only way forward to net zero greenhouse gas emissions. We need to create dense, well-designed, livable cities. If we call ourselves a progressive city, we need to start to act like one. I know you can do this. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Transferring Jocelyn Martinez.
Jocelyn Martinez, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Hi, good evening to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. My name is actually Jocelyn, and just a brief little personal story of mine. I'm currently living in Santa Monica. I used to live in Inglewood, California. It's been quite a transition for me, actually. Growing up in Inglewood and now living in Santa Monica is completely different for me because the things I would see and witness is a lot more different than Santa Monica, of course. So I definitely like to let everyone know from growing up in Inglewood, it wasn't the best situation to live there with my family. We actually used to witness a lot of street violence and prostitution going on in the neighborhood. And moving to a city like Santa Monica, we were able to have a lot more benefits, and we had a better education system. And I feel like we had a lot more safety being in Santa Monica. So moving to Santa Monica made me a better person. It made me become more successful, made me more determined, made me the person that I am now. I am 25 years old. So I've came a long way, definitely being in Santa Monica. I used to live in a really toxic environment, you know, being with a lot of people that didn't want us to be where we are now. They didn't want us to do better. They wanted us to be involved in things that we shouldn't have been or seen or whatnot. So I feel like me living and experiencing that, I actually met people who have been in my situation that have moved to Santa Monica, and I feel like a lot of people definitely need this opportunity. So, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our final caller. As of now, we do have one video commenter who wants to wait till the end of the staff report.
Great. So now let's move to the staff report.
We do that, Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question of staff about some of the underlying assumptions regarding a certain class of properties in the staff report, which I think we would need to know going into this. A few weeks ago, we passed an interim zoning ordinance intending to be able to consider for the SSI certain properties where commercial projects were proposed. And since that time, staff's advised that, in fact, the state won't accept our exempting those, or rather using those in the SSI. So after consultation with the city attorney, I'm prepared tonight later to make a direction that when the ICO comes back, we release those commercial projects that were in the pipeline. We won't be able to count them for the SSI anyway. I just want to find out from staff, have you already incorporated that assumption that those properties are off the table into the staff report that we'll be hearing tonight?
Sure, I can address that. So as part of the methodology in this preliminary analysis, and this is just based on our initial look at it, projects with pending applications on there for commercial projects, those were not included as part of our suitable sites at this moment. However, it's not impossible through this process that if there's changes and whatnot, that could ultimately make those sites potentially suitable. But because they are, that there is a pending project on there and there's a pending application, it's not included as part of the SSI.
If the council were to vote for the direction I'm going to try to give later tonight to release those sites, that wouldn't change the presentation you're about to give us now.
No, it would not.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're up, Jing.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to make sure. All right.
No, I think you're on.
Okay. I'm going to have Ross start sharing presentation. So we have the presentation. There's actually 6 parts to it. So we will pause at the end of each section and provide the opportunity for the council to ask clarifying questions with respect to the information that you're going to receive. So thank you, Mayor and Council. We're very pleased to be here tonight to discuss with you some draft concepts for the housing element update. Ross, go ahead with the next slide. This project is a planning exercise, ultimately, to plan for the community's housing needs. However, in all of this, we've never lost sight of the fact that when we talk about housing, we are talking about people's homes and all of the benefits that come with being securely housed. Less financial stress, better school performance for children not having to move around, the dignity of housing stability. This conversation is happening at a time when COVID has highlighted the significant racial and socioeconomic inequities, moving thousands in our community to the brink of eviction and potentially homelessness. And this housing element update is an opportunity to address these issues and consider how we move forward to create equitable housing opportunities for our entire community. Next slide, Ross. Housing is a core value of Santa Monica, and it permeates all of our adopted policy, from our adopted land use and circulation element through the Bergman Area Plan, Downtown Community Plan. You see housing identified in there as a key land use and something that the city wants to promote in all its land use decisions. There's also very recently, last year, an adoption of the assessment of fair housing. This is something that is done regularly to assess barriers to fair housing for low-income households in the city. And so, as we've worked through this housing element update, we have also looked to those recommendations to guide the concepts that you'll be hearing about tonight. Next slide. When we plan for housing, we also view this through the full lens of everything that is involved in city planning. So it's not just housing in a vacuum. We consider also all of the influencers on the built environment and where housing is located. So we consider linkages to mobility, infrastructure needs, economic sustainability, and of course equity, which you have heard a lot about already, and you will hear through this presentation. Next slide. So tonight you're going to be hearing from the Housing Element team. So that includes myself, Rachel Kwok, Harry Fukui, Ross Furman, and Steve Mizukami. We also have our consultants here tonight. We also have Jim Kemper from the Housing Division staff, the staff from HRNA who are economic consultants, and John Douglas, who is our Housing Element consultant. So as you heard me say, there are 6 parts to this presentation. You're going to be hearing about some background information on the outreach process, a kind of facts and figures of the Santa Monica housing stock, and the meat of this is really talking about the regulatory approach for meeting the RHNA, where we provide some background on how housing is produced in the city, and then options for where it might be located, and a strategy for getting there. Finally, we round out with programs on housing stability and an overview of ramifications of noncompliance. Next slide. So as we move through tonight, and you've heard some comments with respect to the suitable sites inventory or specific comments about standards and what have you, we want to be clear that what we do need from the council tonight is really high-level direction in terms of where housing sites should be focused and how do we plan for Santa Monica's housing needs. So we presented some options with respect to that. What we are not asking the council tonight is any direction on the specifics and the details on height or FAR or changes to standards, a site-by-site analysis, of what are suitable sites, or a method of calculation of capacity. That will be information that will be coming to you in June with the draft housing element. At this point, what we are looking for is that high-level direction so that we can move forward with this work and bring back those options to the council in June. Next slide. So as we go through the presentation tonight, just keep in mind that it's really these 5 big questions that we're asking, and again, around those 2 big ideas of where and how. So where should housing be focused, accounting for adopted loose growth strategy and overcoming historic patterns of segregation? And then the how is really in 4 parts with respect to the 4-point strategy, to plan for housing and asking questions about those unique sites, the lots for religious congregations, A-lots, city-owned land, and then finally direction on housing stability programs. So you'll see these questions repeated, kind of sprinkled throughout the presentation to act as a guidepost as we go through the information in this presentation. So with that overview, I'm going to turn it over to Carrie, who's going to start us off with the outreach process.
Thanks, Jane. So for this first section, I'll briefly go over the outreach process and then follow it up with what's happened in the last few months and what's going to be coming up. Next slide, please. So the outreach process for the housing element update really focused on 2 different streams of public input. The first being the traditional community outreach through webinars, surveys, the project website, and study sessions. And the second being the formation of 2 technical working groups, specifically focused on housing production for one and housing stability for the other. These groups were made up of experts and professionals, but also interested community members, where they provided their feedback and ideas on the 2 topics. They also provided their expertise and any data back to staff. So these ideas on these topics were then filtered by staff back to the community for their review, which are the draft ideas and concepts. And this is the basis for the new draft concepts that are being presented tonight. Slide, please. So what's happened in the last few months, the project website was launched in August of 2020. That was soon followed by our first round of public engagement, which included a housing questionnaire, public webinars, and study sessions with the Planning Commission, City Council, Rent Control Board, Housing Commission. These were all done between November of 2020 and January 2021. We also hosted the technical working groups. They met 4 times each around the same time. And all the while, we held various internal meetings with other city departments. And in February, a survey was launched in partnership with the Mobility Division on housing and transportation. Slide, please. And upcoming and in progress outreach, we just recently closed an ADU survey on March 18th to get an idea of how ADUs contribute to the city's housing supply. Additionally, we put up the draft concepts for the housing element on the website, and those are tied with a series of surveys, and those are live on the website through April 2nd. And this Thursday, April 1st, we're presenting to the Housing Commission. And next week on the 8th, we're going to the Rent Control Board. And additionally, we have a quick follow-up with the Planning Commission on April 7th of next week as well. And through all of this, we will continue to work with our internal partners through the development of the housing element draft, which is expected in June. And slide, please. And before moving on to the next section, I'll briefly pause for any clarification questions.
Oscar.
Yes. I saw that you'll be researching also the question of infrastructure impacts, right? Sort of water, schools, all those types of questions in regards to, the increase in population.
Yeah, right. So that would be done through the EIR process. Okay, and if there are no other clarification questions, I'll move it on to section 2, which will be spoken on by Rachel.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Rachel Clark with the City Planning Division. Before we get into the how we plan for housing, we need to look at our existing housing conditions and who we are planning for. As part of the housing element update, city staff reviewed various metrics regarding population, demographics, housing, and employment to really understand the nature and extent of the city's housing needs. Next slide. In terms of population, we have about 92,000 people living in the city. While the city's diversity has increased since the 1970s, the city's population is still predominantly white, unlike our neighboring city of Los Angeles, with whites comprising over 65% of the population. Next slide. And with respect to housing, Santa Monica is predominantly a city of renters. Approximately 73% of our households are renter households. And they're all living in 41,000 rental units. Approximately 66% of these units are under rent control, but only 18% of these rent-controlled units are at long-term below market rate rents. The rest are at market rate due to turnover. And of course, because of the high cost of housing, this results in about 42% of our total rental households to be considered cost burden, meaning that they're spending more than 30% of their monthly household income on rent. Next slide. So it's no surprise that Santa Monica is one of the most expensive places to live in the country. Before the pandemic, the cost of a 2-bedroom apartment in the city cost $3,200 a month. And the price of that has dropped slightly, but one study showed that it's dropped about 13%. However, relative to, the cost of renting in other places, including the Los Angeles metro area and on a national basis, the cost of housing is still very high. And in fact, with the pandemic, we've seen a lot of people really moving into larger units, and the housing market has really shot up. Now the median price for a condo is at upwards of $1.1 million, which is an increase of 9% from pre-pandemic levels. Next slide. So with the high cost of housing, Black and Latino households are disproportionately affected. The median income for households of color are far below the median income of a typical renter in Santa Monica. As you can see, Black households typically have a median income of $42,000, which is well less than half the typical median renter income in the city. Similarly, Hispanic and Latino headed households are also below the median income, having a median income of about $71,000 a year. Slide. One of Santa Monica's core values is to prevent the displacement of residents and to provide a diversity of housing opportunities that cater to all household types and income levels. And to do that, we have to provide housing security so that the residents who are here are not forced out due to high housing costs or poor housing conditions. In terms of our households, 42% of our households are family households, and 25% of them are senior households as well. And when we're looking at home ownership, there's definitely a disparity amongst race groups. While of the total Black and African American households in the city, only 8% own. Similarly, only 18% of Hispanic and Latino headed households own. This is compared to over 30% of Asian and white households who own in the city. Slide. And we also cannot forget the housing needs of our existing workers. Santa Monica values fostering an inclusive and diverse community, and to do that, we need to expand housing opportunities for our workers who really contribute to our local economy. The Santa Monica is a major regional job center. We have about 91,000 people working in the city, but only 9% of the city's workforce live and work in the city. More than 90% of them are commuting from areas outside the city from various regions, from various areas of the region. And almost 42% of these commuting workers are earning less than $40,000 a year. Next slide. Many of our workers are working in service sectors that have very limited opportunity for teleworking. With the pandemic, we've seen higher wage earners, particularly those in the technology industry, having the opportunity to telework and work from home. But those in the service sectors don't have the option to telework, of course, and really have put themselves at risk. They're typically earning lower wages and can't afford to live in the city. For example, a worker in the food service industry is making about $32,000 a year. Similarly, a housekeeper is making about $38,000, and even a school teacher is making $85,000 a year, which is well less than the $128,000 needed to afford a two-bedroom apartment in the city. So in order to live in the city, the premise is that you have to have higher wage occupation. And as you can see, this is evident in the fact that 66% of the residents living in the city are working in higher skilled occupations. Next slide. To really understand how housing affects mobility of Santa Monica workers, our partners in the mobility division launched a survey to better understand the housing needs of Santa Monica workers and its relationship to travel behavior. The survey was launched in February and concluded on March 12th. About 2,600 people took the survey, with about 1,700 people responding identified as Santa Monica workers. The results show that primarily Santa Monica workers are renters. They're primarily living in two-bedroom units, and they're paying a median rent of about $1,900. Slide. And when respondents were asked about what the barriers to living in Santa Monica were, not surprisingly, the number one reason given was that it was too expensive to live here in the city. The desire to own a home, a single-family home, is the second reason why Santa Monica workers don't live in the city. Next slide. Lastly, the survey also looked at how the pandemic has affected the travel behavior of Santa Monica workers, given that there has been a lot of questions raised about whether or not housing needs have changed with the pandemic, given that people are teleworking. So the survey asked how workers were traveling before, during, and after pandemic. And as you can see, while telecommuting has shot up greatly during the pandemic, a lot of the respondents expect that they will be, resuming normal travel behavior and shifting back to pre-pandemic travel behavior. Next slide. And so with that, I'm going to hand it back to Jing, who's going to be discussing the concepts for meeting our RENA allocation. Actually, sorry, I'm going to pause here to see if there's any clarifying questions.
Yeah, so Councilmember, I see you, Councilmember Davis, everybody who wants Oscar, Councilmember De La Torre, any other questions? I'm sort of listed, and I have questions. So, Liam, you can go first.
So I have a couple of questions. Thank you. The first one is on the mobility study that you were just going over. Did you have any demographic crosstabs, for example, where it showed that overwhelmingly the thing that kept people from living in Santa Monica was the cost of housing? But do we know demographically, is that primarily white people, people of color, any demographic information at all?
Yeah, we did ask respondents for their demographic information, and let me see if I could pull up the facts and figures here. But a large majority of them that responded were Hispanic, people of Hispanic or Latino origins. Sorry, apologies. Let me pull up the exact figure here. So of those that responded, 317, the majority of them were white, and 317 responded were white, and 275 responded were Hispanic and Latino origin.
Okay, great, thanks. So at least some significant part of that big bar that's in Santa Monica because I can't afford to live there is probably people of color.
Correct, yes. Second largest respondent group was the Hispanic Latino.
All right. And then it was interesting, of course, we know we're a city of renters, and you had us at 73% renters. Was there anything that you learned either in the outreach or in doing these surveys about what we could do to stimulate home ownership opportunities given the wealth gaps between demographic groups, specifically white folks and people of color?
Yeah, I'm going to hand this question to Jing. She did some research on. We did look at home ownership opportunities and strategies to address that. And Jing, do you want to speak a little bit about that?
Yeah, in terms of the home ownership opportunities, it's something that did come out in the outreach as something of interest. But really, when we're looking at, I mean, the average cost of even, for putting aside a single-family home, even a condo in the city, you're talking about, if you're looking at a two-bedroom, close to $1 million or in that very high hundreds of thousands range, which is really out of reach, for a lot of our existing residents and Santa Monica workers. So, in terms of strategies of stimulating home ownership, I mean, I think we've seen programs in other cities. They offer first-time home buyer loan programs. I mean, it's usually something of that nature. I think some other cities have tried to take the tact of building more ownership units, and I think that's with varying success, depending on what city you're looking at. In an urban metropolitan area, I mean, it's building more of those units doesn't necessarily bring down the sort of sale price of those units. It just depends who's able to get into the market, particularly in a city like Santa Monica, where we're really only 8 square miles. So I don't think there's an easy answer, to that in terms of increasing the opportunity for home ownership, because it is very expensive and the land is relatively scarce. So, that the land costs are just, quite a bit higher than they would be, in Lancaster, for example. So.
Lee, may I ask you a question? Just a quick follow-up on that, and it will end it. So there were discussions of a modified TORCA program in some of the correspondence we received. Did you look at that?
That's not something that we have focused on. We certainly can, given that the city has been through a first phase of TORCA, it's not something that we had looked at seriously yet.
Thank you.
Well, and then my final question then is, under our obligations to HCD to produce a housing element, does the difference between rental housing and owned housing, does that play any role or that sort of thing? I mean, if there's some requirement or benefit that we try and expand opportunities for ownership, or is that just something completely unrelated to the housing element?
No, that's completely unrelated. The RENA is just production of dwelling units, so it is completely blind to whether it's rental or ownership. Obviously, the city can incentivize and, think up local programs for that, but it is not a requirement of housing element law.
Okay. So
ownership housing.
So an owned unit would count the same as a rental unit, but we could get credit if we could figure out how to stimulate owned units. Is that right?
Right. It counts the same. All they're looking at is units, like unit production. So it doesn't matter whether it's rental or ownership. They count equally the same.
Thanks so much.
Oscar.
Yes, thank you for the information. In terms of the, there was information you put out that was 8%, only 8% of African Americans own property. I'm assuming that the majority of those homeowners are in the Pico neighborhood, 90404 zip code. Did you find that there was any sort of breakdown in terms of where those homeowners are living, but I'm assuming based on the redlining and the historic patterns of segregation that the majority are in the 90404 zip code?
We did not break it down into the zip code, but we can. It would require a little more fine-grained analysis, but we can do that as part of the final housing element update.
Yes. I think it'd be important because if we're talking about equity, we want to also not overburden a certain part of the city that might depress property values, for those homeowners. So it's important for us to get that information. The other question I have is in regard to I've seen the term rent burdened or cost burdened, but I think it means the same thing, correct?
Correct. Cost burden. The 42% I was referring to is cost burden of renter households, and then of total owner and renter occupied households, the figure is 40%. So cost burden, this means 30%. They're spending more than 30% of their monthly income on housing.
That's exactly what I wanted to know. It's more than 30% of their monthly income on housing, and that's how we determine if someone is cost burdened or rent burdened.
Yes, that's the general rule that that people apply when they're talking about cost burden households.
Yeah, correct. And if someone's making $10,000 a month, obviously it's very different than if they're making $3,000 a month. The burden is a lot higher, for the person that's making less money. And we don't break that down though, right? So we don't know, for example, in terms of, it's just a flat 30%.
No, we have a breakdown. We have a breakdown in attachment A, I believe, of cost burden by income category. So it does tell you, if of the households within this income bracket, how many percentage of those households in that income category are cost burden. So that information is provided in attachment A.
Okay, great. And the last question I have, it seems like we have a huge jobs housing imbalance, and I've heard that for many years. Have we had any discussions with some of the other big employers in the city that also own property, in particular Santa Monica College or Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District? Have we had any conversations with them, and are there plans to enter into discussions with them so that they can potentially partner with us to increase workforce housing?
Yeah, you're actually ahead of the game. We'll be discussing that in the next couple sections when we talk about, So, but yes, our plan is that we will be reaching out to some of these entities, these state entities that do hold significant holdings of land, and what their interest in housing development will be.
Well, and just I made me think about something else. 9% of all the workers or all the employees, that 91,000 employees in the city of Santa Monica, 9% of them are Santa Monica residents.
Correct.
I know we're talking about housing, but at some point we also need to be talking about employment, like local hire policies or our own internal policies to hire residents or to create a resident workforce that can meet our needs as a city. Is that something that at some point will be a part of the discussion?
Well, I mean, I think by building affordable housing, particularly building more affordable housing in the city, that does help that conversation of, local hiring. So it is an important part of that, and I think it will help further achieve that goal of local hiring by building more housing.
Okay, but in terms of the specific conversation on workforce housing, or just how do we prioritize hiring of residents, for example, and changing even whatever internal policies we have in terms of recruitment and hiring policies. Yeah.
Oscar, I'm going to ask you can we stick to how, I understand what you're talking about, but thanks.
Okay, I get it. It's a housing discussion today. We'll
talk about jobs soon.
All right.
Yeah, Phil.
Just one quick follow-up to what Oscar said. I'm curious about what is the percentage of city staff that reside in our city?
No,
do you have that, Rachel?
I actually don't have that number, but let me get back to you and ping someone to see if they know.
Thank you.
So, Rachel, I just have a couple of questions, and my first question is about vacancies. Is that in your portion of this or elsewhere?
Sure, yes.
Vacancies. So people claim we have 8,000 vacancies, 4,000 vacancies. I just wonder how we calculate how many vacancies we have.
Sure, there's two numbers that are actually being floated around. One is the 8,000 number, which people have referenced, which is the Department of Finance number. And in looking at how they calculated the vacancies, it's they specifically used American Community Surveys data, and they apply some adjustments and make some projections. But they use American Community Survey as a starting point. But when you actually look at the American Community Survey data, the vacancy is more at 4,000, more at 2.9%, which is much lower than what is quoted by the DOF. So I think there are some adjustments and difference in methodologies being cited here, obviously. And so what we've been using is the 2.9% number, which represents renter-occupied household vacancies. Sorry, renter vacancies. And these are the numbers that are pre-certified by SCAG, and these are the numbers used by SCAG.
So did SCAG calculate the home ownership vacancies?
Yes, SCAG does utilize vacancy, and they utilize the ACS data, as mentioned, which is the.
But you said that the 2.9 is that's the ACS, and the ACS number is generated by the Census Bureau, correct?
Correct. That is correct.
So what's the 2.9 is renter vacancies, and what I was asking about is if that's 2.9 in renter vacancies, then the homeowner vacancies must be higher. Is that right?
It's actually 2.5%. The homeowner vacancies, and all of that data is provided in attachment A.
Yeah.
Reference.
Yes, and then I want to talk about rent burden. So would it be accurate to say that the lower income people are, the more likely they are to be rent burdened?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The lower income people have, the more likely they are to be rent burdened.
That is correct.
And there's another category of rent burden called severely rent burdened.
Yes, and that's where they're spending about more than 50%, I believe, of their monthly income on housing.
So we have 4,200 people in Santa Monica who are spending at least, is this right? Who are spending at least 30%. How many, or is it 6,400 spending at least 30%, and a smaller number, but about half of those spending more than 50%?
Well, we go by the number of households, not by the number of people. So.
Okay, I'm sorry, and I meant households, and I will try to conform what I say.
No worries. I wouldn't know the data for the number of people. That's the reason.
Yeah, okay, so the number, I don't either. So the number of households that are rent burdened, how many are severely rent burdened?
That I will need to look up. I don't have that number at the top of my head.
But they are almost all in the below area median income.
Correct.
And area median income applies to a family of 4 people. It's not just one person. So the 81,000 is 81,000 for a family of 4.
Well, the 81,000 is actually is not the area median. The way that is the 81,000 references the typical median renter income. So there's another terminology here, which is the area median income, AMI, which is what determines the affordability level of certain units. So that's
about 77,000.
Correct. Yes, that is correct.
Oh, I thought it had gone up since I last looked. Okay, so that's about 77,000. But of the people who are in the lowest income category, many of them are paying more than 50% of their income rent. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you get to the people who are making above AMI or the 81,000 number, are any of them severely rent burdened?
I'm sure there are. I just don't know the data at the top of my head right now.
So I don't remember seeing any on the chart, but you're probably right. Thank you. That's all my questions.
And just to answer Councilmember Brock's question about the percentage of Santa Monica workers living in Santa Monica City workers. Before the budget cuts, of course, last year there were about 13% of Santa Monica employees living in the city.
So slightly higher than the workforce average for the general community.
Yes, and as I said before, that was before the cuts.
Okay, thank you.
Kristen, do you have a question? I saw your hand.
I did, but I think I can wait until we get into the ADU stuff because it had to do with vacancies. But I can wait until the ADU stuff.
Gleam.
Ms. Kwok, about the 2.9% vacancy rate. We all hear, for example, in unemployment, really, if you're below 4%, you're at full employment. I mean, what does the 2.9% vacancy rate mean? Does that mean we have a lot of excess housing stock, or does it mean that, is that typical, or does it mean that we actually have high demand for units in the city?
I think it means that we have a high demand for units in the city. I mean, as if you look at the table that's in attachment 1, a great deal of them are for the ones that are considered vacant units. A great deal of them are, for seasonal use, like recreational use. They're being used as second homes. And then there's a great majority of them that are also classified as other vacant, meaning that they, for some reason are not being rented out. They may be held in, in trust right now, or they're currently in need of repairs. So there's really a small number of vacant units that are truly vacant available for rental.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think we're ready for the next segment. Thank you, Rachel.
Great. So this is back to Jing, and this section is about concepts for meeting the RHNA. Next slide. So as you're aware, Santa Monica's RHNA for this 6-cycle housing element update is 8,895 total units. That is the final allocation that was adopted by SCAG on March 4th. So that's not going to change at this moment. And as we're well aware, 70% of that is affordable. So it's in that very low income to moderate income range. And then a smaller percentage, about a third of that is in that above moderate category. And this RHNA really reflects the demand from the information you just heard with respect to the housing needs of our workers and our residents, and it reflects that demand of that low and moderate income workers who are not able to access the Santa Monica housing market at the moment. And with we know that the cost of producing an affordable unit is somewhere around the ballpark of about $700,000 a unit. Multiply that by all of these affordable units, you're looking at about $4 billion in funding that would be necessary to actually produce those units. And so this is presenting certainly a challenge, but also an opportunity to look forward at all of the creative tools that might be available to try and incentivize affordable housing. Next slide. So before we jump into the meat of the strategy, this section is really talking about the background with respect to how affordable housing is produced, what are barriers to housing production, some approaches from peer cities that we've reviewed that may be informative to our conversation, and an overview of the feasibility analyses that have been done thus far, just some preliminary results to establish some baseline, again, for our conversation. Next slide. So how is affordable housing produced? Affordable housing in Santa Monica is generated by two main sources, from private capital and public assistance. Private capital, so these are developers who create market rate housing projects. If you build market rate housing in Santa Monica, you are required to comply with the city's inclusionary housing program. So there are options in ways that market rate housing projects can produce affordable units, and it's through the Affordable Housing Production Program, otherwise known as the AHPP. So that's an acronym you might hear throughout this presentation. And there are options for market rate developers to provide those units on site. So those are the sort of mixed income projects. So you have affordable and market rate units within one building. They could provide them off-site, so they could purchase land and partner with an affordable housing developer to put the affordable housing on that separate property. And for a certain class of projects, they can also pay a fee in order to fee out of that if you're doing sort of a lower number of units. The other way that it's generated is through public assistance. So the city has a housing trust fund, and it typically funds on average about one project a year, and that's through a loan to affordable housing providers. You can see the table there. This shows housing production from 1994 to 2019. And this represents not basically projects that actually have been built, so they've been constructed and built. And you can see there that of the total number from that period from 1994, so really over 25-year period roughly, 62% were market rate and 38% were affordable. And then further breaking down that affordable number of about 2,000 units, you can see that 817 were produced through the AHPP program, and about 1,200 units were produced through the city's housing trust fund. So it's about a 60% versus 40%. And just further looking at that inclusionary number, given that most of the vast majority, at least close to 100% of the city-funded units are all in that very low income to low income range. Of the inclusionary units that were produced, only about 39% of those units are in that very low income to low income range. The remainder of them are at that moderate income range. So that just gives you a sense of, obviously city-funded, the city's housing trust fund has been the major purveyor of very low and low income housing in the city relative to the inclusionary housing program. But certainly both sources have been important in producing those units in Santa Monica. Next slide. So how else is affordable housing produced? This is through the tier system. So this is the foundation of the city's land use system. We have tier 1, which is a base by right level, and tier 2, which is a voluntary level that developers can request additional heightened FAR, and in exchange they have to provide additional community benefits by way of more affordable housing and increased fees. And this is something that is essentially, you've heard comments with respect to land value capture. This is the implementation of that idea, that as developers request additional height in FAR, that there is some ability for the community to reap the benefit of that project in the form of more affordable housing and increased fees. And in setting the height and FAR and inclusionary requirements for these levels, the city has conducted feasibility analyses over the years. You can see the chart there kind of demonstrating graphically that, where we try to set those levels so that these are feasible projects, where the developer profit exceeds the cost of the project. And, there's additional analyses we'll talk about later that HRNA, the city's economic consultant, has conducted to inform this work. And you can see that, where the costs exceed the profit, there is a gap there, and it's not likely that housing or that project will be pursued. So feasibility is definitely an important factor in this as we look at setting the right development standards to support housing. Next slide. We talked with 100% affordable housing developers to try and gain an understanding of what are the barriers to production. So we held a roundtable with providers, and it was the end of February. It wasn't just with developers who do work in Santa Monica. It was also with providers who do work in the LA region as well. We wanted to make sure we had that outside perspective and sort of understand a little bit as to, what is maybe keeping them from working in the Santa Monica market. Not surprisingly, number one barrier was lack of funding, and then followed closely by the high land costs in Santa Monica. We also heard from the providers that there's insufficient height and density to produce the necessary amount of units until state density bonus law, recently came into effect that allowed some loosening of those rules. it was very difficult for them to be able to, have projects that were of sufficient scale in order to pursue. We heard pretty much across the board that they basically looked for projects of at least 40 units and at least 4 to 5 stories to make it worthwhile in order for it to pencil with respect to the funding sources that are available at the moment. And they also expressed that prevailing wage requirements that trigger at 5 stories are another impediment to producing more housing at scale. And we've heard this was something not just from affordable housing providers, but also from market rate about the city's local requirements for high-rise buildings that add cost onto the production of housing. Next slide. Turning now to approaches from other cities that have informed some of the concepts that you hear about later. So there are two concepts that we'll review here. One is the affordable housing overlay. This is something that has most recently been implemented in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Similar environment of high land costs and affordable housing shortage. It is important to note that in Cambridge, they were starting from a pretty different baseline than Santa Monica. Santa Monica has a pretty long history of an inclusionary housing program and support for affordable housing that Cambridge didn't really have. So, when we looked at what Cambridge was doing, it certainly isn't too different than the program actually already in place with respect to affordable housing. For example, it's already an administrative approval, so no public hearings for affordable housing projects. 100% affordable housing in Santa Monica is eligible for the highest height and FAR density in each zone. There's parking relief as long as it's been half mile of major transit stops under state density bonus law. And I think that the value of the affordable housing overlay for Santa Monica is, although it's somewhat duplicative of our existing process and incentives, what we did hear from our affordable housing providers was that there would be value in sort of harmonizing those requirements, making it easy and clear to understand, what the rules are for 100% affordable housing. So that's really the value that we see with respect to this approach. The other concept that we looked at, next slide, is the elimination of R1 zoning. This is something that is being discussed, pretty broadly across many cities. And it started through, you can see that the sampling of cities that have gone forward with that in some form or another. Some of them have just kind of passed resolutions with the intent to do it, and some have actually implemented it. Like Minneapolis is one of those cities as an example. And in terms of assessing, with that, how this would work in Santa Monica, you can see the statistics there with respect to 35% of the land area in Santa Monica is zoned R1, but it contains only 13% of our housing supply. We looked at whether missing middle type of development, so this is sort of duplex, triplex, quads, would that be appropriate for Santa Monica? However, given the city's interest in affordable housing production, in talking to an architectural firm that sort of does this sort of housing throughout the state, they said in their modeling they really need more like 6 or 7 units, which sort of takes it out of that missing middle development type in order to make affordable unit on site feasible, to make that work. So there's additional assessment as to whether an average size R1 parcel could accommodate affordable housing, and in looking at this purely from a production perspective, there may be better strategies available that can accomplish the goal of equitable housing access and the ability of producing housing like through ADUs as an example, which is something the state already requires with respect to allowing an ADU and a JDU on a single family property. We're not looking at R1 at this moment as a huge producer of a lot of housing in the city, but certainly something to look at from an equity perspective, as you heard tonight. Next slide. Turning now to our last piece of background, which is feasibility analyses that have been prepared. So that is an attachment to your staff report for analytical approaches to look at really this question of how much affordable housing should be in market rate projects and what are the development limits that are needed to support that amount of affordable housing. So it's a different question than we have asked in the past. When we've done these analyses in the past, the city has kind of established the height and FAR maximum viewable and then backed into what affordable housing, could be incorporated in there. We kind of took the other approach, which was to establish, test different affordable housing targets and try to understand what was necessary to support those targets to inform the discussion. So this, again, is very preliminary results, and you can see of this sort of 5-step process, where we would go from here is then to compare based on direction, comparing to existing standards, and then, it might lead us to go back and forth, like to ask that question, okay, if that is, not appropriate, then we will test a more appropriate height limit and then sort of back into what is the affordable inclusionary requirement that would fit into that envelope. So next slide, please. What was tested here is a range of inclusionary targets from 7.5% to 30% inclusionary, both on-site and off-site. And only existing development standards were applied, so we did not do any scenario testing of more development standards. We wanted to understand what that would look like under existing standards. All commercial areas of the city were studied, and again, I want to emphasize these are just very preliminary results that can change throughout this process, and the intent here was to establish just a baseline understanding of the limitations of the existing development standards to inform policy making. So next slide. You can see these are high-level results. The more detailed report, again, is attached to the staff report. You can see that downtown kind of came out the most likely to be able to support housing at a range of inclusionary levels. So it's most likely to support that 7.5% ELI, that stands for extremely low income, and 10% and 15% for very low income inclusionary requirements. So downtown, the downtown prototype was most able to support the greatest range of inclusionary housing. Bergamot and the boulevards areas that were modeled, those are only able to marginally support. So it really could tip either way for about 7.5% on site. And then outside of Bergamot and downtown, it's the results are showing that inclusionary levels, if we wanted to set that above 10%, we would need additional height and FAR in order to support that. And then when you're looking at 20% and 30%, it's really only downtown that could even come close to supporting those inclusionary levels. And again, that would only be at a marginal level. So that middle point there, where it could go either way depending on a number of factors. And these results are being presented really from the perspective of a developer, because ultimately it's, what we're wanting to understand what's the tipping point for a developer proceeding with a housing project or not, or a housing project versus a commercial project. Next slide. And there will be additional testing that's forthcoming. This is given the time constraints we had, we wanted to be able to present the information just for baseline testing with respect to on-site and off-site. The HRNA team did look, has I think done some inroads into some of this additional sensitivity testing. They might be able to speak to some of it tonight, but you can see some of the other scenarios that came out of the outreach and also from the technical working group. Comments we have heard from the Planning Commission and the City Council with respect to other sensitivity testing that we will be conducting, including other height and FAR scenarios, other affordable income mixes, the impacts of COVID on the market, unit mix requirements, alternative ground floor uses, including housing at the ground floor, and consideration for holding costs. So that concludes this background section, and I will pause here for any questions. And I do want to note that the team from HRNA is also available if you have questions with respect to the preliminary results on the feasibility testing.
Well, I have questions. Gleam.
So I have a number of questions, and they're going to bounce around a little bit, so I apologize for that. So first I want to talk about the affordable housing overlay. For example, in Cambridge, the affordable housing overlay doesn't just apply to commercial properties, it also applies in residential areas. Did you look at whether or not we could use that in residential zones, not wanting to displace anybody, but for example, we have had circumstances where multifamily properties, rental properties have come on the market, and at least in Cambridge what they're finding is it makes affordable housing developers more competitive in what we would call like the R2 districts. Did you look in applying the overlay at all in any of the residential districts?
Yeah, the concept of the overlay, which is actually later on in the presentation, the concept that's being proposed is actually a citywide overlay with some donuts in the middle with respect to sort of exclude areas that have historically been overburdened, over-concentrated with affordable housing. So yes, it covers both commercial and residential areas.
Okay, great. And then ADUs, and I know there's something in the staff report about this and we're doing some further investigation. Do we have any preliminary sense about the percentage of ADUs that are being produced that are actually what I will call open market housing? In other words, they're being built and then being placed out in the open market for rentals, as opposed to I built an ADU in the backyard for my kids or my mom, or I'm going to rent it out, but I'm not going to put it in apartments.com. I'm going to rent it to my kids' friends from college, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I can answer this question. So you'll hear a little bit later on that we did send out an ADU survey to better understand how they're being used within the city. One of the questions was, or a handful of the questions were, are you renting it to someone, non-family member, family member, how much the rent is being, charged? So we haven't combed through all that data yet, but it is stuff that we have started looking into to understand better, how many ADUs are actually being produced that are actually being rented to a stranger, if you will.
Okay, great, thanks. And then furthermore, on ADUs, you talked about how that's a strategy to increase density in single-family neighborhood zones. And I'm just a little curious. I mean, are we studying the economics, if you will, of building ADUs? Because my impression is that those are usually built by existing homeowners, as opposed to a developer, if we were to allow it, who might want to come in and say, I want to build a duplex or even a triplex in an R1 zone. You still have the same density, right, as if you had main house ADU, junior ADU, but you'd have a triplex, which might be configured differently and actually be more appropriate family housing. But have we sort of compared the economics for developers of that?
We've not looked at the economics of it. You are right. On an R1 property right now, you can potentially get 3 units, but that is with a traditional single-family house, 1 ADU and 1 junior ADU. So while it's 3 units, it's not a triplex, if you will. So we haven't exactly looked at the economics of it, but a later question we are asking the council is, what are some other means to densify the R1 district beyond just ADUs? So that is a question that we could kind of further look into.
Right, because, for example, a junior ADU is typically around 500 feet. It's unlikely that a family is going to live in a 500-foot unit. And it's my understanding, I think under state law, the ADUs get preference up to, I think, 1,600 square feet, maybe. I can't remember. But my point is they're not typically necessarily family-sized units, where with the same level of density, but with 3 equally sized triplexes, you could get family housing as opposed to what I'll call not family housing.
You are correct. So junior ADUs are only allowed to be up to 500 square feet, and they have to essentially be incorporated into the main dwelling. So yes, I would agree that those are not a family unit. A detached ADU, if you do a 2 or more bedroom, currently you can get up to 1,000 square feet. So those could be a little bit more family oriented. But yes, the 3 units that are currently allowed on an R1, not every one of those units would be conducive to family.
And then I'm going to shift away from ADUs now and talk about feasibility studies. So as I understand it, with a 20% inclusionary rate, even with our downtown standards, it's labeled marginal. And In other words, we're not encouraging housing. It's marginal doesn't sound like we're encouraging housing. Would that be a fair statement?
That's right. Yeah. I mean, when in terms of the definition of marginal, it's sort of that middle tier. So it's really the most likely, that sort of higher area, where you're really providing the true incentive for housing.
And so presumably would something above 20% be even more marginal or less encouraging?
Yeah, so if you look at the HRNA attachment, page 27, we did test 30% as well. That was the highest inclusionary tier that we tested, because that's obviously something that exists in our existing code for the DCP. And you can see there that it's not likely to happen on anywhere else other than downtown, but again at that marginal level.
And then, in fact, for example, in San Francisco, they set pretty high inclusionary levels and then pulled them back because they weren't getting any housing. Is that right?
That sounds familiar to me, but I can't speak to exactly what they've done because I haven't looked at it recently.
Okay, and then in the feasibility analysis, it said outside of Bergamot or downtown, over 10% requires additional height and FAR to sort of become feasible. Any idea what that height and FAR is, or we just know that it needs to be more than it is now under the current zoning law?
Yeah, I don't think we have we do provide, so if you look at page 26 and 27 of the deck, the green bars kind of give a sense of, that's just a very rough estimate of like approximate number of floors, in order to incentivize that housing. This is not set in stone by any means. It's based on just some development assumptions, that we were just trying to visualize for people. But no, we don't kind of have like a number in mind, because we were just testing the existing standards, on what might be necessary to support that. And so the red lines represent kind of existing. So if it's higher, then it appears to need something higher.
Right. So if we were going to incorporate additional height and FAR into some of our zoning codes in order to generate more housing and thereby meet our RENA obligations, would we have to do more? What I'm trying to get at is I saw the charts, but they looked sort of, for lack of a better sense, as you say, rough estimates. Would we have to do further study to really get a better handle on how we would have to rezone?
I think that what we're looking for, is like we said when we started the conversation, is sort of that broad direction. Where do you want us to look to focus housing, and what are some of the concepts that make sense, so that we can sort of dive that level deeper in terms of refining where we focus incentives and how we deal with those specifics. But we're not there yet at this point. The preliminary results here tonight are just to give you a sense of how is our existing system working, relative to these target levels.
So I just want to be clear. I apologize. I'm not trying to be repetitive, but if we said we want you to change the zoning standards outside of Bergamot and downtown in order to encourage more housing, you would then go and try and figure out what those new standards should be. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
And I think, the sort of direction that would be helpful is, we want you to strongly incentivize that, so that just gives us a sense of, okay, are we just going for, barely incentivizing it, or, really giving strong incentives? So that just gives us, that general direction.
Yeah, I think if we go for barely incentivized, the state might have something to say about that, but okay, thanks.
Kristen.
Before I forget, Jing, with strongly incentivized, right? I just have to double back a little bit on what Gleam asked. Do you have any sense of kind of the height and FAR that might be necessary to make the boulevards more likely to be able to accommodate additional inclusionary?
So again, I'll refer you to the charts on page 23 through 27 of there. That gives you the very general idea in terms of number of floors. Okay. But obviously height is not the only driver in this. It's really floor area ratio. That gives a sense, and that can be malleable depending on how we want to have a form of a building. But that gives you maybe a general sense as to number of floors, that might be able to support that amount. But it's not providing you a commentary as to whether that is least likely or most likely. It's just giving you a sense of how much might be needed to support that amount of inclusionary given the set of assumptions in this analysis.
Okay, and then something that, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you about this when we spoke, because it seems very easy to figure out, but I'm having trouble figuring it out. So of the 1,217 affordable units that were built with city funds, how many of those were paid for by in lieu? So I'm trying to just figure out what made up all of the funding for that 1,217, because I can't really get a sense of how much city funding is necessary to. Can you clarify that for me a little bit?
Yeah, I'm going to ask maybe if Jim Kemper, if he can jump on and maybe help provide some clarity on that question, because some of it is more recently, a lot of the funding for Housing Trust Fund is through Measure GS and GSH, but before that, I think Jim can maybe better address that issue as to where the majority of the funding comes from.
Great.
Sure, thanks, Jean. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The majority of the funding for the last several decades for city-funded affordable housing was through the redevelopment agency. I'd say 80% overall. The in lieu fees are an important source, but they've never been a substantial source in any way. They'll range from a few $100,000s a year to maybe $1 million in a good year.
It's fair to say that without redevelopment agency funds, or this just isn't really a possibility, that the city has the funding to actually build more affordable. I just want to be really clear on that.
I think, right, the issue, if it provides any more context, the average loan we're making to one of these nonprofit affordable housing developments is $10 to $12 million. And that's more than a year's worth of revenue we've had at any point in our history.
Okay. And then there was a mention in here about Mountain View and how let me just get to it, that it was basically infeasible to create affordable housing in a previously R1 area because generally a minimum of 6 to 7 units is necessary to support affordable. So is the issue there that based on we just believe it's infeasible to accommodate that much housing on a traditional R1 lot?
No. So, yeah, that was to explain, because generally when people talk about missing middle housing as an approach to densifying R1 neighborhoods, you're talking about really no more than probably 4 units at the most, to be sort of within that definition of what's normally meant by missing middle housing. So we were on a webinar with really the firm that coined that term, and they do this work all over the state. And so the question was asked, does missing middle housing and sort of big A affordable housing, inclusionary housing, how does that work together? And they said when they looked at it in Mountain View, which again is another high cost area, it didn't really pencil out. You're really looking at 6 to 7 units, which kicks it out of that quote unquote missing middle housing. It doesn't mean that it's not impossible. It just didn't fit like that particular model, of 4 units, because you're looking at more units in order to make that feasible. And that's not surprising to me, because that's very consistent with the kinds of residential projects we see in terms of condos. Very typical 6-unit condo project with 1 inclusionary unit is something that we see, we have seen throughout Santa Monica. So that's consistent, I think, with our experience. But it's not a suggestion that that wouldn't work on an average 7,500 square foot lot. It's just something that we haven't looked at in terms of built form, because that's the sort of granular level of detail that we're not at yet.
Okay, and then with just a geography question, I guess. So 35% of the city is R1, but only houses 13% of our city's population. Can you just share, if you know off the top of your head, what geographic percentage our Pico neighborhood is, and remind me of how many people are housed in that space?
We might have to come back to you with that. I don't have that right off the top of my head, so.
Okay, because I'm also curious if you can, Jing, in the Ocean Park neighborhood as well. I'm curious, the same sort of how much geographic area and how many people are housed.
The population of Pico, and you said Ocean Park?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going to do a quick calculation.
Is that right? Christine, you're looking for the density of those neighborhoods?
Well, I'm trying to figure out sort of how much geographic area that is and how many people are living in that much area compared to what we have currently as our one zone. And really sort of, yeah, there is a point for discussion, but I'm just curious if we have those numbers. Okay.
So I'm sorry, you were looking for the number of R1 parcels in total population.
We already have that in the staff report, that 35% is R1 and only 13% of our population. I'm curious how much geographic percentage Pico is and how much geographic percentage Ocean Park is, currently ranked among the most desirable places to live in the country, apparently. And how many people live in that area, that percentage of our city.
So the R1 percentage of that 35%,
which we know is 13, we know 13 from the staff report. It's those other two areas that we don't have the same comparative data on. Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay, I have a few questions. So, Jing, I asked you in an email about the inclusionary. So I want to discuss the inclusionary and 100% affordable, and then the sort of hybrid of that, right? So we have inclusionary, which is built inside a building or with other market rate units on site, right? And that's pure inclusionary. Correct?
That's right.
No public financing, only financing by the developer, the private developer.
That's right.
Then there are projects like Nielsen Villa or the property across from Nielsen Villa or the Arroyo, properties that have public components, either through tax credits. Nielsen Villas was donation of city land, right? It was a 505 project, I think, originally, a HUD 505. Then there's the building across the street from it that I believe is the same thing on city land, but built by a private developer, and all of those are being considered inclusionary. Is that right?
Those would be, no. So like Nielsen Villas and the like, those would be counted, I think, and maybe Jim can speak to it because it's from the multifamily report. I believe that those kinds of projects got included under the city-funded column. Is that correct, Jim?
Or those were federally funded primarily, and they actually predated the notion of inclusionary housing, and they were built in the 70s.
But those are 100% affordable projects.
Correct.
That are built on city. So are they not counted at all in our count of 100% affordable units?
I guess depending on what you're asking, some of the typical reports we're providing are Prop R, post Prop R from kind of the 90s going forward, and so.
I understand, but when we're talking about what I'm trying to get to is how much housing is produced with some kind of government aid, be it us providing the land, an affordable houser getting tax credits, something that is not 100% private developer finance?
Okay, I can answer that. I believe we have now approximately 4,500 deed-restricted units. About 3,500 of them were produced through some type of public financing, and 1,000, 1,100 of them would be kind of true inclusionary units that didn't involve any kind of public financing.
Well, but the 916, that's what, so if there are 3,500, can't we just subtract the 916? Or maybe that's the wrong count. 4,500 deed restricted units, and we know that 915, I thought, that was my understanding, and let's see what that 915 were produced through our affordable housing production, right?
I think we want to clarify that the 4,500 number Jim's referring to is sort of since like the beginning of time, if you will. Like it's the numbers that are quoted in the presentation, the staff report, are from the Prop R reports, which are only from 1994 onwards. So if there were units produced, before that 1994 period, that's not within these statistics.
So so we have a number of units in the city, and Jim's aware of them, I'm certainly aware of them, that were built on city land, through federal programs that are 100% affordable, and many of them are voucher or project-based vouchers. Is that right? Through the federal government. That's how they're funded.
Correct.
So are we not counting those units at all in our production here?
I'm not sure the context, exact context you're talking about, but or production for what period? Most of those were built in the 70s, late 70s. I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding their question, what you're trying to get at.
Well, I think that there's an argument being made that we get a lot of our units through the inclusionary housing that's built by private developers. And I believe that most of the affordable units in the city were built through with government aid, that very few were built through this inclusionary program, and based on HRNA's estimates, there will be even less in the future because it's become less feasible. That's the real question I'm asking.
And I'm trying to answer that in the sense that, in the overall sense that if you give or take a few hundred units, there's roughly 4,500 affordable housing units, and by that we mean there's some kind of restrictive covenant on the property, and of those, 3,500 of the 4,500 were built with public housing. So right, inclusionary housing is built 1,000 or 1,100-ish over that 30X year period. So 35 of 100 of 4,500, whatever that percentage is. My math's not good right now, right? The overwhelming majority of affordable housing is produced through public financing of some sort.
Okay, and with respect to the cost per unit, Jing, you said $700,000 a unit, but that includes land cost, yes?
That's a total development cost. That's right. Yep.
Right. So do we know how much a unit costs if you don't have land costs?
That is in the HRNA report.
Okay, and I was just asking that, but it is something considerably less than $700,000.
It's about it's $490. That's in the model, anyways.
For how big a project? Wouldn't that depend?
Well, this is sort of on average, and I can certainly have the HRNA team.
And Gene's talking about the construction cost, not the land cost. Is in the $150,000 to $200,000 a unit range is what we see for all the units we've funded. It's in the $150,000 to $200,000 range per unit.
I'm talking about, so it's $150,000 to $200,000 for affordable units, right? Not without regard to number of bedrooms or anything, just the construction cost for an affordable unit. Okay, good. Thank you, Jim. That was exactly what I was asking. And in these discussions, there's not much of a discussion, or I should say, of how we could maximize affordable housing by building on public land. So it's my understanding that we can build 7,300 units on public land of 100% affordable housing under current zoning standards. Is that right?
Have not done that level of analysis, but that is a question that we're asking the council tonight in terms of how would you like to prioritize, would you like to prioritize city-owned land for housing, and, you know, any policy direction you want to give with respect to minimum level of units, how much we want to incentivize that, and we could do the work in terms of estimating production on any one of those sites.
But in our report, the only number I've seen for city-owned land, so in the report it says that that the city-owned land has a capacity for 7,300 units. Affordable units occurring, affordable units occurring at our current affordable housing standard. Is that right?
Yeah, that's assuming 100% affordable housing projects.
That's what I'm asking you to assume.
With the three, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm assuming 100% affordable housing on city-owned land. That this is what I'm driving at. But we could satisfy our entire affordable housing requirement out of the RENA on city-owned land under current zoning standards. Is that right?
That is, again, an estimate based on just zoning, not taking into account sort of practical factors.
You mean like getting the money for it?
Right.
No, and I do understand that, but I'm looking at a different kind of approach to this. I think
that is correct. Like based on just existing zone capacity, that is correct.
Because what I guess the question I'm asking is, have we thought about just aiming at the affordable target and assuming that the market rate will get built?
I think that is part of the discussion here. There's multiple strategies with respect to how we approach this. So city-owned property is definitely part of the equation, as is private property. So.
And with respect to private property, is there a way that we could incentivize affordable housing so that any land that came up would be more attractive as affordable housing than as market rate housing?
One of the concepts that is being presented is this idea of a right of first offer, and we're just kind of starting to look into it. It's modeled after an ordinance in San Francisco called the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act, and it would provide nonprofit providers kind of the first right of first offer on land that comes up for sale. I will say, looking deeper into that program, that it is tied together with a funding program that San Francisco runs in terms of purchasing both small and large properties. So they actually do have a funding mechanism associated with that. And the year that it's been in place, I think, the last I saw, I think they had about 7 or so properties, that had come for sale, and it only applies to the sale of multifamily property in that city. So it's something that is a concept that's being presented in concert with the idea of an affordable housing overlay in order to create that combination of advantages.
So is it? Yeah, I don't want to. So when you say the right of first offer, this is existing properties.
Yeah.
Like, because Community Corps just bought a property in Pico like that, right? That we funded the purchase. Mm-hmm. So we're sort of doing that without having a program for doing it.
Right, yeah. Right. I mean, this would implicate potentially not just residential properties, so other properties for like new production. The project you're referring to was purchase of an existing
Residential,
and
yeah.
existing residential property, yeah, which is kind of San Francisco approach. It's as much an anti-displacement model as opposed to a new production model. But I think we're thinking about it in just, it's a new idea that's still being explored, that it could go both ways for production and acquisition rehab.
And have we done any cost-benefit analysis in terms of whether actually at this point in time it's better for us to get in affordable housing projects, market rate projects, affordable units versus getting an in lieu fee that we could put towards building affordable units and on, for instance, public land?
We haven't looked at that sort of difference yet. The closest we've done is we've done the on-site and the off-site analysis, and the off-site analysis taking that approach of, what's the opportunity cost to the developer of, not having those on-site units on their property. And the analysis showed that you could probably get about 30% more units, in an off-site property versus doing it on-site.
Yep.
So, obviously I think payment of a fee would certainly be something that might be preferred by market rate housing providers, I might imagine, because it's sort of a known amount that they can include into their pro forma. But we've not looked at that particular option relative to whether our existing fees would need to change in order to make it worthwhile and sort of equivalent for the city to incentivize that.
Well, we don't have, so our in lieu fees right now don't really recoup the cost of a unit, isn't that? That's my understanding. Not even close.
No, not when you add in, cost of land, and doesn't come close.
Great, thank you. So those are my questions. And I guess we're ready for I see nobody else, so next.
Okay. Actually, we're on section 4.
Okay, this is Rachel Kwok again. I'm going to next be discussing the where of the housing element plan. So to begin with, the RENA really exceeds, the RENA for the 6th cycle housing element exceeds, of course, our what we envision in the loose and the downtown community plan. This being the case, city staff is asking council's input as to which areas of the housing should be, which areas of the city should be focused for housing. And in discussing the where of housing, the questions that staff is asking is, how can the city achieve equitable access to housing, especially in light of the state mandate to affirmatively further fair housing? And are there specific geographic areas of the city where housing should be located? We're going to be discussing 3 different options. And lastly, what we're asking is what sites could potentially be developed for housing. Previously, back in December, you had given us you guys had given us a set of approach that we had followed to go over the preliminary sites for the preliminary sites analysis for the suitable sites inventory, which is a mandatory component of the housing element. The preliminary sites analysis identifies sites that have the qualities making them suitable for housing. Next slide. So an important thing to consider in this discussion, of course, is the mandate to affirmatively further fair housing, making sure that we are breaking the barriers to segregation and fostering inclusive communities. And so Commissioner Fresco had already covered a lot of this, so I'm afraid I'm not going to really do it justice, no pun intended. But as she mentioned before, the city's established neighborhoods today are really influenced by the discriminatory policies of the past, which includes single-family zoning and redlining. As she mentioned, single-family zoning originated in Berkeley as a form of racist policy to keep certain segments of the community out of the Elmwood neighborhood of Berkeley. Single-family zoning was brought to the city of Santa Monica in a similar fashion to keep out people of color. This was coupled with the use of redlining maps, which were established during the New Deal era to determine which areas of the city were supposedly eligible for mortgages and which ones shouldn't be eligible for mortgages. Areas in red were determined to be high risk. These are areas where communities of color lived, while areas in blue were determined to be low risk, which really correlated with areas that white people had lived. And then looking at our city today, the location of renter and owner households very much correlate with the historic patterns of segregation. These patterns of racial and ethnic segregation continue to this day and are really perpetuated by the high cost of housing as well as high land costs and existing zoning policies. Slide. So to break down the patterns of racial segregation and further the goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing, some of the new concepts that are for council consideration include modifying development standards to incentivize housing in areas that have traditionally not seen housing. These include areas such as the Main Street area, the Montana area, and the Park Boulevard corridor. Additionally, the city could open up areas that have prohibited housing. These include the office campus areas, as well as some areas of the industrial conservation zones, which are less industrial in nature. Finally, as we previously discussed, the city could consider eliminating single-family zoning and allowing multifamily housing opportunities to ensure that there's equitable housing access across all of the neighborhoods. Next slide. So keeping in mind the mandate to affirmatively further fair housing, staff is asking council input on 3 options, which would serve as the geographic focus for identifying suitable housing sites. Option A is represents the adopted loose strategy, and consistent with the direction provided by the council back in December, option A serves as the starting point for the suitable sites inventory. This option would first identify potential housing sites near the existing Expo transit stations, as well as along the mixed-use boulevard areas of the city. This approach is somewhat equitable in that option A focuses on the commercial zone parcels and therefore minimizes housing displacement and also protects existing residents. Of course, option A follows the strategy of the loose and therefore is very much aligned with it. However, in order to meet the arena and their particularly high numbers of affordable housing, upzoning in certain areas would be needed. Next slide. The second option is option B, which represents a more dispersed housing approach. Option B incorporates the adopted loose strategy, but would also activate the areas that have historically not accommodated housing. As I mentioned before, these would include Main Street areas, the Montana Avenue and Ocean Park areas. And it would also open up new housing in commercially zoned areas that currently don't allow housing, such as office campus and industrial conservation zones. In terms of fulfilling the goal of affirmatively furthering housing, this approach pretty much aligns with that mandate the most, and also aligns with the loose in that it takes the loose and then adds a little more, adds more areas to it. This option does also require upzoning, and particularly in the areas that have not seen housing. Slide. Option C is basically an intensified housing strategy around the Expo light rail stations. With option C, there would likely be fewer housing sites, but in order to meet the arena, the areas around the station would have much greater density. In terms of achieving equity, this option may not align as well with the affirmatively furthering fair housing mandate, because the housing is more focused around the stations rather than across the neighborhoods. And of course, upzoning in those buffer areas would be needed for this option. Next slide. As was discussed in the prior council session, a mandatory component of the housing element is the suitable sites inventory. The purpose of the SSI is to identify what sites can accommodate housing. This is used by HCD to determine whether the city has enough housing and has the policies in place to accommodate the arena. The SSI, I just want to note, is not a prediction or guarantee of the future. It's not a projection. We cannot guarantee that the sites and all of the sites in the SSI will develop for housing. We are merely looking at the qualities of each site to determine whether or not it has housing viability. Furthermore, the site's listing on the SSI does not obligate the property owner to do anything. Does not mean that they have to develop it for housing. And in identifying sites, city staff reviewed the qualities of properties that have previously redeveloped. And then we applied what we knew to the current parcel inventory to determine whether or not the sites are viable. As I want to note, these results are being shared early at this juncture. You know, we are not here to debate the merit of each and every site that has been provided or listed. These results are subject to change. If the results that you feel are not appropriate, or if you feel like that they're, please provide feedback on how the filters or the ranking could be adjusted so that we can, you know, accurately determine sites for the SSI. Next slide. Just to remind you all, this is, like I said, a first cut of sites that could potentially accommodate housing. The sites analysis is very much in draft form, and it's really based on the overall loose strategy to minimize the displacement of housing and residents. We did that as the first cut. So when we reviewed all of the sites and the existing housing potential, we viewed it through the lens of existing development standards, you know, seeing if, you know, if existing development standards make it likely that it could potentially be developed for housing. The analysis is a qualitative review. We did not individually contact every property owner of the site. And so we really looked at the characteristics of the sites as well as, you know, just the physical and existing location of the sites. We followed the methodology that was previously discussed in the prior December council hearing, which included applying a set of approved filters and prioritizing the sites based on the 10 categories shown in this slide. Next slide. So after application of the filters, there were 1,300 sites that were individually reviewed by staff. In reviewing the viability of these of housing for these sites, staff took into consideration things like site physical characteristics, including the size and shape of the site, whether or not it has access to an alley, and its location relative to the urban grid. We also looked at the existing uses of the site, whether or not we thought that it could be discontinued, if it had longevity. For example, multiple tenants were, you know, perhaps more unlikely to turn over versus single tenant sites. We also looked at whether the sites had access to jobs, schools, transit, and other residential amenities. We also looked at environmental constraints per HCD's requirement, things like whether or not the site was located in a fault hazard zone, if it was in a flood area. Not to say that being in a fault hazard zone necessarily precludes housing development, but could be an additional barrier. And lastly, we looked at sites that have had developers have expressed past interest in developing it. Sometimes the developer or a property owner comes to us and asks about the potential, you know, for developing housing on the site. So we've taken that into consideration. Next slide. So all in all, a total of 375 parcels were identified based on this preliminary suitable sites analysis. Next slide. And then as a next step, we looked at the capacity of these sites and how many housing units could be accommodated on these sites. As I said, again, this is a preliminary, you know, first cut. When we analyzed the existing capacity of these sites, we looked at existing sites that have approved or pending projects, and those are really based on, in terms of the number of units that we were looking at. We took these directly from the actual numbers of units that have been approved and pending. And then we looked at city-owned sites and, you know, just not assuming 100% affordable housing development, but looking at them just through a market rate development at current standards. We analyzed about 1,400 units could be potentially accommodated on the site. And then the rest of the sites have a total capacity of 6,300 units. And, you know, of course, this number assumes all sites will redevelop. We recognize that not every site will necessarily redevelop. We've seen that in the last cycle, the fifth cycle housing element, that, you know, the sites that we identified didn't necessarily develop. So this is just a capacity analysis. By no means are we saying that this will actually occur. Next slide. And then there are sites for special consideration. A number of you have brought this up before. Things like the city-owned sites, which have significant potential for accommodating large amounts of affordable housing. You know, and Last week, I know that the City Council had approved the declarations of certain sites for the Surplus Lands Act. This includes the 4th and 5th in Arizona site, as well as the Downtown Station site and the parking structure number 3 site. Other sites to consider are the Bergamot Arts Center, some of the parking lots along Main Street that are residentially zoned. And there are also various other public city-owned parking lots located along Wilshire Boulevard. Other sites that merit special consideration include state institutional public utilities controlled sites. These have been mentioned previously. This includes the DMV site, the UCLA site, school district sites. And so we have not included these in the preliminary SSI because HCD requires basically an agreement or a recognition letter from these entities stating that there is interest in development, housing development. So we will be reaching out to these entities to determine whether or not there is a housing interest for developing housing. Other sites for special consideration include religious institutions. A lot of churches have parking lots, but these parking lots are mostly in the R1, R2, and R3 zones. State law allows these parking lots to be redeveloped without replacing the parking. However, because of their underlying zoning, there's really no incentive to redevelop these sites because there's just such low density allowed currently. And lastly, things that were talked about too were the A lots, or basically these parking lots that are at the rear of commercial fronting parcels that are really used for to serve the parking needs of these commercial fronting properties. But they remain zoned for residential, and so there's about 9 lots that we've identified that have the potential that are associated with parcels that have a high potential for residential redevelopment. Next slide. And so I'm going to pause here, but some of the questions that we are seeking council input on is, of course, as I mentioned, the 3 housing options. Number 1, where should housing be focused? Accounting for the adopted loose growth strategy and overcoming the historic patterns of segregation. As we spoke about before, there is a state mandate to affirmatively further fair housing. Next slide. And then there's also the how, like how should, certain sites be treated, including the city-owned sites. There's a number of sites that we've identified. Is there a policy that should be established that addresses perhaps the minimum number of affordable housing units that could be accommodated on the site? And additionally, whether or not there should be relaxed rules for allowing housing on unique sites such as A lots or the religious parking lot. And with that, I'm going to pause here for questions.
Kevin. Sorry.
In light of the new requirement for the affirmative production of fair housing on sites that have not been available to people before, and the presentation we saw from Planning Commissioner Fresco tonight, which is based in part on work that's been out for several years in a book by Richard Rothstein called The Color of Law, where among those staff options is the option to create new housing opportunities in what are now R1 neighborhoods? Merely the conceit of Montana Avenue, is that all that you've got?
No, we're asking. It's actually a multi-pronged approach. We've presented several concepts, and so those options that you see that were presented are really for the suitable sites inventory analysis. And then on top of that, we've presented the options of eliminating single-family zoning, which would go on top of the options as well, and then the affordable housing overlay. So it's really working together in conjunction to affirmatively further fair housing, and those are the concepts that are being presented to council tonight.
Well, if I can follow up there, the idea of 100% affordable housing overlay ignores the fact that we don't have the money to produce that 100% affordable housing. For-profit developers are not going to go into R1, buy an R1 lot, and build 100% affordable housing no matter what the overlay is. So that requires money. We already got some public testimony tonight from people who felt that in terms of undoing years of effectively racism in our housing policy, we need to figure out a way to get some affordability and a greater density of housing into some of our R1 neighborhoods. So does staff have specific proposals for that?
I mean, I think it's what's presented to you, which is the elimination of the R1 zoning that we've mentioned before. It also includes the concept of potentially upzoning the areas of Main Street and Montana and opening up areas such as the office campus. It all kind of works in conjunction together.
Well, the total elimination of R1, that's sort of an all or nothing proposition. Frankly, a little bit too much akin to what was proposed in Senate Bill 9, which Council opposed as written because it had no provision for affordability. So if we don't come up with something that makes it affordable to build new housing in areas that were previously eliminated from the option of affordability and from anybody who at the time wasn't Caucasian, I think we're going to be letting our community down. So I'd like to find something that's a little bit less all or nothing than a total elimination of R1 without a premise of affordability attached to it. Otherwise, we might as well have just let the state do it under Senate Bill 9.
Well, and the concepts that we, that we're presenting include upzoning and incentivizing areas, that have traditionally not seen housing. Think areas such as Main Street on Montana. I mean, these are commercially zoned parcels that allow housing but have not incurred. And so, one of the proposals is modifying the development standards, or one of the concepts is modifying the development standards so that we see more, kind of a spreading out of housing across the city, not just along, Santa Monica Boulevard or in the downtown, but just really across the city. So it's looking at that. It's also working in conjunction with HRA's study to ensure that we are putting in place the development standards to really incentivize housing along those areas.
Rachel,
I think if
go ahead, Jane.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just about to say that in terms of addressing Councilmember McEwen's question about the residential neighborhood. So the geographic options of option A, B, and C is really asking the question of where should housing be focused? Where should we be looking for housing? You're not seeing sites identified specifically in the R1 neighborhoods because for the purposes of that technical exercise of doing the suitable sites inventory, it really wouldn't be possible for us to choose one or another, because there's not been obviously a history of multifamily development happening in those areas. So the ability to identify kind of objective qualities there is certainly more challenging in R1 neighborhoods and selecting a specific site. However, you'll see later in terms of the concepts that are being presented, two things that cover the R1 neighborhoods. One is the affordable housing overlay proposal, which would cover the whole city. And then secondly, beyond the ADU incentives, is other concepts that are being explored with respect to densifying R1 neighborhoods in limited areas. But I think that's where it would be helpful to have direction on the council, because I think I heard two things. One was, densifying sort of in a more measured way, so sort of that missing middle housing, if you will, that we've looked at, that has been practiced across the state, and sort of looking at duplex, triplex, or sort of gradually increasing density. That's not going to get you the big A inclusionary affordable housing, right? It's not, the numbers just don't work out with respect to that. But if you're really looking at having deed restricted, affordable housing in those areas, what we've seen in the research is that you really need to be looking at, at least, 6-7 units on those properties, which is, then talking about a changing of zoning in R1. So, I just want to be clear that if there is the interest in doing that, just understanding what is meant when you say affordable with respect to what I usually call big A and little a affordable, in terms of the goals that we're trying to pursue in those areas.
We'll wait and hope that there are more arrows in your quiver, but I fear that if we don't try here to address generations of economic and racial injustice in our land use practices, we will be disappointing our community and history.
Oscar and then Gleam. Thank you.
First off, I want to acknowledge that our staff is looking at issues of equity and systemic racism in our housing element, something that we didn't do in our elections and our voting rights issues. That's a separate matter. One thing that's real important, I think, is to acknowledge that systemic racism goes beyond just housing. We look at, the stories that were told, regarding businesses and entrepreneurs, not, zoning to prohibit them from even starting businesses, zoning to eliminate businesses that were already in operation. So we have to look at beyond housing and look at entrepreneurship, employment, education, workforce training. I mean, there's a lot more to it in terms of how we are going to create a real approach, to addressing systemic racism in our city. But since we're talking about housing, I think just to put it out there, to start getting sort of wrapping our decision making around sort of the concepts, I think option B for me is more equitable. Option B provides, I think, more opportunities, for us to address these systemic issues of exclusion. One of the things, though, that I also want to look at is, and that should come back in terms of looking at the financing and how we might be able to look at some creative ways. It was interesting to note that also as part of how the city leaders back then and the FHA and what was it, the name of the group? It was the home ownership. I forgot. It was like looking at mortgages and insurance and loans and so forth. And I'm thinking that maybe there's a creative way for us to look at how we might be able to finance, how we might be able to support home ownership for historically marginalized groups in our city. And because I think that there are some real strong opportunities there. I was just thinking, what if we found a way to creatively do that, to give people loans that were affordable, so it's not that we're giving anything free to anyone, but they would have an ability to pay back sort of, the loan for the property. Anyway, I'd like to have staff come back with best practices to do that, because I don't want to create a culture of just renters when we're addressing these issues. I believe that there's a lot of power and a lot of empowerment with home ownership. And so we should look into those options and those possibilities, as we're envisioning that. One of the quickest ways, I think, aside from option B, I think we can send a really strong message if we can direct staff and we can make a commitment to designate the 11 identified city-owned sites with high housing potential as 100% affordable housing projects. And of course, in one area in particular, the 4th and 5th Arizona project, looking at some of the open space uses as well that the community has been advocating for years. But I think it's really important for us to do that, to look at how we can take our city-owned property and create 100% affordable, deed-restricted housing. I think that'd be really important to send a very powerful message. And maybe we can also work with the state, as the state and the county, to look at how we might be able to provide some funding to make that happen. The other thing is, the other properties that are not city-owned, like the DMV site, and any other properties within our jurisdiction with the college. I saw SMC was not on the list, but Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District is on the list, and UCLA and so forth. I think looking at all those sites and having discussions to see how we can provide 100% affordable housing on those sites as well in partnership with those entities, I think would be very important. But I'll leave it at that so we can have more comments and have everybody else respond as well.
Liam and then Phil.
lose my turn. We're doing questions now, is that correct? As opposed to comments, we'll do comments later. Okay, so and I'm going to ask some questions, and they may sound a little pointed, but I'm trying to understand how a particular site ended up on the suitable sites inventory, because it seems to me there's some incongruities. So, for example, the suitable sites inventory shows Agensis. The Agensis site is a potential site for housing development, but not the Penn factory. And is there? I hear the criteria you're using, but I don't know how those two sites are meaningfully different. They're both large sites. They've both been recently redeveloped. They're both near transit. So why does Agensis end up, but the Penn factory doesn't?
Liam, I don't want to interrupt, but at the beginning of this, they talked about not parsing specific, and I understand your question is high level, but I hope it stays at this high level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just using that as an example because I'm having trouble understanding, and I mean, maybe it's just too much, and maybe when we get to comments, I can comment on it. I mean, because let me just throw out another question I had relevant to something you, Mayor Himmelrich, and Councilmember De La Torre mentioned, was the idea of using public land for housing, which I think is definitely something we need to address. So we identified Bergamot, even though we currently have a deal to develop an art center there, but we don't, for example, include the land that the Civic Auditorium is on. So, and I'm assuming that's because of landmarking, but I'm not sure. So I'm just trying to sort of parse out. So I'll just throw those out. Nobody has to answer those questions, but, you know, and I will say that it would break my heart if we took out El Cholo at 11th and Wilshire, which is on the site. The other question I'll say is option B, which quote unquote tries to sort of expand where housing goes. As far as I can tell, though, the areas that you put in orange on your option B map, those are still commercial boulevards. Is that right?
That is correct. They're commercially zoned.
Okay, they're commercially zoned. So we're to Councilmember McEwen's question, we're still not really, and I understand we can't say this house at so-and-so in the R1 zone is going to turn over, but that's one way you're thinking about dispersing housing more throughout the city.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That is correct. Just to reiterate kind of our approach and methodology, we looked at, you know, past redevelopment sites and looked at kind of the objective qualities and the characteristics that have led to redevelopment. So things like, if a site of this size, of this one-story commercial building had previously redeveloped in this kind of similar location, we applied those objective qualities. And so it would be very difficult to identify sites in R1, R2, or zone, that don't have that same, similar qualities. And that's why, you don't see basically the smattering of sites across those zones. And then with regards to the specifics, I'm not going to go into the specifics of each and every property, but of course, things that we did consider were the factors that we discussed back in December, like whether or not there've been significant reinvestment in the property recently. Things like, if there have been past, interest in redevelopment of sort, or if there has been, knowledge that site could potentially turn over due to interest from, the property owner. So things like that.
Okay, yeah, and I understand that. I'm just trying to get a handle on why some sites and not others, because obviously, sites the mayor. Ask you a option B, for example. Obviously, the Boston property site, which is down on Ocean Park Boulevard, which has a large surface parking lot, would seem to me to be an excellent spot to think about housing. And I know you haven't been able to talk to every potential property owner, but you clearly make that part of your option B analysis. Have you had, since that's such a huge piece of option B, have you had a chance to talk to that particular property owner by chance?
No, so as to reiterate, we started with option A as kind of the first step. If once council gives us direction, for example, to go to option B, then of course we'll look further at additional sites, and more sites could be added depending on the option that is given to us and directed. So once we do that, then we could definitely, look at an additional sites in, the office campus areas and so forth.
And then one of the other questions I had, and Councilmember McEwen raised it, and of course it's always the issue with affordable housing, is how do we pay for it? And it does seem, for example, there's a bipartisan bill that may or may not be part of the Biden infrastructure package that Senators Klobuchar and Kaine and Portman, so it's bipartisan, are talking about. There's been some talk about housing subsidies at the state level, but they seem to focus not just on providing money for affordable housing, although that's an important component, but they do seem to want to remove barriers to construction, promote more equitable housing distribution in previously segregated areas, that sort of thing. So as we do this analysis, are we going to look at some of those, and I know none of them have been passed yet, but they all seem to have these kind of common threads. So if we're concerned about generating money for affordable housing, are we looking at what those common threads are and potential funding sources to make sure that if they do come online, we're sort of ready to pounce?
Jing, do you want to take this question?
Yeah, I think again, a key concept that's being presented is this idea of an affordable housing overlay. If those funding sources are targeting the production of 100% affordable housing, the approach we took here is, the city has, very limited control in terms of funding other than locally produced funding, which is, a drop in the bucket relative to everything that is necessary. So the concepts presented here are the things that the city fully can control. What we can control is our regulatory environment and the barriers that are there, so that if people come across funding or if they're able to have a creative partnership, as we've seen in the past, that the city zoning rules are not the thing that's in the way of allowing that partnership to happen. Absent the guarantee of funding, what we're trying to do is ensure that the regulatory environment is eased for the production of 100% affordable housing. So we're absolutely coming in at it from that perspective. And the difference with the affordable housing overlay relative to the existing processes that are in place today is that it would basically blanket the whole city, absent areas where we have historically seen overconcentration. That was the approach that was very deliberately being presented, again, through that equity lens. And it's different than the state density bonus one, which is very much focused around half mile from transit, major transit stops, which, can change over time, right? The bus frequency of bus service could change over time. So we have an opportunity there to enact, those sorts of advantages in other areas of the city that would otherwise not be touched by that because, they're sort of outside of those major transit zones.
Well, and let me ask you a question. I mean, it's my impression that with transit, there's a bit of a chicken and an egg problem, which is the reason we don't have more transit in the less dense zones is because they're less dense. There's less demand, so not as many people ride a bus. But if we were to densify some of those zones, there would be greater demand for transit. So we could actually generate more demand for transit and find, as you say, that maybe the transit-oriented zones shift a bit if we shift our focus. Would that be true?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, that's, transit planning is a complicated thing, but yeah, generally speaking, sure.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Anyone else? Because Phil, sorry, go ahead.
Hi. So first I have to say two words. Go Bruins. UCLA just won. I have to throw that in. Now, my questions are really simple. If we use the loose, overlay it with option B, and then add a Cambridge permanent affordable housing deed, that will take care of our RHNA requirements, correct? Yes? No? Someone?
You mean for identifying sites, Phil? I mean...
In other words, I'm looking at we were presented with three basic options. So I'm looking at the three basic options and saying that we spent a lot of time on our land use and circulation element. That's option A, if I recall the three options. Option B is to expand the commercial zones on Ocean Park Boulevard on Montana, behind Main Street, etc. Option C was just transit-oriented. Transit-oriented gives us the least amount of equity for the city, and it continues to concentrate housing in Mid-City and Pico neighborhood. Option A and option B, I believe, would give us what we need. And then there is the matter of adapting the Cambridge overlay to more of a uniquely Santa Monica overlay for permanent affordable housing deed restrictions. Would that give us what we need in terms of RENA requirements?
I think there's a little bit of confusion. The options are really about the where of housing should be focused. And,
right, but if we did, I'm sorry, Rachel, if we did continue with our loose requirements and added option B, which is the potential of housing in areas that have not customarily allowed housing, would that satisfy our 8,895 potential units?
I mean, in simple terms, no. I mean, as HRNA's study has, shown, there does need to be some upzoning required in order to make, residential development more likely to happen. And so, sorry, go ahead.
Would that be the Cambridge overlay then for affordable housing?
No, that would be a separate thing.
But even with upzoning Montana, Ocean Park, Main Street, et cetera, we wouldn't get there, you're saying?
I think we would need to look at upzoning, and it's a, Jing, did you want to jump in?
And the city-owned properties as well. I mean, I'm obviously including the fact that we would be maximizing the use of city-owned property. So what I'm asking is, if we maximize the use of city-owned property, if we looked at those parking lots, looked at the A lots, looked at all that, added option B with the dedication to say we're going to do what we need to add housing on Montana, on Ocean Park Boulevard, on Main Street, all those sites, do we end up, how far are we away from 8,895 potential units there? What else do we need to do?
So I think let's zoom out from that a little bit, because when we started the evening, right, the goal is to get a certified housing element, and we get there by demonstrating that the city has the zoned capacity, if you will, to accommodate housing at all of these income levels. So remember, we're asking two big questions tonight. I think you're drilling down on kind of like the where do we look to focus housing, right? So if it's a combination of option A and B, which is kind of where the Planning Commission ended up, actually, in terms of looking at it from sort of, good planning practices, and then combining it through that equity lens, and then sort of overlaying the affordable housing overlay piece, that has significant incentives for affordable housing. I think the direction we're asking for council is that if that's where you want us to look, then there's the second part of the equation on how much capacity is on those sites. And, we are mandated to get to that number in some way, shape, or form. So we're, I don't know, the question you're asking in terms of like, do we get to our arena? My response is we have to get to our arena. We have to demonstrate that in some way. So, in terms of the table that you see for option B, we provided sort of those check marks to give you a sense of, I think just generally speaking, if you have more sites, that means you have more land area to deal with, and so the amount of upzoning may be lesser than if you had fewer sites, right? That's just sort of logical sense.
Right, and I'm concerned most importantly about doing no harm. So, I'm concerned about the residents of the city not feeling that we've just imploded the city, but that we're able to add layers to our housing that won't disrupt their lives. But in 20 years, we'll look back and go, they were good additions. And yes, there was change, but change is inevitable. So I'm trying to figure out how we find a way not
that is
to.
actually, yeah. And that level of direction is actually okay for today to say, we want to get to a certified RENA, but, please do something reasonable in these areas, generally speaking. You do not need to go further than that at this point.
All right,
Tonight,
well, that's what I was trying to do.
Conceptual level is okay for what we need to be able to move forward. And if you have different ideas on geography, like, so it's not just you're not equally incentivizing everything everywhere, right? So I think that general direction of we want to focus housing here and then, sort of give a sense of, how much do you want to incentivize it? Is it, much more in one part of the city versus another? I think that general sense is going to be actually helpful for us to move the work forward.
And finally, for me, it comes down to also the fact that, yes, we know the state is going to have to step up in one shape, way, or form, because we're not going to be able to sponsor this giant construction project throughout the city. And at the same time, I want to make sure that we end up with some sort of entry-level middle-class affordability as well. So I haven't spoken yet and all that, but that's another big concern of mine, and I think Councilmember Delatorre in the last round stated that we were all very concerned about new ways to find affordability, rent-to-own, Section 8, rent-to-own, Torca 2, whatever it might be, special types of conservation areas, whatever we could do to find ways to facilitate that as well. So I just wanted to throw that in. That's another thing that's very important to me. I think Councilmember Delatorre stated that we still want people to find ways to own. I'm friends with 3 people who have Torca conversions in Santa Monica, who have all lived there over 2 decades. So I know they worked. I don't necessarily know why the program dropped, but I know they worked at that time. And I know there are other ways to do that. So I'd love for us to explore that as well. And I'm starting to go off topic, so I'll stop.
Thank you. And you're starting to not ask a question. Lane?
That's why I stopped.
Mayor, if I can, I just want to go back to an earlier set of questions and asking for clarity. If council wanted to provide direction that they want the affordable housing overlay in the R1s, but they also want to see potentially upzoning of the R1s, but not only for 100% affordable housing, would that be sufficient for the direction you're looking for tonight, as opposed to saying that you want to see them go to R2s or mobile or any a particular zoning designation?
That would be helpful. I think I would add a layer onto that because as I've indicated, I've kind of heard some different comments with respect to R1. Would you like to pursue it at a level that can support big A inclusionary housing in an upzoning of R1, or are we talking about little a sort of like more that sort of true missing middle housing in the R1? That would give us certainly a general sense as to what that means, in terms of an upzoning or identifying of R1.
Kristen?
So, Jing, one of the small A affordable that we talked about earlier with this possible idea of like a 6 and 1/6 condos and, one inclusionary. Is there potentially an option in something like that? Obviously, again, it would take funding to incentivize it potentially, or just the ability for a developer to do that level of construction in a more expensive part of the city, to say create a home ownership program around stuff like that, specifically in our more expensive areas. So like a developer would potentially be able to build 6 condos, one of which has to participate in an affordable home ownership program, and the other 6 are just market value, super overpriced Santa Monica condos.
So that's already what we're seeing in our multi-unit neighborhoods. It's precisely that model, that sort of 6-unit condo with 1 affordable on site. So it's something that's already being done on 7,500 square foot lots in multi-unit zones throughout the city. So,
but is it really throughout the city? I guess that's the part that
we do, yeah. So when you see the new townhome developments, I would say it's probably through the early part of the 2000s, maybe through 2006. I think in more recent years we started to see more 3-unit condos, townhome-like developments that have no affordable housing in them.
And affordable for purchase, though, like a home purchase.
Yeah, that is an option. When those condo projects are built, they can either be the affordable unit has to either be for purchase to moderate income households, or it can be for rent to lower income households.
Okay. Thanks, Jane.
I do have a couple questions. First of all, although I think nothing eliminates it, I think that when we talk about equity and say that the transit-oriented development that C gets less, have we considered the fact that people who have incomes below area median income are like 4 times as likely to use public transit? I mean, that's why the transit-oriented development, I think, ideas came up in the beginning, not just to get people out of their cars, but because lower-income people, so therefore people in affordable housing, will be more likely to use transit as opposed to somebody in a $2 million condo.
I think that's, I don't think it's only low-income people that use transit. The idea of placing housing around transit is really giving people accessibility at all income levels, access to services, the notion of creating complete neighborhoods, where you can have the services, the transit, the ability to get in and out of Santa Monica to other parts of the region, in terms of the benefits of placing housing near transit. I think looking at option C from that equitability perspective, if we looked at it from the sense that it should only be there because transit is largely used by low-income households, that really sort of reinforces those historic inequities. When you see where affordable housing and housing has been created over the years, and so that particular option you can see in terms of, is it equitable? It was. We found that to be the least equitable out of all these options from that perspective, because you're really sort of hyper-concentrating, all of the development potential in kind of a very limited part of the city that has seen a lot of housing over the years.
Yeah, no, I do understand that. I just want to make sure that we are building housing near transit, that's not, and I see that on the others, but let me move past that. So I'm looking at the orange areas, right? And one of the areas is Montana, which up until you get to the orange is all apartment buildings, basically north and south side of the street. So it would simply be more of the same, correct?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's relatively low scale, I would say, up until you reach the commercial area is obviously low scale as well. I think the proposal here is, maybe not necessarily the same form. Can we think about something potentially more intense on Montana in order to accommodate more housing, in commercial areas where we're not displacing existing residential units on the remainder of Montana Avenue?
Well, which goes back to something else that I've asked multiple times, which is, why are we not rezoning all of our commercial areas as residential or mixed use?
They
wouldn't
are.
that help us?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
is
I mean,
Montana?
Montana is
Isn't
mixed use.
Boulevard low, right?
Montana is neighborhood commercial. So housing, multi-unit housing is a permitted use. The significant barrier there is there's simply not enough FAR and height to support any viable housing. The distinction between housing and commercial is almost non-existent. So there's really no incentive to be able to do housing on Montana Avenue. And I mean, I think part of it is also we did look at like the parcel size. There's not a lot of really large parcels on Montana either, just given the mix of commercial uses that are there now.
No, and there are a fair number of apartments north of Montana up until Lincoln and all around Roosevelt, right? On both sides of Roosevelt, there are apartments as well. But let me talk about the area. So the area between Colorado and the freeway, which is that former activity, that's a Memorial Park activity zone area, kind of, isn't it? That general area?
Yeah, Memorial Park is there. That's also the industrial conservation zone, sort of the biggest chunk of it in that part between Lincoln and 20th.
But that area doesn't really have a problem with traditionally redline, right? I mean, that area has just been commercial.
That area was traditionally redlined, actually. When we look at
I'm just looking at the orange map, so I'm not looking at it versus.
So
the freeway came through, you mean?
Yeah. So if you look at the map in, I can't remember which page of the staff report that's in, but if you look at the red line.
I'm on it, so it's page 37. I'm looking at it now. I'm asking.
So it covers precisely that area. And when the Planning Commission discussed that particular concept, that's where the idea, if we can eventually get to section 5 of the presentation, we do have some visuals that show what that might look like in terms of an affordable housing overlay with some exclusions based on environmental justice factors, that we would also like to show the council.
So, and I have one other question. The religious institutions, the project that St. Monica's just did was deed restricted, wasn't it?
So in that development agreement amendment, it wasn't deed restricted. It was basically a commitment to offer that site for housing once the surface parking lot went away.
Right.
Because it is owned residential. Yeah. But the concept here behind looking at relaxed rules for religious congregations, there have been state laws recently that have tried to address that issue, that it makes it easier to not have to replace parking if they were to convert that. And we've heard from our affordable housing providers that there's a lot of alignment and interest from religious congregations in partnering. There's a lot of mission alignment, if I may say, with respect to the production of affordable housing and the mission of these religious congregations. So it seemed like a natural place to look. And it also so happens that a lot of our religious congregations are located in residential neighborhoods all over the city. So we're looking at it from that equitable access to housing opportunity perspective as well.
And I have one more question that I just can't resist asking, because people keep talking about the essentialness of these parking lots for excess inventory for cars, right? I mean, we don't have to have that on Santa Monica Boulevard or in the middle of our city, do we? That could be in satellite places. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've definitely heard from some of the auto dealers that have done business in the city a long time, and how those models are changing, and they're obviously one of the economic drivers for the city. So I think it's a balancing act, and they certainly reach out to us to let us know kind of what's not working, what the future might look like, and I think we've tried to consider that in this housing element update. But it's always a pretty significant source of conversation as to where storage is and where service is, just given there's just not a lot of land area that you might see in other cities, to accommodate all of those methods.
Those are all my questions. So now we can go to part 5, right?
Okay, so I think we've actually covered maybe a lot of this in the questions in the prior section, but this is the meat of the how. We were trying to cover the where in the prior section. Where should we focus housing? This section is really talking about a 4-point strategy. So some concepts, four concepts that we are presenting, plan for affordable housing in Santa Monica, and this will help us understand, how much capacity are on those sites that end up being looked at. Next slide. So as we discussed at the beginning of the presentation, this involves planning for 6,168 affordable units. So we need to demonstrate the capacity to accommodate that amount of affordable units in Santa Monica. And as you heard me say, both private and public resources are going to be going to play a role in this. Clearly, public resources have produced the lion's share of affordable housing in Santa Monica. That's borne out by the statistics. But significant funding challenges, are ahead. And similarly, if we were to only rely on private sources to be able to plan for this goal, you can see what that means. If we had an inclusionary housing requirement of even 20% alone, that you're talking about planning for over 30,000 planning units in the city, which is a extremely large number, well beyond what the RHNA allocation for Santa Monica is. So this strategy really thinks about it from a balanced approach of, how can we incentivize inclusionary housing units in market rate projects? How can we strongly support 100% affordable housing? And, as you heard me say, remove those barriers and impediments that have traditionally been in the way of the ability of providers to maximize affordable housing. And then, we've touched on it today, and I think it's really important to talk also about protecting our existing tenants. How do we ensure that there are programs in place to ensure that our existing residents have housing stability in the long run? And then finally, accessory dwelling units in terms of incentivizing ADUs, and we have a sort of related question there with respect to the council's discussion on densifying our neighborhoods as part of that. So next slide, we're going to jump into strategy number 1, which talks about how do we maximize inclusionary units and market rate housing. So as you heard in the background section, the city's inclusionary housing program, the AHPP, provides kind of a menu of options for developers to select in meeting their inclusionary housing requirements. And it's kind of this menu of options. If you choose to do on-site housing, you can choose from different percentages in order to satisfy your inclusionary housing requirement. What we have done over the years is, it ranged previously from 5% all the way up to 20%, and not surprisingly, what we were seeing was developers choosing that 5% option, and so we had a lot of extremely low income units produced, 5% of projects, because it was the lowest number. And in looking at that system, I think we're looking at it very holistically, really from the perspective of, you'll see in some following slides, I'm going to talk about state density bonus law and what the city is required to implement. And so when we look at maximizing inclusionary units, it's also within that context of what are we required to do by the state and how can we maximize the amount of inclusionary in that. So the concept here is to replace that menu. Instead of having 3 choices on how you can meet your affordable housing requirement, is to harmonize that into one number, which most cities do. They have one inclusionary number. So the idea here would be, we put out 15% here as the minimum uniform number, that applies to everyone in terms of on-site. And, but that wouldn't be seen in a vacuum. That is 15%, but the amount of market rate housing potential to support that amount of inclusionary. And then have a tier 2 level, which is the city's voluntary community benefit system. So that is a higher level of height and FAR with a higher amount of affordable housing required. And the idea there is to provide an opportunity for a housing developer to seek more height in FAR, but in exchange there would be more inclusionary involved in that. And this is really a concept that is born out of the preliminary results from the HRNA modeling, based on what we're seeing for existing standards, which are at this point demonstrating that they probably couldn't sustain higher amounts of inclusionary, than is existing in our system. So next slide. The next concept, so I just talked about maximizing on-site housing. This concept here talks about providing flexibility in an off-site affordable housing option. So if a developer chooses to provide units off-site, right now they're required to provide those units within a quarter mile of that market rate housing project. Santa Monica not being that large, an idea here would be, could we provide more flexibility that those units be located anywhere in Santa Monica, but they cannot be located in environmental justice areas. These are areas that are defined by SCAG. So is that a way to provide more flexibility in terms of use of that off-site housing program? It's being brought up because the preliminary analysis found that if units provided off-site, you could potentially facilitate 30% more affordable units off-site compared to doing them on-site. And within this flexibility of an off-site affordable option, could we allow multiple applicants to pool units into one site if they could find a way to partner to do that? And I think a third option really is thinking about merging together our goals of providing housing stability for our existing residents and also having market rate housing projects meet their inclusionary requirements. Is there the possibility of a private sort of acquisition rehab option that allows developers to purchase existing units, rehabilitate the units, and convert those units to long-term affordability? When that option was discussed both in the production and housing stability technical working groups, I think there was definitely a lot of questions around the details of what do you do if there's existing tenants? So that there's certainly a lot of details to work out in that, but we're presenting that as a potential concept in terms of increasing flexibility for the offsite affordable option that may accomplish two goals at once. Next slide. And then the last piece of this strategy number one is an overview of what we're required to do with respect to the state density bonus law. So there have been updates to the law since the city first integrated it into our zoning code. Probably the biggest thing is that the bonus has been increased to 50%. It was formerly 35%. So that's been a recent change. So as part of the housing element update, we are reassessing the integration of state density bonus law into the city's tiered land use system. Next slide. And the concept that is presented here is really an expansion of the existing tier structure. So not a wholesale change away from our tier structure, but by applying state density bonus to our tier 1 FAR. So the question here that's being asked, if you recall in prior presentations we made to the council, one of the challenges with respect to state density bonus law is that density is defined as really units per acre. In all of Santa Monica's commercial zones, we do not have measures of density. We have floor area ratios. So we really have more like the building envelope. So the question here for the council is whether we want to treat density and FAR the same. So if we were to apply a density bonus, to FAR, could it be something as simple as, a percentage increase over that FAR? We've surveyed different cities from West Hollywood to Berkeley, and there was a third city that name escapes me now, but really every city does it a little bit differently that has FAR instead of density, so there's no right or wrong way to do it. We did hear from council that there was not an interest in exercising incentives and concessions, sort of like no limit to achieving a certain level. So with respect to state density bonus, the question here really is, do we apply the bonus just to FAR and not go through some sort of math exercise to back into creating residential units and then doing the bonus from that math conversion. So the concept here would just be a very simple percentage increase, over the tier 1 FAR, and in tier 2 would be a voluntary tier with increased FAR only for housing projects. So this is intended to provide, again, advantages for housing projects relative to commercial in response to the results that we're seeing from the HRNA study to provide some distinction between housing and commercial projects and provide, that incentive for housing projects. So that's the concept that's presented here with respect to state density bonus law. And we certainly welcome your feedback on that. Next slide, I'm going to move into strategy number 2, which is concepts to support 100% affordable housing. So I think it's helpful to start first with what incentives 100% affordable housing projects currently receive. So the map on the right there shows all the areas in the city that 100% affordable housing currently can get unlimited density, an additional 3 stories or 33 feet over existing zoning, and no minimum parking requirements. And I should clarify that it's for 100% affordable housing projects up to 80% of AMI, so only lower income affordable housing projects have those rights. And they are currently all processed through an administrative process, so there's no hearing. It just goes through essentially a plan review. And those are all of the areas in the city where that process and those development standards apply. So next slide. When we talk about this concept of an affordable housing overlay, we're not talking about something really any super different than what we see today, or what's already allowed today. As you heard me say before, the advantage of an overlay approach, would probably be sort of providing a lot of clarity to our affordable housing providers. They're not having to look at each individual zone and then sort of adding stories of 35 feet and the unlimited density. It's sort of this known number that you have. So the proposal here would be the unlimited height and density in commercial zones. The chart on the right there basically shows the orange bars show the maximum number of stories that are allowed, estimated in those zones right now, and the gray bars show the maximum number of stories that could be allowed under state density bonus law. I've not added it for just like straight up building height. This is just an estimate of number of stories, sense of where affordable housing could go already. And I think in conversations with our affordable housing developers in the roundtable, we certainly heard that there is some measure of self-selection out of very large buildings simply because there's natural constraints on funding. They generally do roughly 4 to 5 story buildings, but the approach here is we didn't want to preclude the opportunity for them to build, to produce more units at scale if that opportunity presented itself. Again, taking that approach of, not having the regulatory environment be the impediment to the production of affordable housing. And so the distinction here for residential zones would be an estimate of, at least 4 stories in those residential zones for affordable housing, so that there's some minimum guarantee that they have, without concern that, that there's not enough incentive even with the application of state density bonus law on there. So this would be the concept of an affordable housing overlay for lower income affordable housing projects up to 80% AMI. Next slide. There's a separate concept. We've not talked a lot about moderate income housing, so this is in the 80% to 120% AMI range. This is a class of housing that really has no dedicated funding source. It's sort of a little bit left behind in the discussion sometimes, but it is a category that we are required to demonstrate accommodation for. And the idea here would be to essentially enact a local version of AB 1760, which is the state density bonus law for lower income housing. But in this case, we would be talking about, maybe a more limited density bonus for moderate income housing, maybe allow an increase in number of stories. I think we've put an idea of maybe 3 stories, but it could be, something else. I don't think we're married to that. I think, the important concept is providing, some height increase, some FAR and density increase. And I think when we've talked to moderate income housing developers who, really develop housing at that level, one of the important things that we've heard is really the flexibility in the unit mix requirements to be able to make this form of housing feasible without public assistance. And the trade-off being smaller units but more common area amenities as an example of a way to get to those sorts of units. I think that moderate income housing is an area that the city hasn't really been able to produce a lot. In the last cycle, that's the area that had probably the least amount of production, because there's just not a huge amount of focus on it. And this is an idea to provide incentives for moderate income housing. And I think the key question there is, is there an increase in height and FAR? And I think importantly is there an openness to potentially some flexibility in unit mix requirements to allow for those kinds of projects to move forward. And so the next slide is showing essentially what might an affordable housing overlay look like. So the blue areas here kind of represent two approaches to this. We've presented here maps of the one on the left shows a potential affordable housing overlay that would be citywide. And this is, Santa Monica's local affordable housing overlay. So this is on top of, any state incentives that are available there. The one on the left shows environmental justice areas as identified by SCAG. And then the one on the right shows environmental justice areas plus historically redlined areas. So these are just presented to give the council a visual idea of what this might look like in terms of where an affordable housing overlay might apply throughout the city. And then finally, within strategy 2, we've talked about the affordable housing overlay for both lower income housing and moderate income housing. And it would be paired with this concept of a right of first offer to purchase land. So this was really trying to get at the question of, how can we help nonprofit affordable housing developers be competitive in the land buying market. And, this is obviously, absent money, but, is this a tool that's available to have them at least have the opportunity to a right of first offer? And as I indicated, it's modeled after an ordinance that San Francisco has enacted, but, there's significant differences in what they're doing. They have a sort of funding component attached to that. We don't necessarily have that here that's existing, but it would be a concept that might be a first step towards at least making providers more competitive in the land buying market. And other concepts that we're looking at are obviously legislative advocacy, funding, and is there opportunities to piggyback on developments already in progress, exploring partnerships with commercial developers and the like. Obviously that does require funding. So we just sort of mentioned these here as things that have been considered and been part of the conversation in creating this strategy number 2. Moving on now to strategy number 3. So we have looked thus far at maximizing inclusionary units in market rate housing. We've looked at providing significant support for 100% affordable housing. And strategy 3 really is looking at protecting existing units for long-term stability. There's a lot of value, obviously, in ensuring that our existing residents in our rent-controlled units and in housing units throughout the city to be able to sustain themselves in Santa Monica and remain Santa Monica residents in the long run. We do want to note that any programs that we're talking about here with respect to existing units largely will not count towards the RHNA under existing housing element law, but it's a core value of the city to ensure that our tenant protections are in place and that our existing residents have a home in Santa Monica in the long term. And in the work with the Housing Stability Technical Working Group, what came out of that sort of floated to the top was obviously there are housing programs, and we will talk about that in the housing stability section of this presentation. But what came out was, there's probably a need for some outreach with respect to raising the awareness level of the housing programs that are available, and in particular this tool of project-based vouchers. It does require tenants and landlords, to both be in agreement to do that, but it is a tool that has been used in circumstances to be sort of a win-win for both the landlord and the tenant. Tenant pays, no more than 30% of their income, and the landlord in some cases, may get higher rent and allows that unit to remain in the permanent housing stock for the long term. You've heard me mention flexibility in the offsite program. This was the idea of a sort of, expanded acquisition rehab concept to the private market is something we might want to look at. And I think we were thinking about coupling that with, how do we bring back existing vacant units into the permanent housing supply if market rate developers were maybe allowed to, look at purchasing those vacant units and bringing them back into the permanent supply. Could they get credit for that? In terms of complying with the AHPP. The next slide just gives an overview as to how those existing units can count towards RHNA. So as you heard me say, it can count under very limited circumstances. We looked into this further, and basically the only things that could count are really projects that we have in process, because for existing units that are either rehabilitated or converted from non-affordable to affordable, or that preserve existing affordable housing, they have to be in enforceable agreements in place between July 2021 and the end of the first 2 years of the housing element planning period. So it really has to happen in the beginning of the cycle, which, when we kind of work backwards on what's necessary to fund those, means that they have to be things that are already in progress. And in talking with our colleagues in the housing division, we probably have a handful of units that would count towards that. But since it's a question that's been brought up with respect to existing units, we wanted to provide clarity around how that would count for the purposes of RHNA. And next slide into strategy 4. I'm going to turn it over to Ross at this moment to talk about incentives for ADUs.
Thanks, Jing. So the next strategy, as Jing said, is to plan for affordable housing is to incentivize ADUs. So to give you a quick background on recent ADU legislation and their development in Santa Monica, starting in 2018, multiple state laws have come into effect to help remove barriers to ADUs in hopes to increase their development as they play an important role in the production of housing. Since these laws came into effect, Santa Monica has seen a substantial increase in ADU production and interest each year, as shown by this table on this screen. In 2020, Santa Monica adopted a new ADU code section that is both compliant with state law and in some regards expands upon the requirements to further encourage ADU development, such as exempting all ADUs from parcel coverage or floor area. As shown by this map, the vast majority of ADU development is within the R1 zone district, with 200 of the 250 identified ADUs located within it. It's important to note that these numbers are only now just starting to reflect ADU development within the multifamily zone districts, which is a relatively new component of state law that only came into effect at the beginning of 2020. So how do ADUs contribute towards RHNA? Pursuant to HCD, a jurisdiction may satisfy its RHNA through a variety of methods other than just identifying sites. And one of those alternative methods is including the potential development of ADUs based on such factors as the number of ADUs developed in the prior planning period, the community need and demand for them, the resources and incentives available for ADUs, and the anticipated affordability of the units. In order to understand how ADUs can count towards the next RHNA cycle, HCD requires a jurisdiction to project their ADU potential based on such data points as past production trends and what programs exist or are proposed to incentivize them. Additionally, as I mentioned, one important aspect that a jurisdiction has to provide for ADU development to count towards RHNA is the analysis of anticipated affordability levels. As mentioned previously, to better understand how ADUs are being used and how they contribute to the city's housing supply, staff conducted a survey that ran from March 4th to March 18th. That was meant to target individuals who either have ADUs on their properties or individuals that live within an ADU. The survey and outreach materials were provided in both English and Spanish and asked questions regarding bedroom count, occupancy, and the rental amount. The goal of the survey is to hopefully collect more localized data on ADUs specific to Santa Monica. However, if adequate data is not able to be obtained, SCAG conducted a regional analysis of current market rents that can be used to obtain credit towards each income category in RENA. SCAG's analysis was pre-certified by HCD and allows cities to assume that the total anticipated ADU production would be divided between the income categories listed on this slide. So as you can see, from extremely low to moderate, there's a percentage that is attributed to each of those affordability levels that can be divided amongst the anticipated ADU production over the next cycle. So to help incentivize ADU production, staff is recommending that incentive program is established for the R1 zone district. The R1 district is approximately, as mentioned, 35% of the city, but only provides 13% of the city's housing supply. And currently, the maximum density by right in an R1 parcel is 3, which is 1 single-family residence, 1 detached ADU, and 1 junior ADU. The incentive program would allow for an additional ADU if the property owner is willing to deed restrict one of the ADUs at an affordable level. This incentive program would help achieve the goal of affirmatively furthering fair housing by providing more affordable housing opportunities within the R1 district. Additionally, as previously mentioned, part of being able to count ADUs towards RENA is to show that incentive programs are in place. Therefore, I quickly wanted to mention staff is pursuing a grant to produce an ADU accelerator program that would help simplify the ADU process. The accelerator program would provide a handbook detailing all standards and processes attributed to ADU development for those that want to design their own ADU, but it would also include pre-approved ADU plans that can be selected by a property owner. Both of these parts of this accelerator program would help reduce the time and cost associated with ADU development. However, this program is very much greatly dependent on receiving the applied for grant money, which I believe we should hear back sometime in April. So besides the 4 strategies that were discussed, there are 4 other concepts, but that have not been fully considered as primary tools to help achieve our RENA. The first one, similar to the ADU incentive program, is looking into other options to densify the R1 zone district. For example, one idea is to allow for the development of duplexes by right on an R1 parcel. Currently, a minor use permit is required to construct a duplex in the R1 zone district. This allowance could be potentially based on potential lot sizes or any other factors. The next concept is a commercial land trust. However, this is very difficult to finance. Additionally, low and moderate income housing may not be able to afford the costs it requires, and it requires a very close monitoring of occupancy and sales. The next is a vacancy tax, but the expected revenue is low and the cost of enforcement is very high. And lastly, there is commercial to residential conversion. There are many logistical and design challenges with this concept, though, and it can be quite costly to convert commercial to residential. We also anticipate this not to result in a significant number of units. How much office might convert will essentially be an assumption, which is very hard to prove how much will actually convert. Nevertheless, we are having HRNA, our consultants, conduct a sensitivity test to better understand the potential tipping point for when the office might convert to residential, and also how much inventory of our office space within the city. And with that, concludes this section of the 4 strategies, and we would like to hear feedback from the council on the 4 that we discussed and the additional concepts.
Anyone have any questions about this? Glean. Phil, wait, okay, so Gleam, Phil, anyone else so far? Oscar. Kristen, that's the order. Gleam, Phil, Oscar, Kristen. Gleam, you're muted.
I don't know how I keep doing that. Thank you. I'm sorry. So in terms of maximizing inclusionary units on that strategy, number one, and you talked about basically setting a standard throughout the city. Does that standard you're contemplating, do you anticipate that would apply to downtown and Bergamot as well, or would they have separate standards?
It would apply across the whole city, yeah.
Okay, great, thanks. And then one of the issues that's come up, and I don't know that we're going to solve it tonight, but you know, when we do off-site affordable, we hear the term poor door. Are we segregating the poor into, separate buildings, or forcing them to be in a separate place? Is there something we could, if we were going to allow off-site units, particularly if we're going to do things like pooling and a way to sort of make sure that we were spreading those throughout the city as opposed to having people go and buy land in those areas where land is cheapest, which is already our economically disadvantaged areas?
Right. So I think it's so that within that concept of flexibility, we put in there that although it would expand it, that it can't be in the environmental justice areas, or it really could be any policy choice the council would like to make with respect to what areas that you can't do that in, right, or we would want to exclude from that flexibility. And so if that wasn't available, then they would default to the quarter mile as an example. So I think that there's definitely different ways that we can accomplish that to ensure that there's not overconcentration. Because the idea of the quarter mile, I assume was originally to address that concept of having it only in one area of the city, and having it where market rate is as well. So.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, so we have some flexibility there. You're just asking us if that's something we're interested in.
That's right.
Okay, great. And then I want to make sure I sort of understand. I think I do, but I've been wrong before. So state density law bonuses in commercial areas express themselves as units per acre, but that's not how we express density in commercial areas. We talk about height and FAR, right? So what you're asking for us, just a general direction that, yes, we want to take the affordable housing density bonus currently expressed as units per acre and begin to use that more in commercial areas, and you'll come up with some formula for doing that, or are you looking for more guidance about what that formula would look like?
No, that's right. We're asking the question, sort of the straight, can we treat FAR like basically the equivalent of density? So, when they say when the state puts it in the law that it's a 50% density bonus, or whatever it is in that number that we apply that percentage to FAR, there's not sort of another approach, another math conversion involved in that. We're just kind of treating it as a straight increase, in that FAR.
And I'm assuming, because one of the themes I'm getting through your presentation is that predictability is helpful both to affordable housing developers and market rate developers. So whatever mathematical formula we would come up with, I'm assuming we would try and make that as predictable as possible. So because we have varying lot sizes, 8,000 square feet versus 7,500, there would be some sort of generalized thing that people could say, I know what I can build here. Is that right?
That's the concept. The approach here is intended to be one that is simple to understand and easy to implement.
Okay, great. And then I have some comments about some of the other things. But I have one question about the COPA program in San Francisco, the right of first refusal. That's obviously got some funds attached to it. We don't have money. But how would if we were to do that, could we then start to look for a source of funding for that? I mean, in San Francisco, I think 5 or something to all of, at a city budget. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out doing the right of first refusal without any sort of funding to facilitate the nonprofits being able to get in on these deals. I think would be, it doesn't sound like it would be very effective. So we need to come up with some sort of funding, isn't that right?
Yeah, I mean, when you see it in San Francisco, I think clearly from their experience that the nonprofit providers that have been successful in purchasing property, they've obviously had assistance from the city of San Francisco, to do that. I think I was watching a webinar, and they said absent that fund, there's just no way they would be able to make it happen. But obviously doing something like this is it lays the groundwork, for the potential for something to happen, and whether it's a city funding source or even something else. I think the idea there is to create the opportunity for that partnership to happen.
Okay, and then I have a question about ADUs and the concept of what if we allowed an additional ADU if one was deed restricted affordable. And I just don't know. If it's on a single parcel, can you deed restrict a portion of a parcel or a building on a parcel, or do you have to deed restrict the whole parcel? I'm just curious. I'm not a real estate lawyer, which is obvious. So I've never heard of deed restricting a building on a parcel or a piece of a parcel, but I'm assuming you're saying that's doable. Is that right?
That is a good question. I don't know if we've looked into exactly the logistics of it, but I would assume yes, that you could just deed restrict one of the units. I'm not sure if that would need some type of land division at all to create a airspace, like we do similarly on other parcels. But that is the logistics that we would have to work out if this is the incentive program we would like to kind of pursue.
I see our city attorney may be able to add.
I do believe there are ways to do it. We would have to work out the exact way we do it, but I do believe there are ways to do it, much as we deed restrict particular units in inclusionary housing projects that are built. I do believe there are ways we could do it.
Okay. I was just curious because I didn't know if the law was different if we were doing it in single-family parcels versus multifamily parcels. Because I know you can subdivide and things on multifamily. And then I'm assuming, and again, I don't want to get into the details, but that if we were going to say, all right, one of the ADUs has to be deed restricted, we'd put some constraints on that so someone wouldn't build, a 500 square foot junior ADU, and say that's my affordable unit. Now I get to build another 1,000 square foot ADU for somebody else in the backyard. I mean, sort of the issue we had initially with our affordable housing program, where we were less stringent about what could and could not be built, and what we found was being built was a bunch of single SROs that were only affordable because they were so small that the rents could be low. So we would try and, I think, address that. Am I correct about that? And not just sort of throw it open to the market?
We could certainly put parameters on if you are going to go down this incentive program that the affordable ADU has to be X amount of square feet or X amount of bedrooms. That is certainly something you can tie to the incentive program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my questions for now.
So I have 3 questions. I'm trying to make it really easy because everyone else is asking the complex questions. So the first one, someone mentioned community land trust in this round, and I sort of heard that it was discounted, but I've been hearing really good things about community land trust. Can someone tell? It's sort of, at least what it sounded like as a community land trust idea was sort of like, well, it's there, but probably not feasible. Is it feasible? Would it help, especially with affordable housing, and also a way to rent to buy?
Yeah, so I'm going to start, and I may ask Jim Kemper to jump in as well. This is something that housing division staff has looked at extensively in the past as a model. And really, it's a model that's intended to support affordable home ownership. And I think that the key part of, the key challenge that was run into was, when you're talking about low and moderate income households and affordable and home ownership, would they be able to qualify, to purchase that unit and then feasibly afford the costs and the maintenance in the long run, I think was the challenge that was run into, like, for all practical purposes. And so for that reason, it's something that's sort of like difficult to finance, as a model. So it's something that's been looked at in the past for some of the affordable housing projects in the city, and found that it's a difficult model to make work.
Are there ways to incentivize that to get one started? Is there a way for, if we magically came up with some funding that we could incentivize that?
Yeah, Jim, I'm not sure if you're able to address that more specifically in terms of the analysis and research that was done into it in the past.
I can address some of the challenges that about the community land trust are kind of the decisions. And so, as Jing pointed out, it's usually talked about in the concept of home ownership. And one of the challenges is, all persons want to, whether they're low income or high income, they want to buy low and sell high. So but not buy low and sell low. So one of the traditional decisions for a government entity is, do you want a model like a Habitat for Humanity model, which just helps one household, moves them, let's call it, into the lower income class or the middle income class, but that's it, it's no longer an affordable, or the other end of the range, do you want, like our inclusionary housing, that's rental, but you could do with ownership, where it's deed restricted for 55 years. Or
forever.
Forever. I'm not an attorney. I believe there is some limitations on doing things forever, but with respect to land restrictions. But yeah, and to reiterate the other issue that Jing raised is, one of the issues about home ownership is, even if you get over the hurdle of owning, to operate homes is quite expensive. When the proverbial water heater blows up, you're the one that has to buy the new one rather than your landlord, etc. And so there's concerns about putting persons, families, households into positions where they're ultimately going to fail financially, and what that means for them long term. And so it's always worth looking into. Staff spent, I'd say, the better part of a decade on and off looking at it with our local nonprofit, and ultimately there was a lot of challenges, including the financing industry, who couldn't get their heads around a deed restricted property, how do they get their money back, etc. And so there's a lot of issues, is what I'm trying to point out.
Phil, I've actually been on the back end of one of these limited equity deals, they have limited equity co-ops, but somebody who got a condo from us that was a below market rate condo, and the guy was apoplectic that he couldn't get the market price for it. But one of the deals with community land trusts, limited equity co-ops, etc., is you don't make this guy was making nothing. You get to live in it, you own it, but you aren't on the escalator.
Got it.
So that's where you stay.
Okay. Next question. In this round, there was also a mention of adaptive reuse of offices and warehouses. And I know we don't have that large land mass to be able to do that, but we're looking at some offices and possibly a new model of office rentals in Santa Monica. So I sort of heard that was sort of, well, maybe we can look at it, but I know there are some office complexes that are coming up again for lease or may not lease. The amount of offices may decrease. What are we looking at in terms of that? Is there, because we see it overseas all the time. I mean, I keep seeing articles about how they converted, offices, and there are these great new apartments, and they were done in a very green manner. So I know everyone's looking at the coming aftermath of COVID. Now offices may come, bounding back, but there's Activision, there are other office complexes in the city that may not do as well. Can we incentivize the conversion of office space to residential units?
Right. So I'm actually going to invite Paul Silverin from HR&A to address that issue. They've done some preliminary research into the Santa Monica commercial market in terms of office and retail, and kind of the practicality of converting that over to reality. And so, Paul, are you able to speak to some of that research that's been done thus far?
Sure. Paul Silverin with HR&A Advisors. Councilmember Brock, we've looked at this at a very high level up to this point, but many of the examples that you hear about are relatively large-scale buildings of the type that you may be familiar with in downtown LA, for example. When the adaptive reuse ordinance was adopted in the early 1990s, which was important for catalyzing a significant amount of new residential development in downtown LA. But the key difference between the building stock and office buildings in particular in downtown LA and Santa Monica is the scale of buildings. For the most part, we just don't have the same scale of office buildings in Santa Monica outside of the ones that were built, in the late 70s, early 80s. A very key difference is that most of the buildings in downtown LA, for example, were completely empty on the upper floors and had, ground floor retail, but the upper floors were completely empty, which made it much easier to convert the office space to residential units because you had to put in all the plumbing and everything else to go with it. In Santa Monica, you just don't have that kind of building stock. We did an analysis of the occupancy rate of office and other commercial buildings in the city, and there are very few buildings that are more than 50% empty. And what you're seeing in the city at this moment because of the pandemic is one thing, but as you suggest, when the economy returns to something more like it was in the pre-pandemic period, it is very likely that the occupancy or vacancy rates in the buildings, will return to something more approaching the pre-pandemic circumstances. So while it is technically possible to do those kinds of conversions, the building stock in Santa Monica is not particularly well suited to that. You don't, as a physical form, and you just don't have high vacancy buildings that would make that possible. The same is true for retail buildings, industrial or flex buildings, and hotels. But all of that said, there may be some possibilities for that to occur here and there, and therefore it is certainly worth the city considering what it can do from a regulatory perspective to support that, which would be the primary way of doing it because, as you've talked about all evening, the city has no financial resources to incentivize that, but it does have regulatory powers that may facilitate that kind of conversion. And so our judgment is that it may be part of an overall solution, but it's probably not going to happen at a significant enough scale to put much of a dent in your arena numbers.
Right, but every little bit helps. While you're on the line, Paul, and since I haven't talked to you in 5 or 6 years, why are square foot rents in Santa Monica about the same right now for residential and commercial buildings? Why are our rents compatible? Why aren't rents higher for one or the other?
Well, it depends on which part of the city you're looking at. There is some differential between the two in different places. But the demand for apartment living and the demand, again, pre-pandemic, the demand for office space in Santa Monica are both quite strong for similar reasons. An extremely desirable community to live in with lots of amenities and city services. And so both types of use are very much in demand.
Thank you. One last question. This is probably back to someone else. Out of curiosity, and this isn't necessarily, I apologize, this question is more probably preceding this, but I have a question. How many existing businesses and rental units will have to be demolished, possibly to match the RENA numbers that we have to do? In other words, what do we lose to gain the 8895? Has anyone done you're on mute, but has anyone done a study of that?
I mean, we've done sort of, like, I think we would have to look into that more, because we've just sort of looked at sites, and the summary analysis of our preliminary sites analysis gives you a sense of, just existing zone capacity, and we have sites identified, but I'm not sure we could pull that number out right now.
Do we know what was lost in the previous RENA cycle? Was there, even though we had a net gain, were there existing businesses, and rental stock that was lost to create the new stock? Because I think that's of concern to residents. Do we, even though, we're stuck with the 8895, but how much of our existing precious small businesses and existing rental units do we lose to create the new amount? Or do we? And do we know what happened in the last cycle?
Again, we're going to have to look into that. I think Rachel's going to run some numbers at least on our preliminary first cut to give you a sense of what's existing on there. So,
sorry, I could give you the number right now. It's approximately 1.5 million square feet of commercial development. I can't tell you the number of buildings, but I mean, that's based on the suitable sites that we've identified. It would require the removal of approximately 1.5 million square feet of commercial development, of course.
So we would lose that much. That's a lot. Is that by commercial development, do you mean developed buildings, or is that parking lots, etc.?
It's developed buildings.
Wow. All right. Thank you. Just wow.
Oscar, you asleep? Your turn.
No, I'm here.
Good, your turn.
So I had a couple of questions. Is it true that these bonuses that we're talking about, we have the state laws, and then we're talking about potentially doing our own sort of like bonus. I think the maximum is 3 stories. So you can potentially have, if there's a building already that's, let's say, I don't know, 3 stories already, and they want to do 100% affordable housing. Is it, you can get the extra 3 stories if it's 100% affordable housing? Is that true?
That's correct. Yes. But I want to qualify in areas that are within a half mile of a major transit stop.
Okay. And yet we're trying to be sensitive to the, I guess, for lack of a better term, the over concentration of large housing projects, in one part of the city, which, let's say, like in the Pico neighborhood, we already have a good number, of our share of affordable housing projects. So I just want to make sure that we're still concerned about that we don't want to over concentrate, affordable housing projects in one part of the city, especially very large projects. I just want to say that that's a little bit of a concern. Me personally, I don't think that human beings should be living like beyond the stacked up on each other beyond 6 stories. But anyway, that's just my take on it. The other question I had is around environmental justice areas. Like what is the criteria that determines an environmental justice area?
So that map is derived from it's essentially looking at environmental factors. Pollution, like proximity to freeways, as an example. You see an area around the airport is identified in that. So areas where there's over-concentrations of low-income households is a factor that's included in that. Those are the ones that I can remember off the top of my head.
Okay. Yeah. So it's pretty much describing the area where I live, where Kristen, Councilwoman McCowan lives. We have the freeway, the city dump, the maintenance yard, for example, all in our area. And so I'm really happy to see that language being utilized, and I just want to acknowledge that. And so this issue here, what we're saying, are we looking at sort of, we don't want to be having people living in close proximity to those environmental hazards. Is that what we're looking at here?
Well, yeah. So the idea there is, Ross, can you put up slide 59? We're talking about this in the context of the affordable housing overlay. Mm-hmm. That's not quite the right one. There we go. Yep. So the map on the left shows the concept of an affordable housing overlay. So, imagine if the whole city was covered, right? The overlay would apply everywhere. And keep in mind, this is in addition to the incentives that are already were mandated to provide under state density bonus law. So on a local level, the idea here would be to carve out this. It's not really even a geometric shape. These are the identified environmental justice areas identified by SCAG. So it's the map on the left that shows the gap basically south of the freeway between Pico and the freeway, a lot of downtown, little chunks of mid-city and around the airport. That's what SCAG has identified as these environmental justice areas. And I think as another idea, the map on the right shows the environmental justice areas and formerly redlined areas. So you can see the remaining areas really are predominantly the R1 neighborhoods, R1 zone neighborhoods of the city on largely the northern and southern ends, where this affordable housing overlay, this local affordable housing overlay would be applied. And Ross, can you show the map on 56? That map, this map here shows what state density bonus law requires the city to do. So you can see that, this is the half mile from major transit. So it basically covers most of the central city. The affordable housing overlay that we're talking about on the local level would essentially fill in, all of the gaps that are not covered by these blue areas to extend those incentives.
And are there any mitigations for housing projects in close proximity to environmental hazards? For example, requirement for certain windows or air purification systems. I can only think of that. But any way to mitigate some of these environmental issues?
Yeah, it's largely through there are construction methods that mitigate environmental and pollution issues for units that are in close proximity to the freeway. Air filters and the like, that are implemented in those kinds of projects. So that's already something that is required, as part of the downtown community plan. It's a mitigation measure in the EIR for projects within 500 feet of the freeway. And maybe Rachel can address also any others requirements and projects that.
Yeah. Just to add on what Jane was saying, we do require a health risk assessment to be done for any housing project that's located in proximity to a freeway. I think the buffer is 500 feet. And so individual project by project analysis is done to determine what mitigation is required. Typically, they're high concentration filters, like MERV, they call it the MERV filters, And so they look at each individual project, what the health risk is, and then they apply whatever mitigation is needed to mitigate and reduce that risk. So that's usually done on an individual basis.
But that's city policy now?
That is correct. At least in the downtown, we haven't really looked at we haven't really seen housing within 500 feet of the freeway outside of the downtowns.
Okay. Oh, and last question I had was around the vacancy tax. And the comment that was made by staff is that it's too costly to enforce. And based on, I mean, what studies or how do you determine that? And I mean, are we doing a cost benefit analysis on that? We did that and then we determined that it's not feasible?
Yes. So on page 71 of the staff report, we kind of provide a summary of the assessment that's been done before by the city attorney's office and the finance department. This was looked at before, as to its efficacy, and the expected revenue was estimated to be low relative to the cost of enforcement and administering the program. I think the estimate here was based on an application of a rate similar to something that was adopted in the city of Oakland. It would be approximately $200,000 to $300,000 a year, and then relative to the cost to administer and monitor such a program, it exceeded the potential revenue that might be brought in from such a tax. Obviously, as a tax, it would need to go to the voters as well. So this was something that was reviewed previously, and found that it was the cost outweighed the potential benefits or the revenue benefits from it, and so that's the assessment that's provided in the staff report.
Okay, thank you.
Bill?
One more question, and I apologize for going twice. Here's a question, just a general question that I know residents have been asking. This is general, not necessarily in that section, but can our infrastructure handle 8,895 more rental units? From water to electricity to sewers to streets to transportation to everything we need to do. Can our city, have we done a study of whether our city can handle that? Because I think I asked someone in the water department and they said they were still analyzing. This was a few weeks ago. So my question is simply that, because I think you need to maybe reassure residents that we were able to do that.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have been in touch and in constant contact with our interdepartmental partners, both in public works, police, fire, mobility, to understand the impacts of this infrastructure. All of that is being assessed as part of the EIR. And I think, as you heard from the water resources staff, there's probably going to be actually pretty good alignment, because they're planning on reporting back in June on the urban water management plan, which is when we're planning to be back to council with the draft housing element. So we should have more information with respect, to the impact of that amount of housing units on just overall infrastructure in the city. We will be assessing that as part of the EIR.
Thank you.
So I just have two questions. So my first one is that is up to 120% AMI the missing middle in Santa Monica?
I would say so, yeah. It's and maybe even beyond a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean, even up to 200. I mean, we have it's that chunk in the middle where they make too much money to qualify for affordable housing, but not enough, to be affording true market rate.
But we aren't talking about putting our own money in to subsidize anything other than below 80%. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. And on the off-site affordable, the one thing I didn't see was the idea that I sort of floated before was beyond developers combining to build on a site, contributing money as opposed to doing anything.
Right. Yeah, that's. I think I think that's a viable concept we could certainly look at.
Thank you. Any more questions before we move? Could it be our final module? Jing, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's housing stability is next, and then we have a short section on non-compliance, which is very, very short. So we can move into section 6, and this will be Steve Mizukami.
Great, thanks, Jing. Steve Mizukami here, and this next section is on housing stability, and that consists of 2 categories here. Next slide. Preservation programs that focus on rehabilitation to maintain and extend the use and livability of our aging residential buildings. And second, housing assistance programs and services that focus on providing financial and technical support for our seniors, families, persons with disabilities, and others with special needs. Next slide. So the technical working group for stability, as we had mentioned, held many discussions on housing barriers and also the needs of existing residents. Many of the housing barriers reflect on the issues that renters are currently experiencing, such as housing affordability, possible discrimination while applying for housing, difficulties with housing applications in terms of credit restrictions and income qualifications, a call for alternate forms of credit scoring, recognizing that people are facing housing barriers based on race, income, and other factors. We heard of general resident mistrust of landlords, and also the need for assistance with navigating through available housing programs and services. Next slide. In terms of resident needs, the working group focused on the need for financial assistance and support for those who are rent burdened, continued tenant protection and assistance ranging from legal counsel, oversight of landlord obligations related to voucher programs and housing maintenance repairs, and also assistance with tenant rights and available housing programs. Number 3, continued support services for our homeless and our at-risk individuals. And finally, the need to preserve housing affordability by maintaining and rehabbing our existing housing stock. Next slide. So our existing housing programs and services are being evaluated for effectiveness, considering resident housing needs as well as limitations such as funding availability. So the programs are listed here in our 2 categories. First are the existing rehab programs that are in place to maintain the condition of our existing housing stock. This is where you'll find our rehabilitation programs, including acquisition and rehabilitation, our small grants program, and also our mandatory seismic retrofit program. Next slide. And second are the existing programs and services that are in place that help our residents with housing affordability and protections. So this is where you'll find our POD program, the tenant eviction programs, and our housing voucher programs. Next slide. So the working group focused on the need to preserve covenant and non-restricted naturally occurring affordable housing units, rental assistance and support services to ensure housing security for existing residents most vulnerable to displacement, and also the need for additional funding sources to help maintain and also implement these program improvements or expansions. The working group concluded with a prioritized list of program enhancements and also new concepts that would require additional funding, with some that are more in reach than others and those that are dependent on if and when additional funding and also staff resources become available. So tonight we are sharing this information so that the council may also prioritize these concepts as well. Next slide. So the first area of need is rental assistance and financial support for those who are rent burdened. As a part of the working group discussion, concerns were expressed that landlords were not accepting tenants with Section 8 housing vouchers as required by law, and stating other factors for denying their applications, which kind of speaks to the need for additional oversight where an outreach coordinator would be helpful in such capacity. Expansion of the pod program has been talked about. However, it would be helpful to have some clarity on how it would be expanded, whether to include additional seniors, to include the most vulnerable in our community, or to expand to families, which would, of course, greatly increase the amount of funding needed as their living costs are much higher than that of a senior. Next slide. There is a need for additional support on educating and informing tenants and landlords about their rights and available housing programs in the form of outreach coordinators that could help provide residents with the support on a variety of different issues, such as Section 8 voucher housing requirements, credit counseling, any tenant relocation and temporary relocation during repairs to a housing unit. And this is an effort to bridge that communication gap between tenants and landlords that we are hearing about. Also, the city is starting a two-year right to counsel pilot program that you are all familiar with that will provide residents with legal representation against attempted evictions by landlords. And the city will be, of course, monitoring that pilot program for its overall effectiveness and its overall feasibility. Next slide. The next area of support was to continue our support services for our homeless as well as our at-risk individuals. Additional assistance to participants long-term in any program enhancements would require additional staff, and that's basically to lower that client-staff ratios to allow for that additional support. And next slide. And the last area is to maintain housing affordability by conserving our at-risk housing and also expanding policy to our non-covenant units, such as rent-controlled units. Policy would be similar to how we currently approach our restricted affordable housing projects that are nearing the end of their their affordability terms that are then becoming at risk of becoming market rate housing. We talked a little bit about for acquisition and rehab in terms of that program. We have heard from affordable housing providers that have expressed difficulties in competing in the open market to acquire property when they do become available for purchase. As Jean had mentioned earlier, establishing the program similar to the ordinance that was discussed, which gives qualified nonprofit organizations the right to first offer or refusal to purchase properties, which would further support acquisition and rehab, which, although is expensive, can help to keep qualifying residents in their existence. Next, the existing small grants program provides funding for landlords to rehab their properties occupied by low and moderate households. Although this program has been successful in the past, there are challenges in finding property owners who are willing and eligible to participate. And therefore, in terms of priorities, this program is not a critical priority at the moment relative to the other programs that also provide needed benefits. This is kind of based on its limited funding. The group, as an expansion of this program, the working group did talk about an exchange program where grants were provided for ongoing maintenance in exchange for deed restricting such units for long-term affordability. Staff believes there are potential challenges for this setup for landlords basically deed restrict their units long-term, as it may not be economically viable and therefore unlikely, especially considering the small amount of financial assistance in rehabbing these units compared to, let's say, the loss of market rents. Next slide. In terms of new concepts, a rehabilitation tax abatement program was suggested where small rehabilitation grants are provided to landlords in exchange for property tax reduction for, let's say, a period of time to pay back the cost of the work. This would be a concept similar to the Mills Act program for historic properties. This would promote rehabilitation of existing housing stock while providing some short-term affordability. Such program would require coordination outside of the city with the county assessor and, of course, legislative changes. And as with any new program, evaluation must consider the overall effectiveness on a broader scale and also kind of balance the output with and compare it against the staff resources to administer such a program. Next slide. It's important to note the likely impact the pandemic will have on available funding and resources moving forward. There is uncertainty on how the pandemic will impact our existing programs and services. It's anticipated that the need for support will significantly increase in all areas. As you can see, the city's emergency rent assistance program this past year provided all of its available funding to serve about 650 of the 1,000 applicants with some assistance, with many still unserved. And at the bottom of this list down below is a list of revenue sources to provide some context of how our housing programs are funded. Next slide. So in its discussion, the council should focus on prioritizing these program enhancements and which of these concepts should be further evaluated as we move forward. I will pause here, but these are the two questions that we are asking, framing questions for the stability section, and I'll pause for any clarification questions you may have.
So I have a question. Do we have to do this for the housing element? I mean, we talk about these issues all the time, but is this necessary? Answering these questions, is that necessary for our discussion tonight?
Yes, so for the, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Steve. Yeah.
So for the housing element, of course, we've been talking a lot about housing production. Of course, as a component of that is housing preservation and housing stability. And of course, a part of that is maintaining, and we had talked about there's two concepts here, maintaining our existing housing and making sure our housing stock is healthy. And then, of course, the services that come along with that to ensure that our residents are protected and continue to have adequate housing. Of course, a lot of these programs are not directly related to the RHNA number, but they are a part and a component of the housing element in terms of the protection of our existing residents.
Yeah, I think to augment what Steve was saying is that although not, I think if we looked at it technically, like, do we have to restate these? Because obviously these are, as you recognize, programs that the council talks about all the time, and they are addressed through other means. It's really, the housing element is an opportunity to restate those priorities, and to make sure that it's known as part of a policy. So, but it is one of our strategies. We felt it was important to name it that preservation of our existing unit, existing housing stock, is something that we wanted to be able to highlight, so that it's not just a conversation solely about production.
William. Oscar.
So I just have one quick question. You had a lot of strategies there about preserving people in their homes, and one of the suggestions I've heard over and over again, and I don't think I saw it on the list, was the idea of having, and I know other cities do this, and of course it all involves money, right? But having an emergency fund. We all hear the statistic that most people, if they had a $400 car repair, would, not be able to pay their rent the same month. And the idea that when people have these one-time emergencies like a car repair, a medical issue, somebody gets sick and can't work for a month sort of thing, having some sort of emergency fund that people could tap not every month, but on a one-time basis to help keep them in their homes during that emergency time. Have we ever thought about something like that?
I think we have one.
Jim, are you able to speak to that?
Yeah, we do have that.
Yeah, that's how the emergency relief fund that you saw.
Well, but get into housing. This is more for broader things, but it still affects housing. That was my question. I know we have one for housing.
Councilmember, I believe we have that in the Community Services Division. I don't have Andy on the call this evening, and I don't know if Jim Kemper is able to answer that question, but we can get an answer to you for that.
Yeah, that's fine. If we're already doing it, it's just I didn't see it on the list, and so I was just curious. But it may be something that I've had people ask about, and now I can tell them we're doing it. Thanks.
There was someone else. Oscar.
Do we know how many renters are owing sort of rent, based on COVID, the eviction moratorium? how many renters are in a situation where they owe accumulated rents and are probably going to need some assistance? Do we know that yet?
I think it might be a little bit early. I don't know if we have that data point quite yet, but we do know that the eviction moratorium is extended to June. But I imagine at that point, then we'll start to really kind of figure out the impacts that COVID is having on our residents.
Yeah. I think it'd be real important to sort of get ahead of that so that we don't wait till June. I'm sure if there's people participating or exercise their right, to defer those rents, we or a portion of them, I believe it was a portion of them, we should get ahead of that. The other question that I had is, I just want to say this, there are a lot of good landlords in the city of Santa Monica, and mom and pop landlords, small owners. I'm not talking about, big property owners. I'm talking about small property owners that really do the best that they can given the conditions that they have. And they're providing affordable housing and so forth. So I want to acknowledge those folks, and I want to find out how can we incentivize keeping them in the rental market, because it seems that once they sell, on the flip is when we start, seeing the Ellis Act provisions kick in. People start losing housing on the flip. And I'm thinking, what can we do to incentivize keeping those small mom and pop, owners in business? Is that something that we're considering as well?
Yeah, I think through even just the technical working group, there's discussions about even how to incentivize our current property owners to be able to want to and be able to reinvest some money back into their own buildings. And that's, for the purposes of maintaining kind of that unit for the residents. So, perhaps maybe there could be some programs or incentive programs that we could start to think about, to look at the things that we're in control of. So could be, in terms of trying to streamline perhaps maybe some repair permits or something to that nature where we are in control of the permitting aspect of it. Of course, we want everybody to pull their permits, but could there be some type of incentives to try to incentivize property owners to want to stay in the rental business?
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions, so I think we're ready for the last section. Thank you, Steve.
Sure.
Great. So section 7. This final section is just a brief overview of ramifications for noncompliance, just so that there's an understanding as to, what it means if we do not have a certified housing element. Next slide. So as you've indicated before, we have to have an adopted element by October 15th, 2021. If it's not adopted by then, the city would be considered out of compliance. There is a sort of 120 days grace period beyond that, but if we could go into that grace period, then we have to prepare an update every 4 years. So we would have to do this again in 4 years. We maybe want to try and avoid that if we can. So the process that would be in place once it's submitted or adopted in October is that would be submitted to HCD. Then they would have 90 days to certify our housing element as compliant or non-compliant. Before we reach that point, as we've indicated, that June target is to ensure that we submit a draft in July and we get comments back in time for that October adoption. There are penalties and fines involved if the city continues to not have a certified housing element. And there's also SB 35, which is a relatively new law that has implications. Planning for the RENA is largely an exercise to demonstrate that the city has the capacity to accommodate housing at a variety of income levels. SB 35 really is the only legislation out there at the moment that actually puts some meaning to actual production. So next slide, please. There's an attachment to your staff report that explains in further detail the ramifications and sort of a fuller explanation of what SB 35 entails. We wanted to highlight here that what are the rules for failure to meet actual RENA goals, so actual production goals in terms of producing that housing. If the city is showing insufficient progress towards basically market rate units or above moderate units, at that moment in time. So every year we submit something called an annual progress report in April, and it's prorated over the 8 years. And if the city isn't hitting our market rate housing targets, at each of those annual check-ins, HCD goes through and then determines which cities are compliant or non-compliant. And if we are non-compliant with respect to production of market rate units, there is projects that have at least 10% affordability qualify for ministerial approval. There's a number of other conditions, that the project would have to qualify with in order to proceed down that administrative route. But that is an erosion of local control that might occur. And if the city demonstrates insufficient progress towards the production of lower income units, then projects with at least 50% affordable units. So, you're probably looking at that point of, 100% affordable housing project. It's very, very rare. I can't think of a time when we've seen a market rate project have that amount of affordable housing in it without some sort of partnership or public subsidy. In that instance, then those kinds of projects will qualify for ministerial approval, which isn't too different than what we have today. So we did want to highlight that column with respect to insufficient progress for production of market rate units and the potential ramifications for that. So this is actually just this very brief section. That brings us to the end of this presentation. We thank you for your endurance and patience with this. And at this point, I'm opening it up for your discussion and any questions on that section as well.
Well, yeah, I have some questions on that section. Does anyone else? That would be a no. If we, in good faith, Jing, plan to do all of the affordable units they require, and we have our sites for the other units, and we put up our own public land, right? I mean, if we actually do a good faith plan, right, because even if we didn't have a good faith plan, we don't have the money to do it, but by putting in our own land, then we are really putting in a substantial amount of money towards these projects, right? And so then should we develop such a housing element and then go to the state and maybe even the county and maybe even the feds and say, look, we want to do this, but you have the money and we've got the will and the land, then what happens?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, in terms of getting to a certified element, that's going to be a subject to review by HCD. And I think certainly Santa Monica's track record of producing housing, meeting our RENA in the past, is certainly an advantage for us. These are all new rules, so we're all learning together, unfortunately. And it seems that in speaking with John Douglas, who's our housing element consultant, he does work all over the state for cities. I think I might invite him just to maybe provide some perspective with respect to a good faith effort and how that might be viewed by HCD. I think the short answer is it's hard for us to know, but in terms of making that good faith effort, it certainly is, again, that first step if the city wanted to be pursuing additional funding possibilities and the like. So John, did you want to maybe speak to Sue's original first part of her question as well?
Yes, thank you. The key issue in terms of getting a certified housing element hinges on the RENA and having demonstrating that the city has adequate capacity to accommodate the RENA. In terms of good faith efforts and so forth, with regard to, for example, the SB 35 streamlining, it's simply a mathematical calculation of how many units the city has produced compared to the RENA allocation, and you don't get extra points for good efforts. Either you meet the numbers or you don't.
Do you mean in our element or in terms of production, Mr. Douglas?
They are two separate questions. The first is, for purposes of getting a certified housing element, is getting the state to agree that the city's inventory of sites is adequate to accommodate the RENA. That's the critical question.
That's what I was asking you.
Yeah.
And then the rest is essentially a negotiation between us and them. Is that right? Because we have quantified objectives. It's not just the RENA numbers, right? We're going to come up with quantified objectives about what we can I assume quantified objectives are still going to be part of the housing element. Yes?
Yes, quantified objectives are a required part of the housing element, but the quantified objectives really don't have any bearing on whether the housing element is certified or not.
No, I understand, but it has to do with our compliance with it later, right?
No. There's a common misconception out there that the quantified objectives are used for anything. They are really not meaningful because the quantified objectives they're not used in determining whether the housing element is certified or not, and they are not used to measure performance. It's the RENA numbers are what are used for both of those things.
George?
What he's distinguishing between is the two different things that HCD will be looking at. The first is whether we've complied with the preparation of the housing element, and that's going to be looking at the suitable sites inventory and whether we've identified additional capacity. Once the housing element is in place, then as we move forward each year, we have to report on how much of our production we've actually accomplished. And in that, there's no assessment of good faith. It's not capacity. It's just looking at the actual production numbers as we move forward year to year that would trigger SB 35 as we move forward.
Thanks, George. Bill, do you have a question?
Yeah. So in relation to this, so I understand that, and I want to make this clear to residents who are listening too, it is the state of California and the Southern California Association of Governments that have set these standards and have set the penalties. So I understand, and Sue covered the first part really well. The second part is this is an unfunded mandate. So we can set our housing element. We can say, here are the sites. Here's what we want to do. The state can approve our element. And when we come up for our yearly standards, if there's no money and no progress, let's say year 3, I'm just picking one out of the grandstands. Year 3, we haven't made the progress we're supposed to. What is the penalty at that point, and what is the penalty each year through 2029? Not that I don't want to do this, but I want everyone who is listening or will listen on YouTube later to understand that don't blame the Santa Monica City Council. We are following the state of California.
Bill, you asked a question. Can we have
I asked a question, Sue.
Thank you. That's where you stop, at the question mark. Jing, what's the answer to the question?
Did I hear that you wanted an estimate?
What I'm saying is that, okay, let me repeat this a little bit quicker. Or if Sue wants to, she can try and explain it for me. So here's the situation. We have a mandate. We get our housing element approved. 3 years in, we haven't found the funding to do the affordable housing we want to do and we need to do. What does the state say? And what do they say at the incremental inspections? And what happens in 2029 if we have not met those standards because we didn't find $4 billion of funding?
So I think the important thing is to get to a certified element, as George explained, we have to demonstrate that we have the capacity for that. And if the city doesn't, if the units are not being produced, the only implication that we know of today is SB 35, which puts forth a certain process if housing targets are not met for lower income and for market rate housing projects. And so there will be a process available for applicants to produce units essentially through an administrative process. In the long run,
That's what I get
okay.
missing that part,
Yeah.
and that's so. Explain that a little bit, if you can expand upon that a drop,
Right, right.
so that
So-
residents will understand.
So let's take an example. So let's just use an even number, like 8,000 units, right? And so what we do every year, April 1, we are required to report to HCD how many building permits were issued and how many. We basically use building permits as the marker for a unit produced as opposed to C of O. So we report to HCD how many units are actually being built. Every April 1. So we have one that we'll be submitting, I guess, in a couple days for the last year. And what HCD does with that information is then they'll compare it to a prorated version of our 8,895 units, broken down by income category, and they will prorate it over that 8 years to determine how many housing units, should you have produced at that moment in time, April 1, 2022, April 1, 2023, 24, 25, right? And every year when Santa Monica reports that, if we're not meeting that prorated target, at that point in time, then HCD looks at that, and that's when SB 35 is implicated with respect to a streamlined process for certain classes of projects. If we don't,
Can you explain that streamlined process simply? That's the part I think.
Okay, yeah. So basically, what it requires, it's a ministerial approval process for housing projects. What that means is it's no public hearing. It's not too dissimilar than the process we have in place right now. The biggest difference actually is probably, I would say the biggest difference is the objective design standards that would get applied. So, right now we have an architecture review board that goes through, a design review process. There's hearings involved in that. Under SB 35, it's not clear that would be allowed. It requires something called objective design standards. So the city would have to develop, basically like you would have to check yes or no. Does this meet objective standards? So that's what's required.
But if there's no money, if we don't have the money for that, there's no other penalty other than planning department could approve if there's a project that miraculously comes up with money. If there's no money, then there's still a problem. So I guess what I'm asking, at the end of that 8 years, I had heard that we would be penalized every month, that there was some gigantic penalty financially that happened.
Yeah, no. So the penalties, and maybe George can speak to how, like that piece of it, because that really has to do with whether or not you have a certified element. The fact that Santa Monica, once we have a certified housing element, that is in place, and then we monitor that over time. I'm talking about a second part, that has to do with actual production. They're two different things.
Right. I'm asking about production. The money for production. What is the penalty if we can't come up over the 8 years with that $4 billion worth of housing?
So the monetary
are concerned about.
Yeah, the monetary penalties are only in connection with the preparation of the housing element. So once we get the housing element approved, we move out of the monetary penalties, and we then move only into SB 35 penalties.
That's right.
And the SB 35 penalties are basically requirements that housing developers who choose to develop housing, so including market rate housing, for example, meeting certain minimum affordability requirements as inclusionary housing, we would be required to let those go through a ministerial approval process, only applying, as Jing said, the objective standards. So we potentially would not be able to apply any of our discretionary or hearing-based design standards or other types of standards. That's the SB 35 penalty. That's not the monetary penalty.
I understand what you're saying now. That clears up a lot, because I had heard over and over again that it's not only doing the plan, but it's what happens if you even can't succeed. And I think we can, but if you can't.
Okay, Phil, I have Gleam. I'm sorry, it's getting late. I have Gleam, Kristen, and Kevin.
Well, George, could you address what happens, though? We've had instances in California whereas cities have not made they've had compliant housing elements but not made sufficient progress, and the state goes beyond SB 35 and sues them, and then seeks penalties like, for example, moratoriums on bath and kitchen remodels and things like that. So is there a risk of being sued if we're not compliant with the housing element?
So potentially there is a risk that the AG could file a suit seeking other remedies, but under SB 35, as it currently stands, the primary remedy that it provides for not production, assuming that we've done everything we're supposed to do under the housing element and that we have filed our reports as required. Once we've accomplished all of that, in other words, if we file our reports as required in the housing element, it appears that the penalties under SB 35 are basically this removal of our discretion to control the housing projects. And I can look into that more and get back to you with more specifics if there's anything beyond that. But right now, that appears to be the penalties.
Well,
assuming, again, that we do everything we're supposed to in terms of the housing element and our annual reporting.
And I just would want to caution there, George, that as long as the state legislature wasn't going backwards to change the requirements within the housing element, they likely could change the penalties going forward.
Yeah. No, absolutely. This could be the subject of additional legislation at any time, and the legislature has shown a desire to encourage production, not just the preparation of the element. So that's always a risk going forward.
Kristen, do you? Yes.
Well, I was just going to say, but there is, I mean, Huntington Beach got sued, right? They had a compliant housing
built any. Gleam, they built none, and they refused to build any.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just saying that if we're trying to outline what are the potential penalties for not implementing a compliant housing element, I think we need to understand that there may be a potential risk of litigation. That's all. Thanks.
Kristen, no? Is anybody else?
Ben actually had his hand up before me, so I'm going to be fair and let him go, and then I can go after him.
Okay, Kevin.
As I understand it, SB 35 has a much more significant sting than the possibility that we be sued and have to give up some money. And I'll ask George or someone to confirm this, but as I understand it, if we fail to build the amount of affordable housing we're required to do, and that's what I'm worried about, because in this community, the market rate housing will get built. There are people who'll make money from doing that. But as Mark Verville, member of the public, said in the testimony he got about 5 hours ago now, I said back on December 15th that having to build the amount of market rate housing it would take to achieve our affordability goals merely by inclusionary is absurd. Well, SB 35, if we fail to meet our affordable goals otherwise, would require us to, in effect, allow the building of enough market rate housing at 15 or 20% affordable to achieve that affordable goal. So we could end up with 20 or 25,000 units of market rate housing if we don't fulfill the housing.
That's correct.
50%.
It requires ministerial approval of housing developments with the minimum inclusionary requirement.
Of 50%, right? Isn't that what?
No, if we don't meet our RENA standard, in other words, if we don't meet our RENA standard for production of above moderate income housing, so the above low income housing, the market rate essentially, then we have to ministerially approve projects as long as the project dedicates one of these two numbers, a minimum of 10% of the total number of units to housing affordable to households making at or below 80% of the income, or if the locality has adopted a local ordinance that requires greater than 10% of the units be dedicated to housing affordable to households making below 80% of the area income, that local ordinance applies. So if we had a local ordinance that, for example, required 15% of inclusionary housing that was affordable to households making below 80% of the area median income, we would then be required under SB 35 to do ministerial approvals of projects that met that minimum inclusionary requirement. So as Kevin says, we would essentially be required to approve large amounts of market rate housing with that minimum inclusionary requirement using ministerial approval requirement.
So I understand that. I actually think we probably already do that, but let me ask you something else. On the affordable, we'd have to ministerially approve projects with 50% affordable, right?
If what we don't satisfy is in other words, if we satisfy our market rate, but we don't satisfy our affordable, then the ministerial approval requirement is for projects that have 50%, or if we've required more than 50%, whatever we require.
But I guess my point is boo-hoo, because on projects that aren't 100%, the most we're talking about requiring is 20%. And even in other areas, we're talking about on market rate, we're talking about requiring more. All they're saying is we have to build more of what we already require, and we already primarily streamline those projects.
Under that second prong, yes.
Okay. Kristen, I'm sorry. You're muted, by the way.
Yeah. So this part, this SB 35 part, is the confusing part, and why I'm disinclined to just say we need to, focus everything on just ensuring the 100% affordable, right? I feel like if we don't maximize inclusionary as an option, we're going to find ourselves in a really sort of awkward position earlier on in the cycle than we would have intended. But the other thing was, I think we still have callers, and I just want to make sure that we get to the callers before it gets even later.
Yeah, but let me ask Jing one question to follow up on what you just asked, Kristen. So, Jing, it's my understanding that we've already satisfied a large part of our market rate. Is that right?
We have a pretty decent pipeline of market rate, but we think we have permits that should be issued within this cycle, at least the earlier part of the cycle.
Yeah.
Oh, to get us to the 2,500 in the next housing element in this next cycle.
Yeah, we have I don't have the number right in front of me, but we do have a pretty substantial amount of housing in the pipeline, both market rate and affordable.
And then can you just clarify the part though? So if George said that the SB 35 affordable ish situation would kick in if we weren't meeting our affordable, which we can't really meet without funding. And so is there a model out there, Jing, that you've seen that exists for like a 75-25 affordable to market rate ratio that would entice a developer to want to, because that's really what we're trying to get at, right? It's about 75 to 25% is the sixth cycle. And does that exist anywhere?
I mean, in order to, as you're seeing in the preliminary results, that the preliminary feasibility testing results, that in order to support, inclusionary housing at those higher numbers of 20 and 30%, I mean, you really are looking at, housing projects of substantial scale, to be able to support that amount of affordable housing. Really the only area of the city that has that kind of requirement is in downtown, which is obviously our highest heights and FARs in the city. And, even then it's sort of at this marginal level. We are seeing, we have one project, that is doing 30% on site, but it's, that project is half a city block. So you definitely need substantial scale, it seems, to support that, relative to, if you're thinking about a 15,000, sort of the average 15,000 square foot lot, it could be done, but you're looking at probably some manner of upzoning to that.
Yeah, I get the upzoning part. I guess I can't seem to get a specific height. That's what I've been trying to get, is an answer on like what height would actually allow for something like that. I know it was funny, Councilmember De La Torre said that anything over 6, they wouldn't want to live in it. But I mean, there are people all over the country living in buildings that are higher than 6 floors and loving it. And so I'm just kind of curious.
George?
I just wanted to clarify in response to a question that I think Councilmember Davis asked, but the Huntington Beach lawsuit was actually after Huntington Beach modified their plan so that it went out of compliance. They basically changed their plan so that it was no longer an effective housing plan. So that was the basis for the suit there.
So we do have speakers. How many speakers do we have now?
We have 2 callers we have 2 callers there. That's it. We have the 2 callers because the audio person dropped off.
Oh, okay. You mean Corey, the audio person?
No, I'm still on.
Oh,
we
okay.
have a person who registered.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know what you meant by the audio person. So,
Yeah, the video person.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, let's go.
Okay.
Transferring Michael Soloff.
Corey, the audio.
Michael Soloff, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
I sent a letter earlier today with directions I believe you should provide to staff tonight. The SMER Executive Committee then reviewed my letter and voted unanimously to endorse those views. Most critically, the SMER Exec urges you to direct staff to commit all 11 public land sites for 100% affordable housing projects only, subject to further discussion prior to the housing element regarding the portion of 4th and 5th in Arizona that should serve as open space. This public land can support the massive deed-restricted affordable housing RENA allocation, and your commitment of this extremely valuable public land resource will be a bold and tangible step toward turning these affordable housing numbers from state fantasy into transformative reality. This would fulfill a key recommendation in the recent Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing Report you approved, and will put us in the best position to demand that the state and county put their money where their mouth is in partnership with us. Such a large commitment by all levels of government is the only possible means of addressing the crux of affordable housing crisis, that massive number of lower income households paying more than 50% of their limited income in rent. The caller who said we need to expand our rent subsidy programs to keep severely rent-burdened Santa Monicans in their homes, SMER agrees with that. SMER led the fight to form and fund the POD program. But we also must build new affordable housing for many reasons, including to make a place for our lower-income hotel, restaurant, and retail workers. We owe it to these workers and their families to make a place for them, as their essential labor creates much of the tax revenue that all of us already here enjoy. And unlike our market rate housing that is occupied primarily by people who work outside of Santa Monica, we can give preference in affordable housing to persons who work in our city. Finally, affordable housing is a complex issue.
Thank you. Your time is now up.
Kevin,
May I make one more sentence?
Mr. Soloff, if he's still on the phone.
He is.
I'm very sympathetic to the intent of dedicating our public land for 100% affordable housing. But I'd like to clarify whether the sites you have in mind include the Bergamot Arts Center and or the airport.
It's not the airport, I know that.
The airport is not identified by the airport is not identified in the staff report. I think the Bergamot Arts Center is, and if there's some specific artistic use there that would be blocked by what the city was talking about, and that's something that you want to consider rolling back in that one place, I think that's a reasonable thing to consider. But ultimately, if we're serious about trying to address this crisis, this is the only way to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Soloff.
transferring Michael Fonda Bernardi.
But ultimately, if we're
Michael Fonda Bernardi, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
It does?
It does? Yeah, you're in the meeting. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hello, this is Mario Fonda Bernardi. Can you hear me?
We can, Mario. Thanks.
Good. Okay. Well, thanks for your patience. It's been a long night. I'd like to throw out some ideas to help frame the issues that we've been talking about. One, it's virtually certain, even with everybody's best intentions, that we will not meet our 6,000 units of affordable units. And the reason is fourfold. We simply don't have the money. That's reason number one. That's $1.5 billion that would be required. Even if the city gave us all the land, you would still need about $1.5 billion to just get on board that train. If we don't get the land, then we're talking $4 billion. And, you know, that money is not available at the moment, and it's not likely to be available in that quantity. So that's the first issue. Second issue is we don't have the water. Let's be honest. We're supposed to get to water neutrality in 2 years and do 20% better than that. It's not going to happen. We don't have the power. Right now, we're barely keeping our city powered up. When you add in all the demand from electric cars, we don't have the power. Right now, for our buildings, we can only build net zero buildings as high as 3 stories. Beyond that, they're no longer net zero buildings. So there are some real limits to this kind of activity. And the last thing, which had been brought up when I believe someone mentioned that we're talking about 1.5 million square feet of demolished commercial space. That's equivalent to 3 Santa Monica places wiped out, build housing. And maybe that helps us in our job housing imbalance, but it probably is going to be a tremendous impact on our city. So there are some things we can do. And one of the things to do, which has already been mentioned, which I would advocate even more strongly, is increasing and incentivizing ADUs. ADUs are the question that Councilperson McEwen was asking, what are we doing in the R1 district to deal with racial justice? And what we're doing, if you look at that map with the 250 ADUs that we've built over the last 4 years, they're all in those areas that traditionally have not been available to the residents that are of lower income.
Thank you. Your time's now up.
Thank you.
Kristen, wait, don't go anywhere, Mario. I'm listening.
Mario.
Okay.
And we asked the staff earlier, and I don't know if you know, but
somebody else is talking. Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
More ADUs for sure. The numbers were clear, but do you have any sense how many of those are actually being rented out, and then more beyond that, how many are being rented out at an affordable price? I mean, that's
we don't know that. We don't know how many are being rented out. If someone is renting it out to their son at $400, is that an affordable unit or not? But we don't know how many are being rented at market rate, how many are being rented for free for members of the family, and how many are in between. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm not saying anything anymore. I'm just nodding.
Okay, I don't know if you heard my answer. I said we don't know what the ratio is of affordable market rate. Yeah.
Thanks.
Did I see another question? Christine, did you have a... No. Okay. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
And that was our final caller.
So, does anyone want to start? Well, I'll start.
We all want affordable housing.
Yeah, we all want affordable housing. I think that we should, number one, commit every public site that we can to 100% affordable housing. I think that there's no need to maximize inclusionary housing if we do that, because it will be built regardless under our current zoning standards, and I read maximize inclusionary as upzone the city. And I don't see any reason to do that at this moment, since my understanding from the production group is that we only have 790 units left of market rate housing to build, and that in fact we already have 500 of our affordable units. I see you, Kristen. So I think we do that, and I think we need to maintain our existing policies on things like the pod, keeping people in their homes, emergency programs, assistance of counsel. I think that we need to check in frequently with staff. I think we should give this direction, but what we may want to even do is have an ad hoc committee through the production of the housing element to have input, maybe even to talk to HCD. But I think that this is something we really have to actively be involved in, monitor, promote, et cetera, et cetera. But I believe that that it would be very hard for the state and for SCAG if we put our own land in and agree to do it, and we've done it before. We've been doing it since the 1950s. We've put our own land in. We've gotten funding from the federal government. We have one building that was built by the county. I think we need to get funding from the federal government, the state, and the county. And we should be willing to accept this affordable housing where, and I can tell you from my meetings in the League of Cities, no one else wants to do it. I think that for us, with our jobs housing imbalance, this is something that we would welcome, right? And so that's how I think we should approach this terrible dilemma. I don't think we should build 30,000. And finally, I want to talk about the purchase option, because as I said, I've been involved in a limited equity situation, working with somebody who wasn't happy with what they were getting out of their below market rate unit that they bought in the city. I think that when you do for purchase, unless we can think of a great program that will get more than 50 or 100 people into it, that it becomes just a sad lottery that nobody wins. How do you decide who those 50 or 100 people are who get in? And even in the end, if you don't give them an upside, if all you do is encourage them to build and they get the back end, i.e. the profit on it, that's not what we're doing. I think we're looking to give people, through the housing element, secure places to live without being harassed by their landlords, without having rent that causes them to eat dog food at the end of the month, and to live in a city where they have educational opportunities, where they have great social services. And I mean, you heard a couple of our speakers talk about how different it was to live here than other places. That's why SCAG gave us these numbers, and this is how I think we should be approaching them to maximize the affordable. So, and that doing units for purchase, I think it's something we can explore, but I think we'll it will become a lottery. And I'm going to make that motion. So, Kristen, Oscar.
I'd like to second the motion.
Kevin.
I think Kristen was ahead of me this time.
But she took her hand down, so I think she may be done.
Well, you were going on a while, so we took our hands down every now and then.
Yeah, I'm sorry. At a minimum, well, can we get the motion? And I think I know what it was, but I'm not 100%. So on maximizing the affordable, obviously, I think that's a goal. I think that's probably the goal of the majority of us on the council. I think that, you know, the city-owned sites are a great place to start. The question that came up when we were, oh, sorry, did someone? No? Okay, that's just my echo. The question that came up a lot when we were having the conversations about the Plaza project was the fact that we'd invested $70 million in that property. And I totally believe that investing in human beings is a great investment. I just, as much as we're going to have to push the federal government, state government, the county to provide the funding to actually do this, I just hope the same commitment and dedication is there to getting the money to provide the services, because I don't know the ratio off the top, like the amounts off the top of my head, but I know that when we have, very low income residents, that we have a responsibility. We should want to provide all the services that some of our callers mentioned tonight and that go along with that. And so I just really want to ensure that we are committed to doing the long-term work to meet the needs of all of those residents and prioritizing people who live here already, who are severely rent burdened, and that they have the, and then also that people who work here. Now, I know that's getting way more into the weeds than the housing element is, but those things and keeping the production as far out of areas that have already been adversely affected, well, not adversely affected because I love where I live, but just have had to deal with the burden over the years and really didn't have a say for a really long time. I don't think the production should be in the areas that have already paid the majority of the city's price.
Production of affordable or any kind of house.
And any. I don't think we should be the priority areas.
Well, my suggestion is not upzoning anybody, Kristen.
Well, I'm not opposed to upzoning. I am opposed to increasing density in the Pico neighborhood. Well,
that's upzoning. I'm sorry. I mean, that's what upzoning is.
Right.
The Pico neighborhood, we have reduced its zoning so that it won't become gentrified over time, over and over. I mean, we have basically, and we have discussed it a lot. I'm sorry, Lane.
So, Council, I just want to be sure on the motion. I just want to raise two issues. First of all, should you decide that you want to prioritize city-owned land for 100% affordable housing, that is absolutely direction that you can provide to us tonight. There will be questions of how we support all of that housing without getting other community benefits commensurate. So there are some financial questions and calculations that will have to be done, which is why we're at this stage of the process. So tonight you provide the general direction and we come back to you with that work. I also would, before you move forward with a subcommittee, want to understand what you're thinking there. Because I do, if that's included in the motion, and I'm not sure whether it is, but I just wanted to be clear about where we are in the process. If you tell us to prioritize city sites for 100% affordable, we can do that. There will be questions about how we provide all the city services if we're giving up all those sites for things that might otherwise be generating revenue to the city. And then we're supporting all of that affordable housing without community benefits in other places. But we can take that back. That's why we're at this stage of the process.
Well, so wouldn't we be doing that otherwise? I guess, Lane, here's what I don't understand. Whether we build it as 100% affordable, which has been a good model for us, and people do feel supported in these projects. I mean, and if and they do have community services and that being said, as opposed to people, you put 10 units in a building or you put 40 units in a building, as we have in some buildings. And my experience working with tenants is that we get more complaints when there are few of them in a market rate building than we do when everybody's in an affordable building.
And
I don't like the poor door, just to say it, but the affordable buildings do seem to provide more support for people than the market rate.
And I'm not necessarily prejudging it, but for example, 4th and 5th, we've talked about a hotel, which would be revenue producing. I'm not prejudging what the answer on any of this is. I'm just saying, if you can't make a decision tonight that this is exactly the way the housing element will work, because I can't tell you tonight that it will work. You can provide direction that that's what you want to see, and then we go back and do all the analysis. So I just want to be clear sort of about where we are in this stage of the process. We just don't have that level of analysis in front of you yet.
So Kristen said it, and shall I so my motion is really that we do 100% affordable on city-owned land, that's our priority is 100% affordable, that we not maximize inclusionary because we don't get enough out of it, but rather that we keep our inclusionary program the way it is, and we will continue to get enough affordable, enough market rate units if our program remains at its current zoning level.
Is there something that precludes us from doing both of those things? That's, I guess, the part that I'm confused by.
Is there what?
Is there something that precludes us from doing both of those things, maximum inclusionary and the 11 identified city-owned sites for affordable? That's the part that's confusing me.
Well, in order to maximize inclusionary, as I understand the staff report, we have to upzone, and I would prefer not to upzone. That's why I'm
upzoning for what Lane was just talking about, which is if we maintain some of those sites like 4th in Arizona for a commercial property, we could still reach our affordable housing goals by spreading it out around the city, making areas potentially along Main Street or Ocean Park suitable for an affordable housing project if we were to increase the density. I mean, the height and the FAR. Is that how, that's how I interpret that report. Am I wrong? Is that wrong?
And David or Jing, do you want to jump in there? Because I want to be sure you're hearing directly from your professional planning staff.
Yes, that's so there are, I think there's a couple of things. One is with respect to maximizing inclusionary, the concept that's presented in the staff report is you have to think about, remember we talked about state density bonus law and what the city is required to enact. The concept of maximizing inclusionary was within that context. If the city is required, we are required to implement that and offer that bonus, that we want to make sure that we are getting as much affordable housing, out of that increase that we would, that we're required to provide. The second part of your question, Kristen's question about other areas that we want to incentivize housing, that we had heard the council talk about from an equity perspective in incentivizing housing. Right now, those housing is not happening in those areas because there isn't the capacity to allow it. So by definition, you would be looking at upzoning in those areas in order to incentivize housing in the same way that it's happened in other areas. Like that's really how you sort of move the capacity around the city, if you will. If we didn't do anything in those areas at all, we're really not affirmatively furthering fair housing in the way that.
So are you talking about in terms of the orange zones on the map? So we need to rezone those to affirmatively further fair housing. Is that what you're saying?
From two perspectives, because like, for example, the office campus zone, housing is a prohibited use right now, so that would need to be introduced as a permitted use, and then we would have to look at, what is the level of development potential that is necessary to incentivize housing to happen relative to commercial, because that's all that's in those areas is commercial development.
And so that's where I'm confused by what you're saying, because you're saying you are not willing to upzone in areas where if we did, we could potentially have a developer come in and want to build affordable housing, and we'd meet some of the equity challenges that we haven't met. So I'm confused why you wouldn't be in line with that. And the reason I said we can exclude certain areas that have traditionally done more than their fair share, because there was it's in the staff report, it was in the presentation tonight, that we can purposely exclude certain areas. And
well, what I'm suggesting, and look, what I call upzoning is taking something that was a mixed-use boulevard and saying, okay, you're going to give them 4 more stories for market rate in order to get more inclusionary. What I want to do, in order to get more affordable, what I'm saying is that we shouldn't be using our market rate housing to maximize our affordable, because it doesn't work. That's all I'm saying.
I think those are 2 different things, though. Sorry, I'll let other people, I don't want to monopolize this.
Okay, so Gleam, Oscar, Phil, Kevin.
I think I was next.
Kevin, sorry, Kevin.
I was going to say, I think Kevin's next, and then me.
Okay, Kevin, I'm sorry.
I strongly, enthusiastically, happily support prioritizing our public land for 100% affordable housing, as long as we do it sensibly. I mean, the city manager pointed out we have to look at the necessity to generate some revenues somewhere. Now, this council already scotched the idea of the revenue production that we thought we would do at 4th, 5th, and Arizona, but there may be something else we need to do. And I do want to protect the cultural commitment that we've made at the Bergman Arts Center. And if that includes affordable housing, I'm all for it, but I don't want to preclude the arts theater, the things that we have traditionally wanted to do on that site and want to retain, because if we don't actively work to retain the arts of this community, I can tell you we're going to lose them. We've lost too many artists in this city already. As far as how we pay for the affordable housing, well, I think staff told us that if we committed the public lands, that'd be enough to build about 7,000 units of affordable housing, which will fulfill the obligation if we did it all. And Mr. Kemper told us that the construction cost of an affordable housing unit, if you don't have to pay for the land, is about $200,000. So if you multiply that out, we're talking at needing $1.4 billion, which, because we're contributing the land, is a hell of a lot less than the $4 billion it would take if we weren't contributing the land. And I think that that contribution is a kind of a good faith action on our city's part that may actually spur the state or federal government to kick in some very serious money. I mean, talk about having skin in the game. We're making it very clear that we embrace the idea of affordable housing in the city of Santa Monica, as we have for many, many years. So I'm happy about that, but there's something I feel is really missing from this motion, and it's required as part of the housing element, and that's affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I don't think that the orange zones are enough to do that. At the beginning of tonight's meeting, from Planning Commissioner Nina Fresco, we saw a very comprehensive presentation about the history of zoning and exclusion in the city of Santa Monica. And I don't want anybody who lives here now to be taking it personally. But the truth is, if you live in an exclusive neighborhood, you have to look at the history and think about who got excluded. And I think that we as the city council, in this particular time, with all that's happened about Black Lives Matter and everything else, have to take this really seriously. And it's going to mean making some difficult decisions, which I don't think this motion yet makes. We need to find a way, if not to get affordable units, at least to get, moderate income housing moved into places that have been exclusive now for generations. And the mayor said no upzoning. But if we're going to move more affordable housing into what has been R1, that's going to take some upzoning. And Mayor, I know you live in an R1 neighborhood, so I hope what you're saying here is not that no, we shouldn't be willing to make any changes in R1. One of our residents, Matthew Stevens, sent us a letter before this meeting overlaying the map of the suitable sites inventory and the old redlining areas of Santa Monica. And the conjunction of the two was pretty chilling, frankly. I think we need to think beyond what has been okay and accepted in the city of Santa Monica because it's been unjust. It's been racial segregation and discrimination. And I hope before this motion goes to a vote, something is added to it to reflect the very real need to affirmatively further fair housing in Santa Monica.
And you're right, I did forget the 100% affordable housing overlay zone, which I thoroughly support. And I'm sorry, I am getting tired, and you're right, I support the 100% affordable overlay. And with that, I think that that it will help us with our affirmatively furthering fair housing. I don't know how much housing it's going to get us, but I do think that the overlay is a correct and a good idea. Is that what you were looking for, Kevin?
Well, it's one possibility, as you said, and none of us has the crystal ball. There's no way to know whether that overlay is going to be meaningful in any way,
right,
given the land cost in our R1 neighborhoods and the requirement that most affordable housing requires multiple parcels to be doable. And to combine very pricey multiple parcels in our R1 just may not be an effective solution, but we need to find a solution.
But do you think, Kevin, for instance, that if you had two condos of $2 million each on a parcel in this neighborhood, that that's affirmatively furthering fair housing?
No, I'll give you an idea, though, as long as you'd asked me. SB 9, which we opposed because it had nothing in it about affordability, and which may still pass, by the way, in Sacramento, despite our opposition, it would allow lot splits in R1 neighborhoods. Now, what if instead of having the state impose that on us, we set up a policy, an ordinance, whereby somebody could voluntarily split a lot. Now, it would have to be limited to somebody who has lived in that house on that lot for some minimum time, because we don't want to be evicting people who are renting houses, and we don't want to be encouraging speculation. But what if an R1 resident could voluntarily agree with the city that in exchange for splitting the lot and now getting to have two main houses on that very pricey piece of land, that they'd also build second units on each parcel, not ADUs, but those units, or at least one of the 4 total units, could be deed restricted, and maybe it couldn't be for the lower ranges of affordability, given the land price there, but maybe we could house some of those teachers who told us they need housing here. Maybe we could get some of that missing middle housing. And would that change the discrimination? Well, a lot of our teachers are persons of color, and they'd love to live in those neighborhoods, I'll tell you. So, yeah, I think there might be more we can do. I hope staff will explore that.
Gleam. You're muted.
No, I'm not.
Now you are.
Okay. Maybe there's a delay. I have some comments and questions, but I want to piggyback on what Councilmember McEwen just said. So a duplex almost certainly is inherently more affordable than a single-family home, simply because it's not as fancy. It tends to be smaller. So something like Councilmember McEwen was proposing, not only would it create increased affordability, not for people in the very low income range, but affordability for maybe 2-income households, 2 teachers, for example, but it also and this could be something we could work on with our local banks and lenders, is what happens if you have a duplex is you can live in one and rent out the other and use the income from the second duplex to basically subsidize your own mortgage. And so it actually creates a more affordable environment for people. So I think that's the kind of thing that we ought to be exploring. I have some concerns about the motion, and maybe they're overwrought. One thing I'd like to hear from staff, because as I understand the motion, you are basically taking out the first prong of maximizing inclusionary units completely. Is that correct?
No, what I'm not saying there will be no inclusionary. What I'm taking out the maximizing part. So it's not as if In other words, I don't want the most inclusionary because it doesn't give us enough affordable. It just gives us too much market.
So you don't want to maximize inclusionary in accordance with staff's proposal.
Affordable portion of inclusionary, but I don't want to maximize all inclusionary housing throughout the city. In other words, I don't want to increase how tall buildings can be and how dense buildings can be in order to get a few affordable units. And I'm not sure we need to do that to meet our RENA goals for market rate.
Okay, well that's my question. And maybe staff can have an answer. If we don't do, because that is what they described in prong 1, maximizing inclusionary units, which included increasing FAR and height. So I have a question for staff. If we don't have that component, if we take that out of the proposal, will we be able to write a housing element that will pass muster with HCD?
And can I turn to you on that?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, part of the way strategy 1 is sort of structured is coming at it from the perspective that state density bonus law is essentially required upzoning, if you will, right? It requires that if an applicant provides a certain percentage of affordable housing, there is a substantial bonus that is given to that applicant. And I think as we looked at how much bonus is being allotted for that applicant, we wanted to make sure that the city is capturing the maximum amount of inclusionary possible if we are required to do that. To answer, I want to explain that's how that is structured, but it's also coming at it from the perspective that we've gone through the work of preparing preliminary results on looking at how are the city's existing development standards performing in terms of incentivizing housing production in a variety of areas throughout the city. And you can see in the results that, it's not doing a great job of doing that. It's doing it in some areas of the city, and so we're seeing it in downtown, for example, but we are not seeing it in Bergamot. We're not seeing it largely on the boulevards. And, I believe that we do probably have, we have to demonstrate to HCD that the city's rules are not an impediment to housing, because it's one thing to get to the arena, but you have to have the policy and the program, that we can reasonably explain to RENA with substantial evidence through these analyses that our standards are allowing projects to proceed with housing, in concert with the city's inclusionary requirements, which at the moment, the 5% ELI option is something that is not available to housing projects. So the minimum that projects have to do is 10%. And since, that was enacted, we haven't, seen a lot of applications come in the door, partly due to COVID, but even pre then, we're not really seeing that level of housing activity. So,
how many projects? I'm sorry, how many units are in the pipeline, Jing?
I was just trying to grab that number right when you were asking that question, so just give me like 1 second. I'll
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, and I understand what you're saying, and I don't want to interfere with you going to get that number, but and I think what I'm hearing, but I don't want to be wrong about this, is that if we don't amend or do something with our inclusionary programs, we're not going to be able to show HCD that we're able to take advantage of things like density bonuses for affordable housing, and that could jeopardize the status or the compliance status of our housing element. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that we want to be able to demonstrate that we have a system that allows housing to be produced, and that's where all of the state legislation we're seeing right now is laser focused, on cities zoning, being a barrier to housing. So, we certainly haven't, we've not had conversations with HCD about it, but just, seeing the tenor of where the legislature is at, I think, there's reason to believe that they would certainly look at that. And so that's why the city has always gone through, the effort to prepare these feasibility analyses, relative to any changes to our inclusionary program or development standards that we adopt, to be able to demonstrate, from a policymaking perspective that, we're adopting things at levels that are supportable and able to produce housing, or able to support housing and incentivize it.
Do you have an answer for Mayor Himowitz's question?
I do, yeah. So we have 756 pending projects and about 1,670 that are approved and not yet in plan check.
Okay.
And how many in construction? I'm sorry, and there are a bunch in construction too.
There are, those have already been counted towards fifth cycle. So if they've already gotten their building permit, they wouldn't count towards the sixth cycle. We're looking really at projects that are in plan check that will have their building permits, we assume will be pulled after July 1.
Okay, so we have about 2,400 units.
That's the 1679 that are approved and on a plan check. About the 700 units, those are projects that are pending review, so they haven't received their entitlements yet. So in total, that's about 2,300 roughly units.
About 2,450. But okay, so 2,450, and that's how we're so close to our what we need to do on the market rate side, isn't that right? Because not many of these are affordable.
Yeah, in terms of the breakdown, we're looking at, it's probably, I'm sort of rounding up here, probably about 1,800 roughly units of market rate. If you look at about 1,300 that are approved, and we expect to have their permits pulled at some point, and about 500 that are pending. And our allocation for the sixth cycle for market rate is about 2,700 units, close to that.
So we're pretty close, even now. Assuming those get.
I have some more questions. So, in terms of using the city sites, for example, one of the sites is Bergamot, and I certainly agree with Councilmember McEwen's concerns about that. But as I understand it, the motion doesn't allow any upzoning. So, for example, at Bergamot, the current allowable FAR is 1.0. I mean, how much affordable housing could we build with a 1.0 FAR? Even if we were to use 100% of Bergamot.
But it's right next to transit, so it's under that state law. It would be so affordable housing, and for us too, affordable housing gets a bump. So
well,
if it is 100,
that's why I'm asking the question: is how much affordable housing could we build at Bergamot?
Are you asking me like how much housing we could put on Bergamot?
Yeah, because there's a density bonus, but it starts at a 1.0 FAR.
Yeah, give us a moment. Rachel's just doing that very quick. This is extremely rough back of napkin.
That's fine. I mean, I guess my concern is that even if we get density bonuses on city land, some of that city land isn't zoned currently very densely. So, I understand we can get theoretically to some number of affordable units, but then my next question is going to be, how likely are we? Because as I understand the 11 sites, one of them includes like the Big Blue Bus site. Are we going to move the Big Blue Bus operation somewhere? And where's that going to be if all our city land is used for affordable housing? So I'm trying to get some sense of the likelihood that we really are going to be able to satisfy our affordable housing requirement if all we do is build affordable housing, 100% affordable housing on city land. And if we can, great. But I just, again, want to be cognizant of how likely we really are going to get there.
So based on, I think, just to answer your question about the art center site, I think just, not really, it's about probably a couple thousand units.
Okay.
Because the site is about 410,000 square feet. That's the entire property, though, so that's not assuming, where existing buildings are and what have you.
Okay, great, thanks.
George.
So I think it's important that everybody remembers that what Jing and the staff is looking for tonight is just general guidance in a number of areas, because they're going to have to go back with that guidance and apply the very technical requirements of the suitable sites analysis and the housing element. So, for example, if you give them guidance that you would like them to try and dedicate all the city-owned sites to 100% affordable housing and use that as the primary mechanism for satisfying the affordable housing requirement, that's the type of guidance they need. But I think they're also going to need guidance on some of the other areas so that as they go back and apply the technical requirements, they can look at other things if it turns out that it's necessary with the feasibility analysis and other things.
Okay, well, that was part of my question, is because the motion excludes the other things. So I'm just trying to get a sense of that. So let me finish asking my question. So on the second prong, 100% affordable housing, part of the proposal was upzoning for 100% affordable housing in commercial zones and a minimum of 4 stories in residential zones. And that's obviously on private land, proposed on private land. I'm assuming that is not part of the motion. Is that correct, even though it was part of the 100% affordable housing recommendation?
I'm sorry. I was looking for something else, so ask me that again.
Sure. So there were the 4 prongs, and one of them was promote 100% affordable housing. And one of the strategies under that affordable related sites to allow incomes and density and affordable projects in commercial zones beyond even the state density bonus, as I understood it. And then also to allow a minimum of 4 stories for 100% affordable housing projects in residential zones. Is that part of the motion?
I'm looking at the questions we were being asked, and I'm having trouble finding that, but making everything a minimum of 4 stories is not in the motion.
Okay, all right, that's fine. And then the other, a couple other issues I had, or questions I guess I had, were one of the things that one of the callers mentioned was a mid-cycle review. Is that something that staff thinks we could use so that we could sort of stay out of hot water, where if we weren't making benchmarks, we could have different standards automatically kick in? So that would be part of our CEQA analysis up front, but it would give us a fail-safe, so if we weren't implementing it at the level that was necessary, we would be able to make an adjustment.
I think that's certainly something that could be accommodated. That's obviously a policy decision of the council. We are already required to monitor the performance of the housing element annually, so we would have, data to provide every year, April 1, with respect to how the city is doing with respect to production. So that would be a natural point that, I think that we can incorporate an idea like that without maybe necessarily something that's like a trigger, that automatically does something. It may be something more like an assessment of how we're doing and the opportunity to always come back and adjust. There's nothing that prevents the city from doing that, as long as we are still meeting our RENA.
Right, but I want to make sure, so we have to do an EIR on the housing element, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
So let's just assume that the mayor's motion passes and we don't have make any change to any of our inclusionary standards, and we don't adopt policies that would perhaps allow us to maximize the affordable housing density bonus, and then we found out 3-4 years down the road the city sites weren't turning over, they weren't generating the affordable housing we thought we needed. could we include a mid-cycle adjustment prospectively? So, because otherwise we're going to end up having to do CEQA again if we do that in the middle of the housing element, aren't we? So I'm just trying to think of something that would keep us from having to redo CEQA somewhere down the road.
Yeah, I want to think about that because I think for the purposes of the CEQA analysis, the impact analysis is on the total number of units, not the process and the procedures necessarily. So we have to plan for, you know, the RENA and a little bit of a buffer, like just for the purposes of analysis in the EIR. So I don't, my initial thought is I don't think it would prevent the city from making those adjustments in the future because you've already analyzed the volume of units, if you know, from that perspective.
Okay. Well, no, okay. You guys know CEQA better than I do. Well, I think we're in comments now, so I'll just make my comment. I think we need to use all the arrows in our quiver. And while I certainly support prioritizing 100% affordable housing on city land, as has already been pointed out, there's the issue of potential open space at the 4th and 5th and Arizona site, and how do we accommodate the arts at Bergamot? And all of a sudden we start to sort of nibble away at the potential development there. And one of the sites is a Big Blue Bus site. I don't know if that's going to turn over in 8 years or not. And if it does, where does it go? So I'm sort of hesitant to support a motion that takes maximizing inclusionary units out of our toolbox. And that's not to say that we don't prioritize building 100% affordable. I certainly support the idea of 100% affordable overlay, but I also support the idea of using density bonuses on the boulevards to increase the potential for building 100% affordable there. So I've sort of liked the four-prong approach that staff has proposed, and to send Steph back and say, we want to prioritize using city sites, but we don't want to hamstring you and say, don't do any of these other things, and give them the opportunity to come back with a truly compliant housing element that we can all then adopt. So I won't be supporting the motion because I think it unduly ties staff's hands in terms of developing a compliant housing element. And I just want to make one last comment. I also think that that's important for equity issues because I think the overlay is helpful, but I also think that looking at increasing density in the formerly exclusionary zones is absolutely necessary, even for non-100% affordable projects, as Councilmember McEwen outlined a bit. And I think if we don't do that, we will not be promoting housing equity and we won't have a compliant housing element.
Phil and then Oscar, and then Christine.
Well, there's a lot of stuff in this, and I understand why it's a long night. I want to start with reminding everyone that Freddie Mac said we need about 3,300 units and not 8,895 units. I think the overestimation of the amount of units is going to hurt our open space. It's going to hurt parks. It's going to hurt future playgrounds. And it's going to hurt our neighborhoods and the fact that we are still supposed to be a beachside community. Now look at, I support affordable housing. And knowing that we have almost as many market rate units as we need to fulfill this state requirement gives me some hope, because we don't need to do that much more. So I do not support maximizing inclusionary housing. I don't support adding to developer profits, when what we need in the city is housing for those in need who can't afford to live here otherwise. So if you're going to try and sell me on maximizing market rate housing with some inclusionary, I will never vote for that. And I hope our residents won't support that. A couple of things. Kristen McCowan, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan mentioned 4th in Arizona and mentioned commercial on that site. It's surplus land. To my knowledge, we have three choices for that land: schools, parks, housing. I have said before, I will support housing and I'll support open space on that land. I won't support another high-rise hotel development that clearly the residents of the city do not support. As far as duplexes, I understand the theory of duplexes, and I personally would have no problem living next to a duplex. I live between a historic apartment house, another garden-style apartment house, and 2 doors east of me is a behemoth 1960s version of an apartment house. However, the theory that building that duplex on land in Noma or in Sunset Park or in Ocean Park is going to somehow lower prices for that land is not true, because now that developer can put 2 units on one and he will increase his property value. So I disagree with that. I am fine with the ADUs. I'm fine with junior ADUs. I think those are valuable. And yes, I hope that a few hundred of those in the city, that some of those will do what what Councilmember McEwen wants, which is provide housing for teachers and nurses and doctors and people who need housing in the city, who are at that lower mid rate and not at a rate of needing pure affordable housing. I think that's a good thing. But I do want to caution us. We have to make sure that by building, that we don't lose the concept that we're going to need playgrounds, we're going to need parks, we may need more schools, we hope, because hopefully we'll attract families to the city, and that we have to make sure that we have the infrastructure for this construction as well. As far as Bergamot, yeah, we may have to change that, and I hate to say that because I love the arts complex, but we have to make sure that the arts, theater, dance studios, nonprofits are featured in any housing that ever goes there, that the first floors be reserved at below market rate so that we can preserve the arts in this city, because when 41% of our residents work in the arts, we damn well need to make sure that we preserve the cultural arts, not just art, but arts in our city. So I think parts of this are okay. I'm frustrated because I believe that the requirements are too stiff, that the requirements will upend our city. On the other hand, by the time the requirements are done, most of us will have retired from the council. And hopefully, you know, the new construction, that planning will make sure that that new construction blends in with our beachside community and doesn't destroy it. So I will support Sue's motion, has written or has spoken right now. And look it, I hold out the hope, and some of you may not, I hold out the hope that at some point HCD will adjust their requirements and lower them. In the meantime, we're legally obligated to do this. So you know what? With reluctance, and you can drag me along as an anchor, but I'll go along with it. Thank you. Oh, wait, I have one more thing. I mentioned there are a whole bunch of other things that we mentioned over the course of the evening. I know staff was listening to all those. Just because we adopt this motion should not mean that we don't look at the pod program and increase it, that we don't look at whatever version of Torca 2 or what LA is doing with Section 8 rent to buy. All those programs, we need to look at those. So I hope that making this motion does not preclude our planning department from listening to everything else we said tonight, because this is not the final word. We're coming back in June for the final word. Thank you.
So I think I had Oscar and then Christine.
Well, I think it's real important to note that years ago, as we learned today, and the staff report, that this city council, not us, but this government, was working on ways and plans to exclude people, to marginalize folks, and by race. Now it's by class. And we still live with the residues of that exclusionary, program and ordinances and so forth that kept a lot of people out, especially from the north side of our city. We have an opportunity with a lot of the publicly owned land to rectify that. On the privately owned land, I think the ordinances, the changes can't. I'm still trying to figure out how that would work and how to make something affordable in those R1 zones. But I think our best bet right now to make sure that we meet this housing element and the requirements, so that the state doesn't come in and dictate, to us what we need to do. The motion made, I think, provides us the best opportunity to do that. And I think, once we get it approved and so forth, we meet the deadline. We can make some adjustments. I do think that we do need to protect public space. We should think about, as we move forward with affordable housing, how do we sustain families? Having families living in our city, and also, so thinking about how we can expand the Preserving Our Diversity program, to expand it to support families. So I think it's so important. It's crucial for the future of our city, and to protect our public space and our parks as well on that publicly owned land. And as we go along, I'm sure that we'll find ways to do that. So one of the things I want to clarify, though, and Sue made it. She said it in the motion, but I just want to make sure it's clear, because I think, Phil, you brought it up as well, the TORCA 2.0. Just the concept of ownership. That we direct staff within the motion, and I know Sue mentioned it, but I just want to make sure that we clarify that's part of the motion. That we're looking at those. We want staff to look at those types of programs and best practices for affordable home ownership, because in terms of reparations, there's nothing stronger than that. To look at the history and to see that it, only 8% of African American residents in the city of Santa Monica, only 8% are homeowners. And we know from the data that it's mostly in one zip code, maybe two, 90404, 90405. So whatever we can do, and I think staff has it right. Staff's looking at it, looking at the history, and making sure that we don't, overly concentrate affordable housing projects in the Pico neighborhood, which already, has a significant amount of not just affordable housing, but also social services and environmental hazards, and anyway, a lot of other things that depress property values, for those residents of color, those very few residents of color that own property. And so we don't want to contribute, more to that problem. We want to, find solutions. We want to enhance and improve the quality of life for these communities. And I think staff, through the reports and all the data, has a good plan. And I'm glad that we're talking about environmental justice issues and so anyway, so I think the motion's a good motion. It'll get us to where we need to be in terms of meeting the requirements. But on the issue of what else can we do, in the R1 zones to provide more access, is there anything that we can do within the motion? And maybe another council member has an idea to do that, on how we might be able to add some language or a direction, to increase access, to formerly excluded, classes of people in those zones, in the R1 zones in particular, and And then just, in terms of the direction, staff's already laid it out, to not overburden, the Pico neighborhood in particular, with development that will, decrease property values or overburden one part of the city, with all the different types of developments that we already have. We've seen these patterns, over time. We want to reverse some of those things. So anyway, so if we can find some language to strengthen those areas, I think that it'll be a stronger motion. But I like where we're going with the motion as is right now.
Let's see. I have Christine and Kristen, but first I have Lane. Sorry.
Council, I just want to be sure that we have a motion that staff can take back. So I want to be sure I'm hearing you say that you're looking for a compliant housing element that meets affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements and prioritizes 100% affordable housing on city-owned land. And I want to be clear that planning staff is saying they do not think we will meet AFFH requirements using city-owned land alone, because it doesn't get us into the other areas. So,
but I did include the housing overlay, Lane. Sorry.
The affordable housing overlay.
Yes.
I think we can take that back, but we do need the language in there that it will be a compliant housing element that meets AFFH requirements so that we can work with that and make sure it does.
Well, when you say, so I will amend the motion because obviously I do want to meet, AFFH requirements. And I did forget the zoning overlay initially. And so my question is, if I include the zoning overlay, does that satisfy affirmatively furthering fair housing?
I think we don't know in this moment whether that will get you there but we can take it as prioritization. So if the motion is a compliant housing element that meets AFFH requirements and prioritizes 100% affordable housing on city-owned land and includes an affordable housing overlay, I think that gets us.
I think that we could, look, what Oscar said is certainly what, and so let me go through it again, and Oscar can then second it again. So yes, I want a compliant housing element that emphasizes 100% affordable housing on city land and has 100% housing overlay with the historical and environmental challenge areas removed, and promotes diversity of every kind in every neighborhood in Santa Monica, and inclusion, diversity and inclusion in every neighborhood in Santa Monica. Now, would that work or not?
Jane, can I look to you?
I think that is helpful. General direction. Is that a substitute of your prior motion, that statement, or in addition to?
It is a fuller statement of my motion that I'm looking for a second on, and if Oscar has something that he thinks he can add to it to make it better, I would love to hear it.
I think it'd be important to direct staff also to look at those opportunities for affordable home ownership for residents. Maybe you put including opportunities for affordable home ownership options for residents.
That's friendly to me. And my motion is, you just seconded with that friendly amendment.
Yes.
Phil?
I just wanted to clarify, I think for Oscar, I think the program really is to find diverse ways to offer rent-to-buy situations to the city. So it's not just home ownership, it's renting, finding ways that if you pay rent for 10 years that's applied toward your down payment, that you find ways for people to rent to buy in the city.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's not rent to buy, it's any way to buy in the city. It might not be rent to buy. It might be other ways.
How about diverse?
That's acceptable.
Yeah, diverse avenues from to transition from renters to owners, something along those lines, you know.
Can I just clarify in your motion also? Are you because I'm hearing about we have a compliant housing element and emphasizing affordable housing on city land. Is there direction with respect to focusing housing in certain areas or incentivizing housing in certain areas of the city? Is that part of your motion?
Yes.
Going back to our original questions of the options A, B, and C.
Yes, and to focus housing on traditionally redlined areas, I think, yes, traditionally exclusive areas. And the final thing I would include is looking at ways to create deed-restricted ADUs in R1 neighborhoods.
Mayor, I know you have council members. I know that Councilmember Parra and I see Councilmember Davis now and Councilmember McCown wanted to step in. I apologize for stepping in. I just didn't want discussion of a motion that we can't work with at all. I'm not sure where to go from here in terms of Robert's rules. You may want to.
I was trying to follow the 5 questions, frankly. So, and I was trying to follow the staff report and to follow the outline of the 5 questions in the staff report. And if I didn't do it, then maybe I don't. Should I try again? I mean, is that what you want me to do?
No, Mayor, that's fine. Why don't we hear from the other council members at this point, and then in the end, I just want to make sure that we understand what the final motion that you're voting on is, and that it's a motion that will produce a compliant and lawful housing element for you.
Well, if I said that I want to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendations with the exception of maximizing inclusionary housing, but otherwise encouraging all forms of housing in diverse areas of the city, or in areas of the city that have been redlined, that seems more vague to me, doesn't it to you?
Yes.
George. Oh, I knew you could do this.
So, I mean, I think it might make sense to put something up in writing so that you can look at it.
That would help.
See if you make that motion and it's seconded, and then people can add things, and then everybody will know what we're voting on.
Can you do that, George?
I can.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Mayor, and while George is doing that, I stepped in because I was concerned about the language of what you were discussing. I don't want to get in the way of Councilmembers Parra and McCown, who I think were waiting. So I want to be sure I don't. And
David. Okay,
yeah.
So Councilmember Parra has not spoken yet. So George, let's hear from her, and then maybe you can put it up. Thank you. Christine.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I've been relatively low energy tonight. I'm under the weather, so but I just wanted to put in my 2 cents in terms of the motion or pseudo motion that you guys are trying to put in place. I am in support of what I'm hearing, and I have a question and a couple comments. So one of them, is coming from the perspective of we're talking about equity and being, equitable across the city where it comes to housing and affordable housing. And I think it's really important that as we look at housing and where we're going to put it and looking at the areas that have formerly been redlined, that we also, though, take into consideration everyone that's living here, and that also means all income levels. And what I mean by that is that I don't want to penalize people understanding where the history of this city. I'm not by any means not taking into an account, what has historically been, there's been racism and segregation and exclusion, if you will. But taking into consideration that there are a varying degree of people here, and that's what makes Santa Monica great. And so the example that I'm trying to bring forth is, for example, someone like me who's a woman of color and am one of the 13% of Latinos that actually own a home in Santa Monica. It was because I wanted to live somewhere that had a secure yard that my future children could safely play in, right? And so I think that when we're looking at this and we're taking into consideration that people want to live in a single family home, people have worked their whole life to save their money to live in a single family home. I don't think it's completely fair to eliminate that opportunity. I also don't think it's completely fair to, like, for example, someone like me who my husband and I depleted our 401ks to have an opportunity to own a home, a single family home, because we wanted that yard. After growing up our entire lives in apartments, and multifamilies, we wanted to have our own little space where we didn't have to worry about, making too much noise or stomping or playing our music too loud. And so, again, I just wanted to bring that forward because there's all this talk about, like, people that live in R1 neighborhoods. It's almost like, we're penalizing them, for living them there now, penalizing them for the segregation that happened in the past. And I don't feel that that is necessarily fair. And so, I wanted to bring that up. I also wanted to, again, recognizing that R1 zones have historically been exclusive. If we do any type of modification to R1 zoning, I'm extremely concerned about how it would affect or further affect the densification in neighborhoods like Pico and Ocean Park. So I wanted to put that out there as well. And then one of my questions was, if we were to is it a possibility to upzone on a quote as needed basis on city owned property, and using like the Bergamot Center site as an example? So if right now there isn't the correct zoning there, if you will, to be able to do the type of housing that would help us meet our goals, our affordability goals. So if right now we decided to make a decision to not upzone the city, but we have identified that property as a potential for housing, do we have the ability just to singularly upzone just that property, like an as-needed basis? I don't know who can answer that.
Jane, do you want to Jane, do you want to answer that? I want to be sure I don't get in your way.
Yeah, I mean, so the city actually subjects its properties to the zoning code and all of the development standards. We do not treat city properties differently than any other private property. The city could make a choice for that not to be the case, and to make decisions, on a case-by-case basis with city-owned property. So that would be kind of like additional policy direction, to do that, to take it in that direction, because right now, normal zoning rules apply to all city property, but that's certainly the direction that you could ask us to explore, and look at that when I assume when you're talking about that, that's what you're thinking about when you're talking about as needed zoning, sort of the opportunity to customize for each site.
I mean, right. I mean, because the discussion, the motion, I believe, that's the way that I understood it on the table, was to not upzone anything. And so that's why my question came up about that particular property. So if we were to give staff direction to
upzone for inclusionary market rate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So then, I'm sorry, then I misunderstood you.
So George, should we put it up so we can see it and we're talking about a complete package? Can we do that?
I can try. Let me see if I can get it up.
And I really appreciate your doing this. It's hard to write and do and share.
So hopefully you can see my screen. Can people see my screen?
Yes, I can see it. And yes, option B. It's with the exception of environmental justice. There's another, and
did you want to include and the red line?
Yeah, and the red line. Great. Okay, so.
So if that's your motion, Stu, we would need to have the seconder agree with that.
Okay, Oscar?
Oh, yes.
You sure?
100%. It looks great. It looks great. Good job, George.
Thank you, George. That's super helpful. Okay, so has everybody looked at it, and do we need to look at it longer? So this is my motion. It's been seconded by Oscar, and now let's talk about it some more. I can't see who has their hands up.
I was next to, and then Gleam, and it looks like Kevin shut his hand up.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so the fact that option B was put in there, I feel better about, because I understand what you were saying, that you didn't want to maximize inclusionary, but I believed that we needed to make it very clear that we supported maximizing density if it means getting affordable housing in more diverse parts of our city. And I think that is there now that the option B that George wrote that in, but I was not feeling comfortable that that was excluded prior to George's language going up on the screen. So I appreciate that we made that abundantly clear, because just the city-owned sites was not sufficient, in my opinion, at all, and we were failing to address a significant thing. And to Christine's points, like, Christine, I totally get where you're coming from, but I think, and I'll just say this speaking for myself, saying that I'm open to other opportunities in traditionally exclusionary R1 zones does not in any way mean that someone can't have a single family home. I live in a single family home in an R2 zone next to a multi-family unit. Our single family homes exist throughout Ocean Park, throughout Sunset Park, and even though a good majority of Sunset Park is R1, but they exist. And so we're not saying take it away, but I just recently, just to kind of see, because we are, and I don't like to use personal anecdotes, but I'm going to do it for this purpose, because I am fortunate enough to have the ability on our property, because we are R2 zoned, I had someone draw up the options. And the reality is, I can house 5 different households on a 5,200 square foot pie lot. The freeway is my neighbor. It is a pie-shaped lot, some of the most awkward housing to deal with in this city. And we can do 2 JADUs, an ADU, and split the main part of the house into 2 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartments, and deed restrict some and make them affordable if we wanted to, which is something that my brothers and I want to do with this property that we are fortunate enough to inherit one day, is to make it as available as possible so that other people get the great benefit of this awesome school that's down the street, the 4 parks within walking distance, and everything else. So I just want to be very clear that when we talk about single-family homes as the aspirational thing, and that they can't exist in areas with other types of housing, I just really worry that we're not putting forth the right narrative of true inclusivity and that's all I'm trying to get at. You can have a really great experience, and you can have a single family home, and you can have a home that feels like, my Oscar is my next door neighbor, and what his kids get to have, they have a great skate park in their apartment building. There is so much opportunity out there. So I just want to be very careful about how we're talking about people's experiences. And I completely appreciated where you were coming from too, by saying you wanted to have the opportunity to be able to not worry about making noise. I get that too. And so that was an aspirational dream, and I'm so glad you've gotten the chance to have that for your family. But it just hurts my heart when I know where we've been, and I know how good it can still be, even if we choose to upzone. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm happy that option B is in there.
William. Option B. Those I'm not.
Now you
Does
are.
everybody can hear me now? Okay.
Just trying to help.
No, I appreciate that. But I'm now a little confused. Well, let me start out with a policy question, and then I'll ask more specific questions. So as I understand the motion, it directs staff to create a compliant housing element, which of course we know we have to do. But we have removed parts of the tools they asked us to provide to them to do so. What happens under your motion if staff goes back and says, doing what we were directed to do and only what we were directed to do under this motion, we cannot create a compliant housing element? What do you anticipate staff doing?
They'll come back to us and we will talk about it again and they'll tell us what they suggest.
Okay, so
I mean, look, this is not the last time.
I don't want to get in an argument. I just want to make sure, because my primary concern is that if we tie staff's hands so completely that they can't draft a compliant housing element, and they come back with a compliant housing element and they say, sorry, we need to have an inclusionary component in order to have a compliant housing element, and you say, I don't want inclusionary, we're going to be in a rough situation because we're going to. So, I mean, that's my concern is I'm not sure, how this plays out. George had his hand up. Did George have an answer to my question?
Just going to say that as I understood the motion, it gives staff flexibility to consider these as priorities and try to accomplish all of these goals, but ultimately come back with something that we believe will satisfy the requirements for having a compliant housing element that satisfies the affirmatively furthering fair housing requirement.
Okay. So if, for example, staff said there's no way to do a compliant housing element relying solely on the city sites for 100% affordable housing, for example, so we need to do an inclusionary component, then staff would have the flexibility to do that and bring that back?
My understanding of the motion would be that staff would have that flexibility coming back and then explaining to council what it had done and why it had to do that, with then council having the final say, since you will be having to approve the final draft housing element.
All right, and then so then with regard to the option B reference in your language, it referenced zoning changes. Now, obviously, one of the zoning changes is changing from either commercial
to residential
or industrial to residential. That also changes to residential, doesn't need residential zoning on it. In other words, so what direction is this motion intended to give staff with, because I hear you saying you don't want to upzone. I mean, I disagree with that, but I hear you saying you don't want to upzone, but what kind of zoning are you anticipating on these formerly commercial or industrial lands or office lands?
Look, I am not a planner. I assume it will be mixed use of some sort, and I assume staff knows what to do to switch it. It was their suggestion.
Well, I understand that, but we've also been saying we don't want them to do, for example, inclusionary housing. So if they came back and said we're going to propose inclusionary housing on those sites, you would be against it. So that's what I'm just trying to get a sense of.
I'm sorry, Gleam, you're misinterpreting. What I said was that I didn't want to maximize inclusionary housing because it doesn't give us enough affordable. And if we can get enough affordable without maximizing our inclusionary housing, then we should not upzone to maximize inclusionary housing. That was what I said.
And just so everybody understands, and Jing, you can weigh in, but remember that we do have a state law requirement to comply with certain density bonus requirements. And so one of the things you should expect us to come back with is potential zoning changes that will comply with the state law density bonus requirements.
I do understand that. I mean, I understand there are state law requirements, but I think that Jing understands that what I'm trying to do is not maximize market rate to get affordable that is de minimis.
I understood that as part of your direction. If we were to put it into concrete terms, I think you're not asking us to look at 20 or 30%, like some increased amount of affordable that is, as we've said, we are required to integrate state density bonus law, and we want to make sure that, whatever we're required to do, that we do have enough, that we are maximizing inclusionary in that way, with respect to what we're required to do and to ensure that we have, feasible housing projects. That's something. So I understood that distinction.
Good, thank you. And so, Ms. Yao, does that give you enough flexibility, you think, to come back with whatever it is you need to do a compliant housing element?
I think we have appropriate direction here, based on the motion that George put up on the screen, with respect to, again, understanding that, state density bonus law requires, there will be, I want to be really crystal clear about that it will involve some upzoning, because we are required to integrate that into our code. So, there won't be zero upzoning, because we want to be transparent about what that means. But we want to make sure that our inclusionary housing program, maximizes whatever we're being required to do by the state. And then I think I saw in the motion also, with respect to option B, that in areas that if, we're being told to pursue housing, incentivizing housing in those areas relative to commercial, that may translate to some degree of, again, upzoning to provide some distinction, to ensure that housing and commercial are not seen equally, because I don't think that's the intent.
That's right.
That's clear? Okay.
Yeah. So, for example, we can have upzoning on Montana or Ocean Park or something like that. That's part of the motion?
That's what I understand.
That is what option B is, as I understand it.
Okay, and then my last question is, Ms. Yao, since you're there, what do you understand the guidance you're being given from the motion for the affordable housing overlay? Because, again, and maybe I'm getting hung up on semantics, but if we do the affordable housing overlay in accepting, of course, the sensitive areas and the formerly redlined areas, that does imply for 100% affordable housing projects upzoning to accommodate them and incentivize them. Is that your understanding as well?
That is. Yes.
That was my point.
Well, okay, but that, for example, would allow, since if you look at the maps, that would allow upzoning in the R1 neighborhood. I want to make that clear, so that we are effectively upzoning the R1 neighborhoods if we adopt that affordable housing overlay.
We're allowing 100% affordable housing in the overlay.
Right, but we're allowing it. We're incentivizing it in the only reason for the overlay is to incentivize it by allowing densification. So if somebody, for example, were to in an existing R1 neighborhood have a parcel available and they wanted to build affordable housing, 100% affordable housing, they would not be restricted to building a single family home, JADU and an ADU. They would be able to build up to, and I'm not sure, I forget, I'll be honest with you, Ms. Yao, I forget what we're talking about in the affordable housing overlay, but I thought it was 4 stories and up to 8 units or something like, because you said you had to get to 8 to 10 units for affordable housing providers to make it work. Is that correct?
Right. So I think it's the distinction. I apologize. My headphones have died on me. We've been at this a while.
So 10 hours later. Right?
So I think it's a distinct. So when we talk about the affordable housing overlay, that's about 100% affordable housing projects, right? When I was talking about the distinction between missing middle housing and needing to go to 6-7 units, that was with respect to an inclusionary requirement. So assuming 6 market rate units on a property and 1 inclusionary, which is different than the incentives for a full 100% affordable housing building.
So what would be the incentives in the overlay for 100% affordable in the R1s?
So in the residential areas, as proposed, it's a minimum guarantee of 4 stories, unlimited density, which is what is basically we're just applying what is already in state law, but applying it citywide, removing those areas that have formerly had over concentrations. So the environmental justice and the red line areas from that overlay. So that is basically what is being proposed.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, with these changes, I can support the motion. I think our primary goal has to be to get a compliant housing element. The one question I would have is, would it be a friendly amendment to, I know Ms. Yao mentioned this before, but to sort of formalize the idea of a potential mid-cycle adjustment should we find that we're not hitting our goals? And just something as generalized as that, nothing more specific.
I was assuming that mid-year I'm not sure that the law allows that, but I think we should be looking at how we're doing every year on this, and I think we do. Is that what you're talking about?
No, we actually every year have to report to the state how we're doing. A mid-cycle adjustment more specifically is saying, okay, we took our best shot, but after 3 or 4 years experience, halfway roughly through the process, we find that we're not producing the amount of affordable housing that we need to produce, and so we're going to go back and do a potential housing element adjustment to kickstart more affordable housing, for example. So it's not a regular review. We're obligated to do that anyway. It is a notion, just a notion at this point, that if in fact we're not hitting our numbers, say at the midpoint of the cycle, that we'll consider revising what we do in our original, hopefully compliant housing element, to make sure that at the end of the 8-year cycle, we have in fact complied with our obligations.
Well, and what if we hit our numbers? Then are we going to roll it back, or we're just going to keep going?
Well, I'd say we keep going. This isn't going to solve the housing crisis, but I think, I mean, look, everyone that I've heard speak on the council and certainly out in the public has suggested that the bigger concern is not hitting our numbers, not that we're going to hit our numbers.
I think that a future council could decide to do a mid-year adjustment, but I'm not going to schedule one in advance. That's not friendly to me because I don't want to schedule.
That's fine.
Thanks.
That's fine.
Christine and then Phil.
No, I was next.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. Go ahead.
I appreciate the questions that Councilmember Davis has been asking, because I really hope we're being honest with ourselves about what kind of direction staff needs from us to come back with a fully compliant housing element, and not to come back with something that majority of us will then say, well, that's not what we asked for, and we'll go through this whole 5 or 6 hour exercise all over again. I'm really worried. I'm sitting here in hope and in fear. I hope the state is serious about the task of affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I fear that the motion I'm hearing is not enough to let staff come back to us with a truly compliant housing element. It's like we're asking someone to build us a house, and then we're handing them 2 nails and a screwdriver. We're just not giving them all the tools they need to make this work. And I'm concerned about some of the tools I've heard mentioned. Mayor Himmelrich, I was surprised to hear you support conversion of rentals to condos, renter to ownership. You've been in some of the same community committees I have. You've heard the history of that in Santa Monica, what was called the TORCA program in the 1980s, which was allowed to sunset. And the reason why it was allowed to sunset was the effect it had on renters. After it was all said and done, the idea was that people who were renters could buy their units if the majority of them and the landlord agreed, and that they would then get to live there as owners happily forever after. What we found after about 10 years was the number of original renters who remained in those units as owners was in the single digits, under 10%. 9 out of 10 of those original renters had lost their homes because it turned out they couldn't sustain home ownership or the other tenants created a home, what do they call that when you have a condo? A home authority, housing, an HOA, and decided to upgrade the property, and the tenants with less income couldn't afford to contribute and were forced out. So the history of that in Santa Monica is quite fraught. And in fact, condo conversion has, at least in Santa Monica, turned out to be a downhill road to displacement and gentrification, because the people who lost their homes are the people who could least afford to do that. So if this motion does pass, and if the staff is asked to look at this, I hope you'll look at the history of what happened in Santa Monica when this was tried before. And then as far as single-family zoning and the concerns that Councilmember Parra had, I made a suggestion for one thing we could do, which would be voluntary. Not like the state law, which would just override our zoning and say everybody now, every lot can be turned into a duplex or split into 2 lots. This would be voluntary. If you didn't want to do it, you wouldn't have to do it. If somebody who was in a home said, hey, it'd be good for me, I could live in a smaller house, have 2 houses on the 1 lot, I would make some money. Councilmember Brock seemed to think I was trying to make the land worth less. No, frankly, the land would be worth more because you'd get to build more on it. What would be less would be what it would cost to live in at least one of the resultant units, because part of the whole negotiation would be to deed restrict that unit, perhaps the middle income class that we're having such a hard time finding housing for. I'm very concerned here. Frankly, the motion seems to be intended to do as little as possible to accomplish more than it really would allow to be done, unless staff now takes the initiative, which I know they'll do. They can do it. But then it's going to come back to a council that said, well, that's not what we wanted. I'm just really concerned that the intent here isn't as wholehearted as it should be, especially with the furthering fair and affordable housing. After what we've seen tonight, and after what we've learned in the last year, and after all the talking about Black Lives Matter and our understanding of systemic discrimination and the history of housing in Santa Monica, come on, folks, we can do better than this.
Christine. Phil, you were, I think, Phil and then Christine.
I think it was probably Christine and Phil, but it's up to you. It doesn't matter to me. Christine, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
I just wanted to confirm what I just heard. So confirming that the overlay, if we agree, to include this overlay in the motion, that would mean that it's okay to put, conceptually up to 4 units in an R1 property. Is that what that means? Anywhere in the city?
2 different things.
Up to 8 units.
The suggestion that I made was about lot splits. The affordable housing overlay would not split the lot. It would allow more units to be built on what would still be 1 lot.
But it would have to be 100% affordable housing, Christine. And your neighborhood is excluded, by the way.
I know, but again, there's only, okay, I got it. There's trying to look out for everybody here, so it's hard. Thank you.
Bill?
So I think I'm sort of trying to figure out, I'm now confused. So everything else in the motion I'm for, but now this overlay allows how many units in Sunset Park, Ocean Park, or north of Montana? It's 4 units?
It's only 100% affordable housing projects. And Jean, can you say what the total number of units is?
Yeah, so the proposal is unlimited density. So the limiting factor will be the building height. So again, this is only for 100% affordable housing. What Councilmember McEwen is talking about in terms of lot splits, that's a different concept with respect to densifying single unit zoned neighborhoods. The affordable housing overlay would allow, again, just for 100% affordable housing projects to have a minimum of 4 stories guaranteed and no limit on density.
That's in an R1 zone,
That could be in an R1 zone.
which right now, technically, you have a triplex on a R1 zone because you have the JDU and the ADU, correct?
Well, it's 3 individual units. It's not really a traditional triplex in that
Right,
manner.
but
You could, in
right.
theory, have 3 units, yeah.
Okay, but on this affordable overlay, you could have 4 stories in the residential zone as long as it's 100% affordable.
That's right.
Just so we're clear, there are residential zones that aren't just R1.
That's right. It would be, so that this covers the city.
What was it you said? I missed that.
He said that residential zones are not just the R1.
Yeah. So just, I think we forget this sometimes.
So R2 zones as well. Is that correct?
That's right. It's a citywide overlay, so it covers the whole city except for the environmental justice and red line areas in terms of the overlay. So this is a local overlay that expands what the state already requires, for 100% affordable housing projects, largely in the central part of the city, but it excludes, largely the northern and southern ends, most of those R1 neighborhoods. So it would expand what is allowed by the state to those areas.
And Councilman McEwen's counter was more like SB 9, correct? Where you could do a lot split? No, I'm confused, Kevin.
That's misrepresenting what I said, Phil.
I'm asking. I'm really just asking because I'm trying to be clear on.
But please be clear, that wasn't a counter. That wasn't an instead of proposal.
I didn't know if it's instead of along with. I was trying to understand what you were saying.
My contention is that the overlay is not likely to result in much change, especially in R1 neighborhood, because the land is so expensive and it's hard to build affordable housing on a single lot, and getting 2 adjacent expensive lots in R1, I believe, is highly unlikely. So I was suggesting other ways that we could fulfill what I hope is a very serious commitment to affirmatively furthering fair housing.
Thank you. I was trying to understand what you were saying. Thank you, Council Member.
Okay, I think that we're done with discussion. Let's take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember De La Torre.
Whoa, could we please see the motion on the screen?
George, do you have that?
Can everybody see that on their screen?
I can, thank you. I guess everybody can. So are we taking a vote, Denise?
Yes. So Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brock.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowen. Mayor Pro Tem McCowen.
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Para.
No.
Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes. So as I count it, that fails 3
5
to 4.
noes.
4 noes.
Yeah, that's 3 to 4. 4 noes, yes.
Great. Okay, somebody else try.
May I suggest to Councilmember McEwen add in some of his language and modify the original motion a little. I think if we have the language up there were just a couple tweaks, I think.
Well, it sort of puts me on the spot, but I guess I'll take it.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
I think we need to do more to acknowledge and remedy the history of discriminatory zoning in this city. And I don't see a willingness in the language here, other than in the first line, to take any real concrete steps. And I'd like to have something in here that we direct staff to explore meaningful ways to make housing opportunities available in formerly exclusive neighborhoods to really create diversity and integration in our community, which I think many people want. I certainly do.
Isn't that what option B was, though? I mean, that's how I read it in the staff report, that when we were looking at suitable sites, option B, and then with the affordable housing overlay zone, but option B really ensures that when staff comes back to us with the next draft, that it has upzoning on some of those boulevards that, and that you incentivize the housing over the commercial. So the upzoning is only allowed if it's a housing project, specifically a 100% affordable.
Let me ask a question that I think will separate the wheat, the chaff, or whatever you want to use. Excuse me. How many of us are willing to make changes in R1 zoning?
We can't see. Wait, we need a picture. I can't see who.
And I include voluntary changes where property owner would have to agree to do something, and it could even be limited to property owners who live on the site, who've lived there for a while, avoid speculation, avoid the eviction of people who rent single-family houses. But I think we need to be willing to relook at R1 zoning.
So did we see the hands? Did you see the hands, Kevin?
See any hands. All I can see is the proposed.
Well, so I think that the overlay zone does that, Kevin. I mean, do you want to zone it, or what do you want to do? Zone R2? I mean, what's your idea?
I think I've explained why I don't think the overlay means anything really in R1 in a community like ours, where one of our council members at a meeting a few weeks ago talked about selling her former house north of Montana as a teardown and finding out that the land, just the land, was worth $3.25 million. Now, what affordable housing provider can afford to buy 2 of those lots to build an affordable housing project? I don't think that's going to result in much change in Santa Monica, and I'm here tonight at 1 o'clock in the morning committed to change.
Well, Kevin, why did you get 2 lots? Wait, excuse me, Glenn. Did I miss something where Jing said it had to be a 15,000 square foot lot or 7,500?
Affordable housing builder, and they will tell you that it doesn't really cost out until you have at least a double lot.
That's for the Gleam.
Well, I think I want to get to Kevin's issue and answer, sorry, it's late, Councilmember McEwen's issue and answer Mayor Pro Tem McCown's issue, which is the B option doesn't densify any currently residential area. All the B option does is convert commercial zoning on Montana and some other, and commercial streets, Ocean Park, to allow more residential. So it doesn't address Councilmember McEwen's issue about how do we remedy the housing that currently exists in these exclusionary zones. So I think there's two parts there. I firmly support option B, which disperses housing more throughout the city than option A or option C. But I also agree with Councilmember McEwen that we need to come up with some strategy. And I want to make it clear, when we say we want to look at R1, no one's saying that if you currently live in an R1 home, someone's going to come dig it out from under you. I mean, it'll be there. You can have an R1 home, and there may be developers who, when land turns over, will continue to build R1 homes. But it's about creating opportunities, as Councilmember McEwen has outlined, to maybe allow people under certain conditions to build duplexes that inherently, regardless of the land cost, a duplex is going to be inherently more affordable for the reasons I previously outlined. But on top of that, if there are other things we can do to incentivize the building of greater density in the present R1 neighborhoods with some incentives via deed-restricted 1,000 square foot ADUs or something like that. So maybe, Councilmember McEwen, that's the language I thought the language you initially proposed was that to direct a compliant housing element with, and I can't remember the language you used, but to give staff the flexibility to go into the R1 zones and come up with, in addition, I still believe in the 100% affordable housing overlay, but in addition to that, to look for ways to create greater opportunities for diversity in previously exclusionary zones.
That language added to the motion would earn my vote.
So, Kevin, did you want to go back and add language along the lines of explore voluntary lot splits, duplexes with potential affordability covenants in R1 areas?
With an aim toward creating more affordable housing in areas that previously excluded people by class or color, something like that.
Could we use including but not limited to? Because there may be some other techniques that staff has.
They're sure.
Look, Kevin, somehow you got muted. No.
I don't have all the answers. I'm just trying to ask the right questions.
Right.
George has all the answers.
So let me put this up and see if this works for you in terms of what you're looking for. So I've added this.
That's very helpful to me. That would earn my vote.
Do you want any of the motion?
Well, that's acceptable to me. Oscar, whatever your name is. Councilmember Delatorre.
The last motion was defeated, so this would have to be a new motion with a new
I am
second.
moving what is on the screen right now.
Are you making the motion? Sorry, Councilmember McEwen, are you making the motion?
Yes, I'm making the motion.
Thank you.
And I'll second it.
Okay. But Kevin, can I just ask a quick question? Because Kevin had some language, it sounded like he wanted at the very first line where it says a compliant housing element that addresses historical exclusionary practices or something like that. I can't remember, Kevin. I should have written it down.
Well, I'm glad to hear I said something eloquent, but I don't remember it. Well, sure. Compliant housing element that addresses historic discrimination and satisfies affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements. So that becomes the motion.
And that's friendly to the seconder.
Can I just ask a question? It says exclude options for more affordable housing in areas that previously excluded such housing, is such referring back to more affordable?
That was the intent.
Okay. I just want to make sure. As long as staff understands it, that's fine.
Staff, we've now handed you more than 2 nails and a screwdriver. Are you good with this?
Can I suggest alternative language that Jing has suggested?
Sure. Right. That is what you meant, Kevin, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what George just added because it's pretty tight.
We added existing homeowners. Explore options for existing homeowners to increase equitable housing access. No,
it looks strange to me. And I don't want to speak for Kevin, but explore options for existing. Oh, where did it go? Oh.
Well, no, wait. For existing homeowners, I mean that's a policy we'll get to, but it's exploring options for the city to make this possible. So I think we later say there's a voluntary lot split. I think that's what I meant. I think when we decide on how to implement this, we need to be careful to avoid speculation and displacement of people who are renting single-family homes, but it doesn't need to be part of this motion.
The part that caught me, though, was less that, and it was more explore options to densify areas that previously excluded affordable housing. I think that what we're trying to really get at is that previously excluded people. Previously, not just affordable housing, it excluded people by race. No,
it excluded apartments. I think that's what Jing is getting at. These were areas.
Great addition. I just think it needs to say to what we are trying to get at.
Well, and I think we should say equitable and affordable housing act. Kevin, is that friendly to you?
Where I'm hung up now is it says to densify previously redlined areas. These are the opposite of the redlined areas.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
The redlined areas were the non-exclusionary areas.
That's right. Never mind.
Yeah, these were the areas that excluded by race.
So does that do it, or do you want a mention to racial covenants?
Well, could we just say
racial covenants are no longer the issue? I mean, it's what's been left behind by the history that I want to reverse. You can't change history; you can only understand it.
So, do you want to change previously to historically excluded, Kevin?
Yeah, historically be a better word there, actually. Thank you.
And should we say people of color? I mean, isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, how about Jews? How about gay people? I mean, it's not just single women. It was everybody.
All right, so historically excluded.
A diverse population and affordable housing?
Yeah, diverse populations and affordable housing.
And we can't just simply say historically exclusionary, because, I mean, that's what it was. But.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem McCown, I think we really want to be specific here. It was people who were being excluded based on who they were.
Yep.
And I put after diverse populations and affordable housing, I put a comma just to break that up a little bit so it's more readable.
That's a Yale comma, not a Harvard.
It's an Oxford comma.
Depends where you went, right?
Okay, so is that enough for staff to get what we mean, and for the rest of the council, does that adequately express what we mean? I think it does at this point.
So Kevin, we would need your seconder to agree to that.
I agree to that.
Do we still need the affordable housing overlay with the new language that Kevin and I mean that everybody just put together?
Well, yeah, because that's going to be important in other parts of the city, Councilmember Delatorre. It may not work very well in expensive R1, but I think it's an important thing to have elsewhere.
Yeah, it's a tool for sure.
And it's the only part of the motion that specifically calls attention to the areas that were previously, inundated, right? So.
Are we ready to vote?
Yep, I am.
There are hands. Phil's hand, and I think Christine's was up too.
Oh, well, so I can't see with there. Okay, Phil?
The overlay is the reason I voted against the motion. I don't want to saddle neighbors in the city in any part, and I consider everyone in the city my neighbor. I don't want to saddle people with a potential 4-story building next to them if they're in a single-family zone on 15th and Santa Monica, or 15th in Arizona. So look I object to that. I'll vote for it if the overlay is removed. If it isn't, then accept my no vote. And lastly, Councilmember McEwen, there was the reason I don't know the history of Torca, but I wanted to respond to that because I do know 3 people who are in Torca conversions who have been there evidently since they were Torca, and I don't even know when the program ended. But that was my reason. And so for those 3, maybe that's that 1%. But for those 3, it worked and worked forever. I don't know if I care about Torca. I don't really know what Torca was. But
Phil, we aren't even, I'm sorry, I hate to cut you off.
I want to respond to it. It's my time. So that's why I brought that up originally. And I look forward to finding some way to do something. It doesn't have to be Torca. Thank you.
Christine?
No, I was just going to voice my concerns as well about the overlay zone. I'm going to be voting no as well.
Okay, let's have a roll call vote, Denise.
Councilmember Parra?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
No.
Councilmember De La Torre?
No.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
That passes 4-3.
4-3.
Next, we're moving on to the 13 items.
Mayor, if I may, before we move on.
Yes.
I telegraphed this earlier tonight. I would like to make a direction to staff with the council's concurrence that when they bring the interim zoning ordinance we passed a few weeks ago back to us on April 13th, that they drop out of it the commercial projects that were in the pipeline, which staff has determined won't help us with the housing element. So I say let's let them go. Is there any objection to that?
Well, we have to take a roll call in these days of Zoom. So is that a motion to...
Motion to give direction to staff.
Second. Let's take a vote.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat that? Explain what you just said. It's late.
Okay. A few weeks ago, we passed an interim zoning ordinance that temporarily put a hold on a number of commercial sites. And among those were commercial sites where projects were already in the pipeline. We've discovered since then that the state rules won't allow us to use those in our site inventory for potential housing. So there's no point in holding those projects back further. And this direction would be to staff when they return with the renewal of the interim zoning ordinance to omit those sites.
So does anyone need any more explanation? So motion by McEwen, seconded by Himmelrich. Let's take a roll call.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Parra?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously. And I do want to ask when this is coming back, because I really am concerned that it not come back a week before it's due. I think we need to be able to see it.
Are you asking about the extension of the IZO?
No, I'm asking about I'm asking about the housing element.
The housing element, it'll be in, we are working on which meeting dates that might come back to, including the possibility of special meetings, I believe. But we will, I think I hear the concern. We would want to make sure that the council has ample opportunity to, number one, review the material and have a discussion on that draft element again. We will be actually having a meeting with the Planning Commission in May just to go a sort of level of refinement on these concepts, on the details before we come back with the draft element. I don't have a date in mind for June yet because we were exploring different dates to best accommodate this discussion.
Well, so it's great you're going back to the Planning Commission, but you can see that all of us have a high level of interest in this. And that we weren't 100% aligned with the Planning Commission recommendations. Mm-hmm. So I just want to make sure that after they do what they do, that we have enough time to do what we feel we need to. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that understood. And we'll work with the city manager's office to work out a council schedule for June. That gives the council opportunity.
And again, if I said this before, but I am sure all of us feel the same way, that if any of us need to work with you with HCD to explain what we're trying to do or to get this done, that you call on us, right? That we not have problems later, that if you start having problems, that you call on us. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Thirteen items, Denise.
Okay. Item 13A is request of Mayor Pro Tem McCowan and Councilmember Davis that in an effort to reach our equity and inclusion goals and ensure that equity and inclusion are woven into everything we do, we ensure that language justice has a prominent place in our efforts. To that end, we ask, in accordance with the Council's most recent priorities regarding equity and inclusion, Council directs staff to return with an ordinance creating a biannual language access plan focused on ensuring that, one, information that is disseminated to the City of Santa Monica in English, including websites, blogs, social media posts, press releases, forms, instructions, and other materials, our information related to community updates and information shall also be provided in Spanish. Number two, Spanish language interpretation services and support are required at all city meetings and events. 3, implementation, progress, and tracking of report biannually to track usage of residents. And 4, language access coordinator and identified as part of our equity and inclusion initiatives. 5, the city seeks to create standards by which the city contracts and partners can offer the same accessibility as it pertains to their work in the city. And finally, 6, funding for these actions is prioritized in the upcoming biannual budget in alignment with the most recent council priorities regarding equity and inclusion. And we actually have a caller after whoever presents.
Great. So who's going to introduce us?
So I'll just, let me see. I'll make really quick remarks and then Councilmember Davis. So the issue of language justice is an important one in an area where I believe there is room for significant improvement in our city. Given the deep inequities this pandemic laid bare and in line with Council's most recent priorities, now is the time that we call this up and call it out. We must ensure that as a community, we are committed to participation by all Santa Monicans. More than 10% of Santa Monicans speak Spanish in the home, inadvertently dismissing 10% of our population because we have not taken the steps necessary to ensure they are able to participate is not the Santa Monica way. These are not our values. Now is the time to live our values, and it's critical that we properly invest in language justice and equity for all Santa Monicans. That is why we brought this item. I don't want to speak for Councilmember Davis. I'll let her speak for herself.
You're muted.
It's weird because it says I'm not.
Well, now you aren't.
Okay, so there must be some delay there, and I apologize. I just want to add that I think this is key if we want to increase the diversity of voices who participate at all levels of city government. And I think that I've heard some perception that this is not, shouldn't necessarily be something we should spend a lot of energy on because the number of people who currently use or need these services at city meetings is relatively low. But I think the reason people who may have Spanish as their first language don't participate is because they are intimidated by and primarily English proceedings. So I'm hopeful that this will increase the diversity of voices in our community, which is always a good thing.
So let's have our caller.
Okay.
Transferring Denise Barton.
Denise Barton, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now.
Good evening. My first question is, if the city is short of funding and staff, why would this be made a priority in the budget? Then doesn't the city already have Spanish language interpretation services and support required at all city meetings? I've been at both meetings in council chambers and neighborhood groups where Spanish language interpretation services and support already happens. Also, I thought it was easy to change language translation to documents on the internet where a lot of the documents and press releases for the city can be found. So why would the city need additional staff for that purpose? In ending, I have to ask, wouldn't a full-time ADA person for the Housing Authority be a much better use of funding and staff to better serve everyone? Wouldn't that be closer to racial equity than the part-time crisis manager you have in that position now? Instead of insulting the whole Latino class of people, you wouldn't be saying they're not smart enough to do it themselves and that they need the government to do it for them, are you? Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Oh, I don't have a question for the caller, just a comment for after.
Who's going to make the motion?
So moved.
And Gleam.
The delay.
Maybe I should do it. Hold on. I can unmute you. You want me to?
No, it's okay.
When I do it, then I'll just do it. Okay, how about that?
I'm better muted.
Did you second? I assumed you were seconding.
Yes, I did. I seconded it.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Nope.
There's
questions.
Comment. Phil has a.
Oh.
Phil, you're muted.
A quick question in the process. Could we find out the cost of translation services for the year as part of when it comes back to council? That's all.
Yeah, and that's what I was, and I'll let Lane step in, but that's what I was kind of going to, one, just kind of, the caller's comments. This isn't a zero sum. This is about prioritizing the things that we said we were going to prioritize in our most recent council priorities. There are obviously going to be other areas that need to be addressed. Language services are not across the board consistent, and this is a way to start to look at that. And I'll let Lane talk about kind of some of the thoughts they have.
Yeah, so Council, we have been looking at this. The good news is we actually have already done some of the work on what the plan would look like. This is something that work has already been done on. So the amount of money for planning is not as high as I thought it might have been. It's about $175,000 a year to implement everything. But those are very preliminary numbers. What I would say is that the way I would read this 13 item is you are asking me to prioritize this. As you know, in the budget process, I have to, as your professional city manager, present to you a budget that works across the board. And you then discuss and adapt and then ultimately adopt a budget. So you don't have to make the budget decision tonight, and indeed you wouldn't by charter because I present the budget first, but I would take this direction consistent with your council priorities, et cetera, and we would work to try to make it happen.
Councilmember Delatorre.
Yes, as someone who grew up in a household where Spanish was my first language, I appreciate the motion, but one thing that's really important is that, I think, and this is the beginning. I mean, I know that both Councilwoman Davis and Councilwoman McCowan wouldn't oppose looking at diversity in hiring, for example, or diversity in contracting, looking at all the areas that we can diversify, our staff and also ensuring that there's more bilingual staff, I think can also help out a lot in the whole city's operation. But that's something, this is a good start and there'll be more to come. So thank you.
Okay, so seeing no more hands, let's take a vote.
Councilmember Para?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
D.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Brock?
Yes.
Councilmember De La Torre?
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich?
Yes, so that passes unanimously.
Next, we have 13B. It's request by Councilmember Brock and Mayor Himmelrich that the city forward the recommendations by the Recreation and Parks Commission in its letter to council dated March 19th, 2021, regarding planned future improvements to SMMUSD elementary and middle school campuses. Commissioner's letter references the treatment of existing open and recreational spaces and plans currently being developed for those campuses. City requests that SMMUSD School Board consider these recommendations by the Recreation and Parks Commission in its current planning discussions. And we have one video caller for this.
Great. Phil, you want to introduce this?
I think Denise did a great job. It's very simple. I happen to sit in on part of that Recreation and Parks Commission meeting. The school district is planning a lot of revisions to their campuses. The commission was worried that in some cases, the schools are used as our city parks evenings and weekends, and they just wanted to make sure that the school district take heed to that in their deliberations as they remodel and rebuild their campuses with the bond money that our residents graciously voted for. And it's pretty cut and dry. It's simple. It's just a letter that we're passing on.
And I signed on to this because I didn't want to be giving instruction to the school district from the Recreation and Parks Commission. So if they send us the letter, we can forward it to the school district, and then we aren't in the middle. They can work with Recreation and Parks to achieve whatever they achieve. Councilmember Delatorre.
Yeah, as someone that has served on the school board for, I guess it was like 18 years, I think it's very good for our city government to be communicating as much as possible with our school district on matters of great importance, to our residents, and the use of open space, being that we're open space deficient and park deficient, is a very good gesture. So it's a positive thing. Thank you.
Did we have a resident?
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Councilmember Dill. No, Lane.
Mayor, in your comment, I want to be sure, because the Recreation and Parks Commission is an advisory commission, they wouldn't be speaking for the city. So the 13 item, you would be asking the school district to consider the Recreation and Parks Commission's views. But I do want to be sure that they wouldn't be stepping into the authority of the city, which they wouldn't be able to do as an advisory commission. They couldn't speak for all of you. You have the authority of the city.
I hear you, but on the other hand, we don't want to be in the middle. So that's where I am. So may we have a vote, please?
Was there a caller?
Yes, we do. We have a video caller. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
I have a question, which I'll wait till after the caller.
Okay, so we're ready for the caller?
Yes.
Okay. John Keene, welcome to the meeting. Your time starts now. Would you like me to turn on your video? Oh, you have.
Sure,
okay.
Why not?
Go ahead, you're in.
Great. Thank you all so much. I didn't know this was going to be a video call. I would have spruced up a little bit. I want to thank you all. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff, for a very interesting and thoughtful discussion on that prior topic. The work isn't easy, but you guys did a wonderful job. Good evening, Mayor Himmerich, Mayor Pro Tem McCowan, and council members. I'm John Keene. I'm currently the president of the SMM USB Board of Education, but I'm here tonight in my capacity as an individual board member. Put it succinctly, our school district values open space and will work to preserve it at all of our school sites. We are aware of the city's interests and we share them. Right now, we're in the midst of a pandemic. Our district is also on a much needed spring break for the next 2 weeks. We had asked the council if they could please delay this item until we have our schools open and we are not on break. But if you do feel the need to act tonight, I ask you simply pass the letter on to the district without comments or conditions. Our decisions as a school board are driven by a simple question. What is the best decision to create the best educational outcomes? We must look at every situation and ask what is optimal for students. We understand the role that open space plays in our curriculum, and we will work to maintain, defend, and improve it. There's a strong history of mutually respectful partnership between the district and the city council, and there is no reason why anyone should believe or fear that it would change now. This past year has been hard on education, and I'm proud to share the news, if you haven't heard it yet, that our schools will be fully open for TK through 5th grade students on April 19th. And on April 26th, our schools will be fully open for all students in SMM-USD. This is an encouraging development as our district and city begins to emerge from this horrific pandemic. I believe that our schools are the bedrock of our community, and once we reopen, we will see our residents come together again and begin the long road back towards normal. Thank you for your time tonight, and I will stay on in case there are any questions for me.
Thanks, John. I don't have any. I don't see any questions. Oh, Phil has a. Sorry.
John, I just wanted to say thank you for staying up so late.
Thank you guys as well. The sausage making isn't always easy, but you guys did good work tonight.
Kevin?
John, you asked if we could delay this a couple of weeks, but then, of course, we'd be back here at 1:51 in the morning. If we did what you asked and simply passed along the letter we received without comment or somehow authorizing it, is there really any reason to wait a couple of weeks, or could we do that tonight?
No. I think if you were able just to pass it on as a pass-through without putting a finger on the scale, I think that is absolutely appropriate, and we will continue to work with all of our constituents and stakeholders to meet these needs.
Kevin?
I move that we pass the letter along.
I'll second it. Let's take a vote.
Can I just clarify that's with no explicit or implicit endorsement or comment?
Yes.
Okay.
For the maker, I agree, and the co-maker. Thank you, John. Have a good night.
Appreciate your work.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's take a vote.
Councilmember De La Torre.
This message.
Sorry, Councilmember De La Torre.
Yes.
Councilmember Brosh.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McCowan.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Para.
Yes.
And Mayor Himmelrich.
Yes, that passes unanimously. And our next meeting.
And I have a memoriam.
Oh, well, then you should do that now, Phil.
Okay. So this is in memory of a gentleman I met when I was 16 and working at the Boys Club of Santa Monica, Bill Mortensen. And it's with great sadness that we adjourn this council meeting in memory of longtime resident William Soren Mortensen. William was born in Philadelphia on July 19, 1932 to Helen and Dr. William L. Mortensen. The family relocated to Santa Monica, where he attended Lincoln Junior High and Santa Monica High School. Bill went on to USC, graduated with a degree in business. In 1954, he served in the U.S. Navy, traveling around the world on the USS Mansfield, and was honorably discharged in 1957. Bill started his banking career in 1957 as an appraiser at First Federal Savings and Loan, and he went on to become president of the company in 1969, served as CEO and chairman till his retirement in 1997. Bill's remembered for his philanthropic support, including St. John's Hospital, the YMCA, Catholic Charities, Santa Monica Boys and Girls Clubs, USC, Pepperdine, LMU, Marymount High, Santa Monica High, Loyola High, Washington High, St. Monica High School, Roosevelt Elementary, and above all, Santa Monica Hospital. Bill led the major fundraising drive to repair St. Monica's Church after the Northridge earthquake in 1994. Bill often said his grandfather, Dr. Mortensen, taught him, by the way, and Dr. Mortensen founded Santa Monica Hospital and founded First Federal Savings and Loan in Santa Monica, which is now One West Bank. Bill often said his grandfather taught him it felt better to give than receive, and he practiced that adage every single day. And he was the president of the board when I was working at the Boys Club. Back then it was the Boys Club of Santa Monica. And he was so gracious, such a good guy. He's survived by his 5 remaining children, Mary, Ann, Tom, David, and Peter, and his loving grandchildren, Brendan, Bill, Abby, Maggie, Nick, Grace, Rose, Lola, and Nathan. On behalf of the entire community, we convey, of course, his family our deepest condolences because he was such an integral part of our city. And just for your trivia, Bill Mortensen's stepmother, for those of a certain age, was Barbara Billingsley, the mother, on Leave It to Beaver. And Bill Mortensen, I would see at St. Monica's until the, until the days of the pandemic. And he went religiously to St. Monica's, but his charitable efforts reached all religions, all races in Santa Monica. He was a wonderful man. Thank you.
Krista.
And I just have to add, Bill, we adored Bill. The McCowans were big fans and friends of the family. I babysat his grandson, Brendan, when I was in high school. I taught at summer camp with his son. He was always so kind and generous to our whole family. My parents were so saddened to hear of his passing, and so heartfelt condolences and much love to the entire Mortensen family.
Thank you. And so we're adjourned in memory of Bill Mortensen, and our next meeting is April 13th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all.
Have a good morning.
Good morning.